rounds, accumulating the most receiving yards across a 3-game span since the NFL-AFL merger. The Bengals finished with just a .500 record, but Ocho Cinco still turned in a monster season. He caught an NFL-best 1,369 receiving yards, enough to become the first Bengal ever to lead the league in receiving yards. So, how do you celebrate such an accomplishment? If you're Chad Johnson, you celebrate by racing a thoroughbred racehorse. And Johnson beat the horse by 12 lengths. Sure, Johnson was given a 100-yard head start in a 200-yard race, but we can't let facts get in the way of fun, right? Now, if you think the pony stunt was a bit braggadocious, brace yourself, because Ocho takes it to the next level in Week 1 of the '07 season.
What does that say? Future Hall of Fame.
Was this stunt a little silly? Yes. Was it a little disrespectful? Maybe. Head coach Marvin Lewis, what did you think of the move?
Bad move.
But at the end of the day, wasn't this just a fun guy doing something a little funny? You be the judge.
Child, please. Child, please. Child, please.
1 week later came the famous shootout by the lake, where Chad went for 209 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. The second was followed up with an ill-advised leap into Cleveland's notoriously rowdy dog pound section. Ocho was doused in beer and given the Cleveland salute. But more importantly, by game's end, he
rewrote the Bengals record book. You're now the all-time leader in yards receiving, surpassing Isaac Curtis. What does that mean to you to hold that kind of record in your career?
It means a lot. It says a lot.
And it should. It's still a record he holds to this day. But then again, Chad is
the Bengals' all-time leader in pretty much every receiving category.
Fast forward to Week 12 against the Titans, and all cameras were on Ocho, when he borrowed one of those cameras to celebrate 3 touchdowns and a career-high 12 receptions.
And now he's running the camera. He's taking the crowd shot.
It was a special day for Chad. Not only did he secure another 1,000-yard receiving year, the 6th consecutive of his career, but Ocho also broke the Bengals' all-time reception record. Chad finished the year breaking the Bengals' single-season receiving record for the 3rd time in his career, with 1,440 yards. Then, just before the start of the 2008 season, Johnson legally changed his name to Chad Ocho Cinco. But with everybody already calling him Ocho Cinco, why go through the trouble of making it official? It all goes back to 2006, when Ocho Cinco was fined $5 million for
altering the NFL uniform.
Johnson was so mad, he changed his name just to stick it to the NFL and make them put Ocho Cinco on his jersey.
People were like, that's stupid. Ocho Cinco, that's not even 85. Okay, who cares? He gets a percentage of every sale of a jersey that's sold. I think it's brilliant.
And Ocho sold lots of jerseys, giving him lots to smile about in '08. But on the field, not so much smiling. Ocho had an awful first season as Ocho Cinco, with the Bengals starting '08 going 0-8. Things didn't turn around until the next season, when Chad gifted fans another term to add to the sports pop culture lexicon. Chad gave us Child Please.
Child, please. Child, please. Child, please. Child, please. Child, please.
Which is basically
a nice way of telling someone, you.
And it was that child please /
you
attitude that Cincinnati needed to get back on track in '09. Things got fun again. During preseason, we saw Ocho kicking field goals. By midseason, he had a very innocent light bribery charge.
There he had $1 in his hand as if he said, oh, I bet you $1 that that's a completed pass.
Either that, he was going to pay off the officials.
Then, after taking one to the house against Detroit, Chad was back to his old showman self, with a little sideline dress-up routine complete with a sombrero and poncho. Some found the celebration disrespectful, but imagine how much worse it could have been had the petting zoo donkey Chad hired not been turned away by security. That would have been offensive. But there was nothing offensive about the Bengals' offense in '09. They finished with a 10-6 record and won the AFC North. Cincy fans had visions of Super Bowl 44 dancing in their heads. And finally, the time to win it all was not now. Bengals were knocked out of the playoffs by a pre-butt fumble Mark Sanchez and the Jets. It was a brutal loss, with Chad held to just 28 yards, courtesy of Hall of Fame corner Darrelle Revis. Ocho Cinco wasn't shy making it known who the Bengals needed in 2010. And the front office went for it, bringing the equally outrageous Terrell Owens to Southwest Ohio.
I'm definitely pleased to be here.
Believing T.O. was the missing piece to bring it all together, expectations for the dynamic duo of Batman and Robin and the entire Bengals squad were higher than ever.
What we have on paper If we don't win a Super Bowl this year, it's a damn shame.
But the thing about NFL football, they don't play it on paper. They play it in real life. And the Ocho Owens experiment was a disaster. T.O. did lead all Cincy receivers in yards, receptions, and TDs, but the Bengals went from a playoff-caliber 10-6 team without him to crashing and burning with him at 4-12.
Just terrible. I mean, that's just plain and simple.
Maybe it was too much ego, too much personality for a single locker room. But the Bengals clearly overestimated the impact these two former All-Pros could contribute on the field so late in their careers. The only time the dynamic duo scored in the same game was in Week 7 against Atlanta. This was one of only 2 games Chad would have over 100 yards that season. The other game? That came against the team he would ultimately be traded to in the offseason, the New England Patriots. The Bengals felt Chad's on- and off-the-field distraction now outweighed his performance. The Hall of Fame jacket, the name change, the constant trash talk. Those were fine when the team was winning, but after going 4-12, his antics were suddenly less easy to tolerate. But Chad welcomed the change of scenery and looked forward to working with Bill Belichick, who was known for getting the very best out of his players and had a history of rebooting troubled veteran receivers. Prime example, Randy Moss, who saw a career resurgence when he joined the Patriots in 2007. Again, it all sounded good on paper, but Ocho Cinco struggled, shifting from star receiver in Cincy to barely contributing role player with the Patriots. He turned in the least productive season of his career, catching just 15 passes for 276 yards and 1 touchdown, all career lows. The Patriots did make it to the Super Bowl, and Chad did give Tom Brady his longest play of the game, but with younger talent like Julian Edelman, Wes Welker, and Rob Gronkowski on the roster, it came as no surprise when Ocho Cinco was released that offseason. A month later, friends and family back in Miami were hyped to learn Ocho Cinco inked a 1-year deal with his hometown Dolphins. It was all coming full circle.
It's good to be home, and I don't have a choice but to succeed.
And looking to shed his controversial image, Chad legally changed his name back to Johnson before reporting to Dolphins camp, thinking it would make him less of a distraction. But the thing is, whether it was Johnson or Ocho Cinco, Chad was still Chad and would always be a distraction. Just a couple weeks into camp, Johnson got into a verbal altercation with his wife, which quickly turned violent.
NFL wide receiver Chad Johnson faces a domestic abuse charge after a violent incident involving his wife.
Johnson headbutted her, causing a 3-inch laceration to her forehead. The Dolphins released Johnson the next day.
I just think it's the best for both of us that, we kind of part ways at this point in time.
And just like that, Johnson would never play another down in the NFL. Over his electric 11-year career, he amassed 6 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Pros, and every major Bengals all-time receiving record. His feet were arguably the fastest we've ever seen, and so was his mouth, that just never seemed to stop running. But he used both flawlessly to be a nightmare for opposing defenders. Love him or hate him, he didn't care, as long as you were tuned to The Ocho Show. Subscribe and watch more of the best NFL videos right here on Blitz.
This man is clearly, by far, the most gifted receiver who has ever come along in the history of this league.
Holy shit. He really is 6'6". He really runs a 4.3, and he's really 240, every bit of it.
Slants, catch. Go balls, catch. Damn. Whatever he wanted to run, it was a catch. If Stafford feel like nobody was open, Calvin open.
He throwing it down.
Yeah.
There are plenty of legendary NFL receivers, but none have been as dominant as Calvin Johnson. And Megatron's legendary run with the Detroit Lions was just the final step in proving that he was simply unguardable. Because from the very first time he put on a helmet, he was already dominating. Johnson was born and raised in the outskirts of Atlanta by a family that prioritized their son getting a strong education. But considering Johnson was 6 feet tall in middle school, it became clear he had a special frame and a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Johnson went on to play for Sandy Creek High School, where he racked up an impressive 1,479 receiving yards and 18 TDs for the Patriots. He quickly garnered attention from college scouts, and college recruiting giant Rivals.com named him the top player in Georgia for the 2004 class. Despite his growing profile, Johnson committed to his hometown school, Georgia Tech, and suiting up for the Yellow Jackets habits allowed Johnson to play at the highest level, while also getting his education from one of the top schools in the Southeast. Then, in just his first few games with Georgia Tech, it was clear that the young Megatron was a problem. In his second ever collegiate game, Johnson tore up Clemson's secondary for 127 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns to lead a 28-24 victory. ACC defenses had a new monster to deal with, but Johnson was just getting started. He was named the ACC Rookie of the Year, totaling 837 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns. Johnson followed up with an almost identical campaign to make the first-team All-ACC list for a second year running. But both of those seasons were just teasers compared to his monstrous 2006 campaign. Johnson seemingly made history each week, bringing down 76 receptions for 1,202 receiving yards and 15 touchdowns. That season, Megatron was named the ACC Player of the Year, the winner of the Fred Biletnikoff Award for Best Collegiate Receiver, and set Georgia Tech records for most all-time receiving yards and touchdown receptions. After clearly establishing himself as the best receiver in college football, Johnson could only go up. So he decided to forego his senior season and announced his plans to enter the NFL Draft. Almost instantly, Johnson was projected to go in the top 5 picks, and the insane hype only grew once he completed his combine testing, where he ran a 4.35 40-yard dash despite weighing 235 pounds and measuring in at 6'5". That kind of speed is unheard of for a player that size. Even with his freakish athleticism, Johnson actually went second overall to the Detroit Lions.
The Detroit Lions take wide receiver Calvin Johnson, Georgia Tech.
After the Oakland Raiders took LSU QB Jamarcus Russell first. Russell became infamous for being one of the biggest draft busts of all time, so passing on Megatron was a major blunder. However, the Lions, in typical Lions fashion, were also initially planning to trade away the once-in-a-lifetime wide receiver after drafting him. It's one of the modern NFL's great what-if moments, because while the Lions ultimately made the right decision in keeping Johnson for the long haul, for Megatron, he was joining Detroit right as they entered the greatest low in franchise history. And this is a franchise with a lot of lows. But after 756 receiving yards and 4 touchdowns in a solid rookie campaign in 2007, Johnson was the only saving grace on the 2008 Lions. Detroit went 0-16 that season, becoming the only team in NFL history to lose 16 games in a single season. But what was a terrible season for the team was a great season for Calvin Johnson. He brought down 78 receptions for a whopping 1,331 receiving yards, despite catching passes from 3 different quarterbacks throughout the season. He also had 12 receiving touchdowns, which led the NFC, yet somehow he was still not named to the Pro Bowl or the All-Pro teams. For his first 2 seasons, Johnson was stuck on a bad Lions roster that had a rotating cast at QB. But in 2009, there was hope in Detroit because they used their first overall pick in the draft to take QB Matthew Stafford, finally giving Johnson a franchise QB to build with. In 2009, Megatron put up 1,000 total scrimmage yards in Stafford's rookie season, but the Stafford-Johnson connection didn't properly begin due to the Lions' QB injury and development issues. Stafford played in just 10 games as a rookie, and then in 2010 he played in just 3 games. And he wasn't performing well either when he did play, throwing 21 interceptions over the 13 games that he suited up. But despite having a rotating set of QBs during Stafford's second season, Johnson still caught 77 passes for 1,120 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns to make his first Pro Bowl in his 4th NFL season. After all the losses and several different quarterbacks, Megatron had proven to the NFL that it didn't matter who was throwing to him. He was going to make plays. And in 2011, when Stafford was healthy and NFL ready, the Lions' situation shifted dramatically. Johnson could finally reach his potential with one of the strongest arms in NFL history. And Johnson's ascension into Megatron status had truly begun. Despite Johnson's great 2010 season and the potential of a healthy Stafford, expectations were minimal. This was still a Lions franchise that was just a few years removed from a winless season. But Detroit quickly put the NFL world on notice. Megatron exploded into the season for the Lions as they won their opener against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, going off for 88 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns. That was just the first taste of how untouchable Johnson could be. Over the first 4 games of the season, Johnson caught 2 touchdown passes in each game. Even when his total yards would dip, Like his 3 catches for 27 yards in the Week 2 win over the Kansas City Chiefs, he still brought in 2 scores.
His second straight 2-touchdown game. He's got 4 TDs.
In the red zone, just throw it up to Calvin and let him eat. The Lions were 5-0 after 5 games, but Megatron's numbers were even more impressive than the win streak. Johnson had racked up 451 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns, the kind of stats that an average NFL receiver would be pleased with for his entire season. After a booming start, Detroit and Johnson went 2-5 over their next 7 contests. But Johnson was still performing at an elite level, averaging over 91 yards per game and adding another 3 touchdowns. Detroit wasn't living or dying by Megatron, he was just producing, regardless, like he had done his entire career. Johnson continued to be a dominant presence on the field as Detroit turned their season back around to finish with a 10-6 record. And when looking at the most unguardable stretch of his career, it starts at the end of the 2011 season. In Week 15, Johnson did something exceedingly rare, crossing the 200-yard mark for a receiver, with 214 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns on 9 receptions. Only a small percentage of receivers have reached that total, and only a fraction of those receivers have done it multiple times. So, because one time wasn't enough, Megatron did it again in Week 17 with a monstrous regular season finale with 244 receiving yards and a touchdown. Then Johnson made his postseason debut the following week against the New Orleans Saints by putting up another breathtaking performance with 211 receiving yards and 2 touchdowns in a 45-28 loss. For starters, that is the 7th most receiving yards in a playoff game ever, and Megatron did it in his first playoff game. Plus, he caught over 200 receiving yards 3 times in a 4-game stretch. He finished the season with 1,681 receiving yards and 16 touchdowns. And any NFL fan that wasn't aware of Johnson's ability had no choice but to respect how incredible he was now, as he was named a first-team All-Pro for the first time, in addition to making the Pro Bowl. Johnson's 2011 season was one for the ages, and it's almost too bad that it was immediately overshadowed by his even more memorable record-breaking season in 2012. Now that NFL defenses knew how good Johnson was, opposing coordinators and coaches did everything they could to stop him, but Johnson was a man on a mission, and Megatron proved that in Week 1, picking up right where he left off with 111 receiving yards against the St. Louis Rams. However, the first half of Johnson's season was not the memorable part of his 2012 campaign. It was still impressive because the Lions legend went over the 100-yard mark 3 times in 7 games, but a lot of great receivers can put up those numbers, and Megatron was not just another great receiver. He was different, and those who didn't know that found out starting in Week 9. What followed was something the NFL had literally never seen. 8 straight games with 100-plus receiving yards. It was a new league record, and one that still stands. Johnson rattled off game after game of being simply unguardable, setting a record-breaking pace along the way. Over those 8 games, Johnson racked up 1,254 receiving yards and added 4 touchdowns. Essentially, Megatron put up all-pro numbers in the span of a half season. And what's possibly the most wild about that run is how bad the Lions were. Detroit went 1-7 in that span and would end up losing their final 8 games of the season, on their way to a 4-12 record. Entering the final 2 games of the season, Megatron was sitting at 1,667 receiving yards. Hall of Famer Jerry Rice's seemingly untouchable single-season receiving yards record, 1,841, was in reach, and Johnson had 2 weeks to reach it. Johnson exploded in Week 16, totaling 225 receiving yards in a monstrous performance.
Megatron into the record books, the single-season all-time NFL receiving yardage record.
Now, a new goal appeared. 2,000 receiving yards, a total that no NFL receiver had ever reached, and Johnson came incredibly close.
Stafford to Calvin Johnson, 90 yards away from 2,000 now.
The Detroit icon could only catch 5 passes for 72 yards. It wasn't due to a lack of trying, though, as Stafford threw 14 passes at Johnson, but just could not get on target.
We can't catch a break, dog.
The Lions lost a tight 26-24 game to the Chicago Bears for their 8th straight loss, only rubbing more salt in the wound. But there was no question about Megatron's season. It was the most incredible single-season receiving performance in NFL history. He totaled 1,964 receiving yards, an NFL record that still stands today. He was also named a first-team All-Pro for the 2nd straight season. And while 2012 was the best season of Johnson's career, his greatest game actually came the following year. By 2013, Megatron putting up well over 1,000 receiving yards each season had become normalized. But what wasn't normal was totaling over 300 yards in a single game. In a 31-30 barn burner win over the Dallas Cowboys, Johnson caught a staggering 14 passes for 329 yards and a touchdown. The performance ranks as the 2nd all-time in terms of total receiving yards in a game, and Megatron would not stop there, because in 2013, he put up 1,492 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns in just 14 games. It was the 3rd consecutive year he averaged over 100 yards per game, and his 3rd straight season as a first-team All-Pro, one of the most dominant 3-year stretches the NFL has ever seen. The following season, in 2014, he only played in 13 games, but still put up 1,077 receiving yards. Then, coming into 2015, fans would have never expected that Johnson was approaching the end of his career. He was not far removed from his record-breaking years, and he was still consistently going over the 1,000-yard mark. Even in 2015, Johnson totaled 1,214 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns, but he had reached his limit. After setting countless franchise and league records, on March 8, 2016, Megatron officially announced that he would be hanging it up after 9 NFL seasons. Despite only missing 8 games in his entire career, the physical toll the game took on his body had become too much. Johnson later stated that the team refused to trade him, and their inability to compete for a championship also played into his decision. Johnson played in just 2 playoff games in his 9-year career. But even without a team around him, Megatron always found a way to ball out. And because of this, in his first year of eligibility, Johnson was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, immortalized as the most unguardable player the league has ever seen. And if you want more of the greatest NFL stories, click this video right here and subscribe to Blitz so you never miss a video again. Odell Beckham Jr. defined the word superstar in the NFL. His highlight reel plays and magnetic personality skyrocketed him to becoming one of the most famous players in NFL history. In his prime, he wasn't just on track to be one of the greatest wide receivers ever. He changed the way the position was played. But to really understand Beckham's legacy, you have to go back to the Bayou. Because before he ever made it to the NFL, Beckham was already a Louisiana legend. Born in New Orleans, OBJ attended Isidore Newman High School, where he was a 3-sport athlete, but the gridiron was where he thrived. He played 4 different positions, but it was clear after 19 touchdown catches as a senior that wide receiver was where he was best. And despite having offers from many top programs, everyone knew where OBJ was going. He was going where his dad played running back, where his mom was a track star, and where his godfather Shaq dominated on the hardwood. He was going to LSU. OBJ spent 3 years in Baton Rouge, where he got better every season, culminating in a 1,152-yard, 8-touchdown junior campaign. It was the kind of season NFL scouts couldn't ignore. His elite hands and playmaking ability after the catch was a nightmare for opposing defenses. He was a threat to take it the distance every play. So it was no surprise that Beckham didn't have to wait long to hear his name called on draft night, as the New York Giants selected him 12th overall.
With the 12th pick in the 2014 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Odell Beckham.
That being said, Beckham's NFL career didn't exactly start the way he wanted. Giants fans had to wait to see their new star rookie, with OBJ missing the first 4 games of the 2014 season due to injury. Expectations were already high for Beckham, but his delayed debut only increased the pressure to perform. Looking back, it only makes what he did that first year even more impressive. In just 12 games, Beckham caught 91 passes for 1,305 receiving yards and 12 touchdowns. That's a landmark season season for any receiver, much less a rookie who missed 4 games. To no surprise, OBJ was named the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Year. And despite all the love he received, he may have even deserved more praise. If Beckham played all 16 games and produced at the same rate, he would have ended with 1,740 receiving yards and 16 touchdowns. That's not just the elite, those are history-making numbers. And while OBJ's numbers alone were insane, the way he was getting them is what launched him into superstar status. He made highlight plays every week. But there was one catch that shook the landscape of the league forever. In a Week 11 Monday night matchup with the Dallas Cowboys, Beckham pulled down what can only be described as one of the greatest catches of all time. At the start of the second quarter, Beckham defied the laws of physics with a 57-yard touchdown grab. Despite Cowboys corner Brandon Carr desperately pulling his jersey, Beckham somehow twisted his body while reaching for the ball with one hand. The freeze frame tells the story. Beckham is reaching so far backwards that it looks like he's going to break his back. To get to that point and then hold on into the end zone still doesn't make sense.
That one is right there with anything I've ever seen, so that was pretty impressive.
NBC analyst Chris Collinsworth referred to the move as,
"You have to be kidding me. That is impossible."
And the NFL quickly crowned it as the catch of the year, before later naming it as the 16th greatest play in NFL history. Next thing you know, OBJ is a viral superstar.
When I woke up and for the next following week, I just watched my entire life just change.
As if he already wasn't marketable enough, this catch made him one of the faces of the league as just a rookie. Kids were now dyeing their hair blonde, and instead of mossing one another, all anyone wanted to do was make one-handed catches.
I had the parents coming up to me like, man, all my son's trying to do is catch with one hand now. And I remember having to tell kids, keep practicing with 2 hands first.
Even Beckham described it as a life-changing moment.
Changed my life forever. It is a moment that happened, and it was a good moment for me.
At least for that moment, the bright lights of the Big Apple suited Beckham perfectly. However, a new challenge awaited as he headed into his second season. You see, in 2015, OBJ had to back up the hype. Playing at a place like New York comes with more attention and expectation. All eyes were on Beckham, and that's exactly how he wanted it, because he was ready to put on a show. Over the course of his second season, OBJ went for 100 receiving yards or more in 8 different games. Averaging 15.1 yards per catch, he bettered his rookie season yards total with a whopping 1,450 receiving yards. He also bested his touchdown mark from the previous season, scoring 13 times in 10 different games. OBJ wasn't a player who preyed on just a few teams per year. He was terrorizing almost every defense he faced. Beckham didn't even play the full season, but in this case, it was an injury that made him miss time. He was always a passionate player, and that spilled over on the field sometimes, for better or worse. During the Giants' Week 15 loss to the Carolina Panthers, Josh Norman managed to get in his head, and Beckham was flagged for personal fouls 3 separate times before being suspended 1 game by the NFL. Besides his temperament, the other rising issue is that the Giants just flat out stunk. New York had gone 6-10 in back-to-back seasons, despite having one of the most electrifying players in the game. Something had to change, which is why New York fired 2-time Super Bowl winning coach Tom Coughlin and tabbed Ben McAdoo as his replacement. And initially in 2016, it seemed like the perfect move. Beckham played his first full season that year, starting all 16 games and putting up another top-tier campaign. Beckham set a career best in receptions with 101 catches, going for 1,367 receiving yards and 10 touchdowns in the process. And the stats don't do justice for just how good OBJ was. He carried the Giants' offense that season, like in Week 6 against the Ravens when he had 222 yards and 2 touchdowns, including a game-winning slant he took to the house. Or in Week 14 against the division-leading Cowboys, where he took another slant over 60 yards for the win. His home run hitter ability was on full display that season. It seemed like every game it was just a matter of time before he broke off another massive play. And even better, the Giants were winning. New York went 11-5, reaching the playoffs for the first time since 2011. This is what NFL fans everywhere were waiting for: Odell Beckham Jr. in the playoffs. Under the brightest lights is when he always played his best, so what better place to shine than the postseason? But leading up to their wild-card matchup with the Packers, Beckham and the Giants were in the news for a completely different reason. OBJ and the rest of the Giants receiving corps flew down to Miami for New Year's Eve a week prior to their postseason game, and while there, they went on a boat trip, which produced an infamous photo. NFL fans and media hounded the Giants, primarily Beckham, since he was the face of the team, saying they weren't focused and they shouldn't be partying the week of a playoff game, which created a huge distraction for the team. Beating the Packers in the NFC wildcard round was the only way to fix the problem, but that didn't happen. Beckham's first ever playoff game was a complete dud. OBJ dropped several passes despite being targeted 11 times. By the final whistle, Green Bay won 38-13, and New York's star receiver had just 4 catches for 28 yards. Naturally, the roasting only intensified. Even Joe Buck spoke on the issue during the broadcast. Fair or not, when you do that, you're going to put a spotlight and a target right on your back and say, "Look at me." Now, when the team needs you, he's got to step up. Beckham was a wreck. While he's best known for his confidence on the field, the loss clearly got to him as he was seen crying after the game.
It's unfortunate. That's just the way this world is, and there's just no way you could connect something that happened 7 days ago to this game.
Years later, OBJ would call the photo and embarrassing performance the biggest regret of his career.
And my biggest regret about all that is that that incident allowed that to happen. Not that I went and had a good time on New Year's, is that I put myself in a situation where this story could be used to create a distraction from what's really going on.
Beckham had reached a new low in his career, and unfortunately for him, the rest of the year would only pile on the misery. OBJ needed to rebound from the embarrassment of the Packers' loss. His name generated clicks, so seemingly every fan and media member had something to say about him. Not to mention, he was entering a contract year. Millions of dollars and the respect of the NFL was on the line. Beckham started the season injured, disrupting his campaign right away. After missing Week 1, OBJ seemed to be back at his best in Week 3, after racking up 79 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Eagles. But after another 97 yards and a score against the Chargers in Week 5, disaster hit. Beckham went down in obvious pain, reaching for his left ankle. After an update from the Giants' team doctors, it turned out he had suffered an ankle fracture. Beckham's season was over. In what may have been the most important season of his career, he was only able to make 4 appearances. Beckham spent the offseason recovering, but rather than let him play on the 5th-year option of his contract, the Giants decided it was best to pay him. New York handed him a 5-year, $95 million contract, which at the time was the biggest wide receiver contract in the history of the league. Beckham had received his big contract, but now he had even more to prove. After the disaster that was the past year, OBJ was entering 2018 with even more pressure than ever. And for the majority of the year, he was as impressive as ever. Through the first 12 games, Beckham had caught 77 passes for 1,052 yards and 6 touchdowns. But once again, injury issues continued to get in his way. In Week 13, he suffered a quad injury and initially played through it. That ended up being a critical mistake, as he then had to miss the final 4 games of the year. It was clear that Beckham was still a dominant player in his prime, but the frequent injuries were taking away his best years and creating issues within the Giants organization. So, when the opportunity arrived, New York made one of the most head-scratching moves of the decade. On March 13, 2019, the Giants shocked the NFL world by trading OBJ to the Cleveland Browns.
Still, there was a widespread disbelief that the Giants would ultimately do it.
It was definitely a shock. I think I've come to grips with everything and processed everything, but I'm very thankful for the opportunity.
It's almost unheard of to trade a player less than a year after handing him a record-breaking contract. But Cleveland was willing to give up a haul for the receiver. The Browns traded their starting safety, Jabril Peppers, their starting guard, Kevin Zeitler, as well as their 1st and 3rd round picks in that year's draft. After the move, one thing was certain. Beckham was not happy. In fact, OBJ later described the move as the Giants trying to kill his career.
I feel like the Giants sent me off. I've said it before, sent me off to Cleveland to die. You know, I could have went to the 49ers. I could have went to the Patriots. I could have went to teams that had, a chance to be great, and that's not what their desire was.
But in Cleveland, Beckham had new motivation: make the Giants regret that trade. After 7 catches and 71 yards in Week 1, OBJ exploded in Week 2 with 6 catches for 161 yards and a TD. If Browns fans needed proof that Beckham could break a game wide open, the 23-3 win over the Jets provided plenty of evidence. While the Browns were the definition of mediocre, Beckham ended the year with 74 catches for 1,035 yards and 4 touchdowns. While not his best year by any metric, OBJ had crossed the 1,000-yard mark for the 5th time in 6 seasons. Cleveland may not have been his ideal landing spot, but year 1 was encouraging. He had new momentum going into 2020 and was still in his athletic prime. Through 4 games of that season, Beckham was balling. He had totaled 236 yards and scored 3 touchdowns, but it was too good to last. In the first quarter of the Browns' Week 7 clash with the Bengals, Beckham went down with an injury once again. Cleveland later announced that OBJ had suffered an ACL tear and would miss the remainder of the season. season. Beckham had come back from injuries before, but ACL tears can forever damage a player's mobility. There was no certainty that Beckham would be the same player coming out the other side of physical rehab. And while his injury was a major problem, the bigger issue was the deteriorating relationship between Beckham and the Browns. Beckham did recover and was able to hit the field by week 3 of the 2021 season, but the tension was clear. It got so bad that Beckham's father publicly criticized Cleveland and starting QB Baker Mayfield for how they were utilizing his son's talents. And after a massive uproar by Browns fans on social media, the Browns told Beckham to stay away from practice for a couple of days. Shortly after, Cleveland released Beckham. There was no chance of a trade due to the trade deadline having already passed, so the only way to end the relationship was to cut him. For the first time in his career, OBJ was a free agent. That's where the Los Angeles Rams come in. The Rams had built a Super Bowl caliber roster, but needed another weapon for QB Matt Stafford. Like a mercenary, OBJ was signed to an incentive-heavy contract with the goal of winning a championship. In 7 regular season appearances, Beckham caught 27 passes for 305 yards and 5 touchdowns. He wasn't producing at his previously elite rate, but he was scoring, and the Rams were winning. After Los Angeles finished with a 12-5 record, Beckham was back in the playoffs for just the second time in his career. This time, he made it count. Over the Rams' 4 playoff games, Beckham was a huge factor, with 21 catches for 288 yards and 2 touchdowns. Los Angeles made a run through the NFC, eventually setting up a Super Bowl 56 clash with the Bengals. Beckham opened the scoring with a 17-yard touchdown and was creating all kinds of problems for the Bengals defense. In the biggest game of his career, he was showing out. But once again, his body let him down. Beckham suffered another ACL tear in the second quarter of the game. He was on pace to win the Super Bowl MVP. It was as brutal as injury timing gets. Fortunately for OBJ, the Rams held on for a 23-20 win. He was a Super Bowl champ, but the cost of a ring was his own body. Following the Super Bowl win, Beckham took a year off to recover, then joined the Ravens for the 2023 season. While he was still a valuable contributor, it was clear that he was far removed from his days as an elite receiver. But we'll never forget the one-handed snags, the slants taken for touchdowns, and the many touchdown dances that inspired a generation. For more of the best NFL content on YouTube, stick with Blitz and check out some of our other videos. Prime Derrick Rose was the most athletic point guard we've ever seen.
What?
Too strong for most point guards with a mind-blowing first step, D-Rose was able to explode and fly in the air like he had springs in his legs, bending the laws of physics night after night. For 3.5 years, he was the most electrifying player in the NBA, serving some of the most disrespectful dunks we've ever seen. And then, in the first game of the 2012 playoffs, Rose fell to the floor of the United Center, holding onto his knee, his face twisted in agony. Derrick Rose, as we knew him, was over. Not officially over, as Derrick Rose played for 12 more years, with some legendary moments, like the playoff game winner against Cleveland, or the 50 points he scored for the Timberwolves. But Derrick Rose, as we originally knew him, ceased to exist that fateful night in 2012. His story remains one of the biggest what-ifs in NBA history. Because if Derrick Rose had remained healthy, he probably would have been one of the top 5 point guards of all time. In 2008, the Chicago Bulls had only a 1.7% chance of getting the #1 pick.
The #1 pick in the 2008 NBA draft will be made by the Chicago Bulls.
But the luck of the lottery smiled upon them, and they got the chance to draft their hometown hero. Born in the south side of Chicago, one of the most dangerous and crime-infested places on the planet, Derrick Rose had a tough childhood. Rose grew up in a 5-bedroom house with a single mom and 3 brothers, but up to 13 people would live in the house at one time. His 2 older brothers were drug dealers, like a lot of other young kids in his neighborhood. But Derrick didn't want that life. His drug of choice was basketball, and he spent most of his time playing ball at Murray Park, also known as Murder Park, due to the number of killings that had happened there. And even though he was surrounded by guns and narcotics, Derrick was protected, and the neighborhood gangs never gave him trouble, partly because they were scared of his mother, Brenda, who protected Derrick like an angry wolf would protect a cub, and partly because he was a local celebrity. From an early age, everybody knew Rose was special and had a chance to make it out of the hood. I was the best kid in my neighborhood at a young age. My whole life, I was always the one everyone was talking about. I've never really wanted the attention, but it has always been there. As a high school junior, Rose led his high school Simeon Career Academy to a state title with a buzzer-beating jumper in the finals.
He's going one-on-one. The loft, the score! Derrick Rose with the bucket.
In his senior season, Simeon won the title again, with Rose averaging 25 points, 9 assists, 9 rebounds, and 3.5 steals. And Derek finished his high school career with a record of 120 and 12. He was wanted by several major programs, but he chose the University of Memphis because of Coach Calipari, and because he believed they would prepare him best for the NBA, which was the only thing on his mind since he was 12. With Rose on the team, the Memphis Tigers started the season with 26 consecutive wins, finishing the regular season with a 33-1 record, and were the #1 ranked team in the country. Rose led the Tigers to the Final Four.
It's UCLA taking on Memphis, 2 #1 seeds. It's really a matchup between the point guards of Derrick Rose and Darren Collison,
where he scored 25 points and 9 rebounds to lead the Tigers to an 85-67 win over UCLA. In the national championship game, Rose scored 17 points, along with 6 rebounds and 7 assists, but Memphis lost the game in overtime. Despite missing out on the championship, Rose's talent and winning pedigree were undeniable, as he won 92% of games in high school and college.
This the state championship trophy that we won last year, and these are some of the fellas that helped get this trophy.
Due to a controversy over Rose's SAT test, which he probably didn't take at all and had someone else take the SATs for him, the entire Memphis 08 season was deleted from the NCAA record books.
The SAT board themselves, they do an independent investigation. They conclude that the handwriting on the SAT does not match up with Derrick Rose.
Still, despite the controversy, all the NBA teams loved Rose's game and his potential. However, before the 2008 draft, there was a huge debate on who was a better prospect, Rose or Michael Beasley.
I see Rose and Beasley. Why are these two players creating so much buzz?
We know who the first 2 picks are going to be. We're not sure exactly what order. The decision is going to be between Derrick Rose and Michael Beasley.
But the Bulls believed in their hometown point guard, selecting him with the first overall pick.
The Chicago Bulls select Derrick Rose from the University of Memphis.
As Rose became just the 5th point guard in history to be selected first overall. And after the first month of the season, it was clear that Chicago made the right choice. The pressure of being the first overall pick meant nothing to Rose, who came out of the gate fearless and ready to dominate. No point guard in the league could match his speed. And when given an inch of space, Derrick would explode to the cup for a thunderous dunk. And even if the lane was closed, Rose still found a way to finish through contact with an unreal ability to contort his body in midair, moving past, over, and sometimes under defenders. It was something cultivated on the concrete playgrounds of Murray Park, where there were no referees and guys trying to take his head off to stop him from scoring. When we used to play in the park, there were no fouls. That's why I shoot the crazy shots I do, because I knew I was going to get fouled, but I still got to make the shot. Averaging 16.8 points, 6.3 assists, and 3.9 rebounds, Rose propelled a mediocre Bulls team to the NBA playoffs, almost unanimously winning the Rookie of the Year award. And in the opening round of the playoffs against the Boston Celtics and their Big Three, Rose immediately proved he was not afraid of the moment. In Game 1, he scored 36 points, which tied Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most points for a rookie in their playoff debut. Although the Celtics had been the best team in the NBA and would go on to win the title that year, Rose and the Bulls pushed them to 7 games, in arguably the most electrifying series of the playoffs. Rose improved his numbers from the regular season, averaging 20, 6, and 6 on 49% shooting. But it wasn't about the numbers with Derrick. What Rose showed as a rookie was resilience and fearlessness with each drive to the basket, something that was ingrained in his character and something that was reminiscent of the best days of Allen Iverson. You could foul him hard and put his butt on the floor 100 times, but he would get up 101 times, dust himself off, and keep attacking. And this kind of bravery and mental fortitude propelled him into superstardom. And when the 2010 season started, Rose took the reins and became clear leader of the Bulls, giving Chicago a taste of excellence and hope that they hadn't felt since Michael Jordan. Even though he was an introvert who didn't speak much, Rose spoke through his actions, leading by example, and his fighting, never-back-down spirit permeated through the entire team. Rose made his first All-Star team with averages of 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists assists per game, leading the Bulls to the playoffs again. However, in the first round of the playoffs, LeBron's Cavs proved too strong, winning the series in 5 games. Still, Rose shined, once again proving that he was one of those players who only got better in the playoffs, averaging 27 points, 3 rebounds, and 7 assists per game. And for the 2011 season, the Bulls fired Vinny Del Negro and appointed Tom Thibodeau as head coach.
We're excited to have him as the leader of our basketball team and want to welcome Tom.
Whose hard-nosed defensive style went hand in hand with the mentality of the Bulls' core players, in Rose, Joakim Noah, and Luol Deng. Chicago's defense improved from 11th in the NBA to number 1, and their offense went from 27th to 11th, with the second-best net rating in the league. On a defensive-minded team, D. Rose carried the offense on his back, with 25 points and 7.7 assists per game, fully establishing himself as the most entertaining player in the league. He was splitting double teams like they weren't even there, jumping over defenders like they were middle schoolers. He was always in attack mode, colliding into the heart of the defense like a human version of a warhammer. Rose was the perfect representative of his era, an isolation scorer who creates for others by creating advantages one-on-one, and a guy who can win any game by himself. He had his flaws, and the lack of a dependable jump shot was his primary one, which was represented by 44% shooting. But still, with his relentless drives to the basket, Rose was bending defenses and creating so much pressure, becoming only the 3rd player since the 1973 NBA season to record 2,000 points and 600 assists in a single season. Rose led the Bulls to 62 wins in the regular season, their most since 1998, securing the best record in the NBA. D. Rose received 113 out of 120 first-place votes for MVP, and at 22 years and 6 months old, he became the youngest MVP in NBA history. When the playoffs came around, Rose's numbers rose once again. He averaged 27 points and 7 assists in the first round against the Pacers, and in the second round against the Hawks, he was even better, with 30 points and 10 assists on average. Then, the Eastern Conference Finals offered a long-awaited clash between the 2 best teams in the East, the Bulls and the Miami Heat, who had their newly assembled Big Three, led by the biggest villain in the NBA at the time, LeBron James. Despite the Bulls having the best record in the league, Miami was favored in the series.
Chicago's going to have a tough time scoring in this series. You know, I think Miami's probably set up a little bit more with the Big Three.
Rose and the Bulls stomped them in Game 1, winning by 21 points, fueled by 28 and 6 from D. Rose. However, for the rest of the series, Miami's coach Erik Spoelstra made the smart adjustment of having LeBron James guard Rose in the 4th quarter, as he was the only player strong and fast enough to slow down the MVP. Chicago averaged just 14 points in the 4th quarter of the next 4 games, and Miami won each one, as the rest of the Bulls struggled to score without the usual offensive output from Rose. Derek still averaged 23 points and 6 assists in the series, but he shot just 35% from the field. And even though the games were closer than a 4-1 score would suggest, Miami deservedly won the series and advanced to the NBA Finals. Those first few years, he was just amazing. That MVP year, literally our whole game plan was trying to figure out how to slow him down, like the entire game plan.
The NBA's collective bargaining agreement expires midnight Thursday, and if there's no deal by then, well, the owners could impose a lockout.
The next NBA season was put on hold due to a lockout, with the season finally kicking off on Christmas Day. And the Bulls opened the year in the Staples Center against Kobe and the Lakers. With the score 87-86 in the Lakers' favor and 15 seconds to go, the Bulls secured the final possession. Everybody knew who was getting the ball.
The Bulls with a chance to win here on Christmas Day. Rose left, throws in the lane. Rose, good! Derrick Rose!
If you watched that game in real time, you had a sense of security that D. Rose would make the right play and win the game for Chicago. That was the aura of Derrick Rose at the time, as he was the superstar Chicago had been missing for over a decade. And even though nobody was saying that he was on Jordan's level, his play and mentality made Chicago hopeful, believing he was the chosen one, a superstar from the city that would carry them to their next championship. However, Rose's 2012 season was marked by minor injuries, as he played in only 60% of games, with his numbers decreasing across the board. But despite Rose missing nearly half the season, Chicago still secured the #1 seed in the East, and everybody was ready for another clash between the Bulls and the Heat. But that never happened. In Game 1 of the Bulls' first-round matchup with the Sixers, they were up by double digits with a minute and a half remaining. But Coach Thibodeau was notorious for playing his starters 40-plus minutes per game, so Rose was still in the game even though the win was secure. Then, as he was making another drive to the basket, Rose landed awkwardly and crumpled to the floor, holding his left knee. His ACL was gone, and so was his career as we knew it.
Derrick Rose had a torn ACL suffered in Game 1 of the Bulls' first-round playoff series against the Sixers.
He missed the entire 2013 NBA season, and when he returned in 2014, he wasn't the same Derrick Rose. He played gingerly, not fully trusting his surgically repaired knee, without the same burst of speed and athleticism that used to leave defenders in the dust. And then, 10 games later, another disaster. The meniscus in his other knee gave out, and one more season went down the drain. After 2 seasons of suffering and rehabilitation, Derrick finally returned for the 2014-2015 season, but he was a shadow of his former self, averaging 16 points on a horrible 35% shooting. On January 28th, Rose scored a step-back jumper with 7 seconds on the clock to give the Bulls a 113-111 overtime win over the Golden State Warriors. Then, 2 weeks later, the NBA world got the news which made everyone's heart sink. Derrick Rose injured his knee again with another meniscus tear.
Derrick Rose reported with right knee pain today. An exam and subsequent MRI confirmed a medial meniscus tear of the right knee.
Slowly but surely, Rose became synonymous with knee injuries instead of high-flying dunks. But there was hope on the horizon, because this time he was ruled out of play for only 6 weeks and was set to return before the playoffs. On April 18, 2015, Rose played in his first playoff game since that ill-fated Game 1 of the 2012 playoffs, scoring 23 points and 7 assists on 9 of 16 shooting against the Bucks.
Tonight in Milwaukee, the Bulls try to put a stranglehold on this best-of-7 first-round series.
In Game 3 of the series, Derrick had another vintage performance, finishing with 34 points and 8 assists in a tight 113-106 overtime win. The Bulls defeated Milwaukee in 6 games, with 19 points and 6 assists per game from Rose, who was like a wounded tiger. Clearly not at 100%, still dangerous and ready for the kill if he gets close enough to his prey. And that's exactly what he did in Game 3 of the second round against LeBron and the Cavs. With the game tied at 96 and 3 seconds left, Derrick was given the opportunity to take the final shot, once again displaying his killer instinct. Rose led the Bulls to victory with 30 points and 7 assists. And in Game 4, he was even better, finishing with 31 points. But his great game was spoiled by another game-winning buzzer beater.
It's gone! LeBron James at the buzzer!
King James proved to be too much for the Bulls to handle, as he led the Cavs to a 4-2 series victory. But Rose didn't disappoint, averaging 22 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists across 6 games. And the story continued throughout the 2016 season. Rose was finally healthy, appearing in 66 games. And he had flashes of brilliance, like his fourth-quarter takeover against the Thunder, or 30 points against the Knicks in the Garden. However, his great games were too far apart, and they didn't happen night after night like they used to. It was starting to get painfully obvious that the Derrick Rose of old wasn't going to show up. The former MVP was now 27 years old and was supposed to be in his prime, but instead, he only averaged 16 points and 5 assists on 43% shooting, far from superstar level. And even though they had quality players like Jimmy Butler, Pau Gasol, and Nikola Mirotic, the Bulls finished the season with a 42-40 record, which wasn't good enough to make the playoffs. And then, a shock. The Bulls management decided to trade their hometown hero to New York, giving up on the dream of Rose leading them to the promised land.
Everything plays out. And it's been once in my life, period. It'll always be twists and turns like this.
In hindsight, it was a logical move to trade the most expensive player on the roster who wasn't performing like he used to. But at that moment, the trade sent shockwaves throughout the NBA, and it was another reminder that Rose wasn't the same player anymore. However, with the Knicks, Rose had a revitalizing season. It wasn't the old above-the-rim Derrick Rose, but he wasn't trying to be that anymore. Instead of dunks, he used what he had left, and that was speed and craftiness around the basket. Even though he wasn't jumping over defenders, he was still quick enough to go around them and create shots with his handle. Rose played 64 games for the Knicks in the 2017 season, averaging 18 points and 4.5 assists on a very respectable 47% shooting. However, just when his career started started to have an upward trajectory, another injury brought him down. It was another meniscus tear and a fourth knee surgery in a span of 6 years.
I know he's kind of low in spirit, but we'll support him the best we can as teammates, and hopefully he can be back to 100%.
To make matters worse, it was a contract year for Rose. So rather than getting a solid new deal, he was forced to sign a minimum contract with the Cavaliers. But as always, he got injured again after just 16 games with Cleveland, causing him to step away from the team and seriously ponder retirement.
I'm not trying to be a distraction to the team or anything like that. I'm here to be a professional about any situation I get put into and to own up to it and be a man about it.
Developing story into Sports Center, Cavaliers guard Derrick Rose has reportedly left the team, and according to our insider Adrian Wojnarowski and Cavs reporter Dave McMenamin, Rose is unsure about his future in the NBA.
And yet, despite all the bad luck, pain, and suffering, Rose was a fighter. He was still that kid from Murray Park who became the #1 pick and the MVP. After getting traded by the Cavs and waived by the Jazz, D. Rose signed with the Timberwolves, where he reunited with Coach Thibodeau and resurrected his career. In the 8th game of the 2019 season, just 6 months after he considered retirement, Rose had arguably the greatest game of his career against the Jazz, erupting for a career-high 50 points on 19 for 31 shooting, with 6 assists and securing the victory with a block on Utah's final shot as time expired. Even without the vertical athleticism, Rose reminded the world what could have been. And after the game, he gave one of the most emotional interviews in NBA history.
We got a young group. My job is to come in, be the veteran, help guys out, lead by example. You see me talking. It's the most I ever talked to my teammates in my whole career. So it means a lot.
Coach Thibodeau said that Rose had the character, the humility, and the courage.
He's probably maybe one of the most mentally tough people that I've ever come across.
In the 2019 season, Rose shot 48% from the field and a career-high 37% for three, averaging 18 points off the bench and receiving strong consideration for the 6th Man of the Year. Then in 2020, Rose signed with the Pistons, where he once again had a career year in terms of efficiency, averaging 18 points and 5.6 assists. Next season, he got traded to New York for his 2nd stint with the Knicks, and he was again excellent in his role, finishing 3rd in the voting for 6th Man of the Year. For the next 3 seasons, he remained an efficient role player and mentor for younger guys, ultimately retiring after the 2024 season with the Grizzlies at the age of 35.
Derrick Rose, had he not gotten injured, would have been one of the greatest guards we have ever seen in the history of basketball. And he's a great, great guy. One of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet in your life.
Rose will forever remain one of the biggest what-if stories in NBA history, and probably the biggest in this millennium. Everyone who watched him during his short 4-year peak knows how much basketball lost with his injury, because in Chicago and a lot of other places, Rose was larger than life. He did things in midair that broke the physical laws of accepted human behavior. Watching him play in real life did not serve justice to his extraordinary speed and athleticism, because if you blinked, you could miss him. Rose's brilliance was such that you needed slow motion to fully grasp what the hell even happened. The same way you need slow the frame down to comprehend how a snake bites its prey or a hummingbird flaps its wings. D. Rose was ready to become a legend, but his story was ultimately written with different letters. Every player who won the MVP ended up in the Hall of Fame, and among the 36 players to win the MVP, only Bill Walton has fewer All-Star appearances than Rose. But unlike Walton, who has 2 NBA rings, Rose never enjoyed deep playoff success, as he only won 3 playoff series in his career. And still, despite the shortness of his prime, we have no doubt that he'll eventually get enshrined in the Hall. Rose squeezed up every bit of juice out of his talent, and he excelled as a superstar and later as a role player, always improving his game in the playoffs. Plenty of clutch shots and some of the memorable highlights in NBA history. Thanks for watching, and if you like this video, we have another one for you right here.
Work to do now
I'm Klay Thompson. And I'm Stephen Curry, and we're the Splash Brothers.
13 seasons, 6,228 made three-pointers, 15 All-Star appearances, and 4 NBA championships. Now, it's all over. The best backcourt in NBA history won't play together anymore after setting numerous NBA records that will be almost impossible to beat. This is the story of the Splash Brothers, how good they were actually, and how they changed basketball forever. And the story of Steph Curry and Klay Thompson started almost identically. Steph's father, Dell, played in the NBA for 16 years, while Klay's dad, Michael, had a 13-year career and won 2 championships. Steph's mother, Sonia, was a standout volleyball player at Virginia Tech, just like Klay's mom, Julie, who played volleyball at the University of Portland. Their brothers, Seth Curry and Michael Thompson, also played in the NBA.
You know, having my dad play in the league and watching him do what he did, it just made me want to work harder. When I was 13, I decided I was just going to play only basketball. I got rid of the other sports. Me and my brother would go up to the Air Cannon Center. We'd go up to the practice facility and we'd shoot for the first half, and then we go watch the second half.
And despite being born into athletic families with early access to the NBA, neither Steph nor Klay was highly recruited in high school. Curry was a 3-star recruit and didn't receive offers from major universities, eventually landing at a mid-major basketball program at Davidson College. On the other hand, Klay was a 4-star recruit and had some decent offers, but nobody guaranteed him a starting spot. So, just like Steph, he chose to go to a lesser-known basketball program, joining Washington State. They both spent 3 years in college, and they both left college as their respective schools' all-time leaders in free throw percentage and made three-pointers, as well as single-season leaders in points. The Golden State Warriors drafted Curry 7th overall in 2009, while Klay got drafted 2 years later as the 11th overall pick. And despite their shooting pedigree, nobody could predict what was to come after their first season, especially because Steph and Klay played in just 26 games and didn't start together in any of them. And to top things off, they barely spoke to each other.
I don't think me and Steph said a word to each other the first year, to be honest. Like, Steph only played like 20 games that year. I was riding the bench first 30 games of the year. I'll get in. I was like a shooter off the bench.
But those 26 games were supposed to be the only games that Curry and Thompson played as teammates, and the Splash Brothers could have never become a thing. See, during the 2012 trade deadline, the Warriors had already agreed to trade Steph to Milwaukee. The deal had already gone through, but at the last second, the Bucks doctors informed the team of Curry's ankle problems, believing that he'd have permanent issues. So the Bucks gave up on Curry and ended up taking Monte Ellis instead. Ellis was a fan favorite in Golden State, and the Warriors fans were pissed that the Dubs traded him and not Steph. However, in their first season as a full-time starting backcourt, Curry and Thompson quickly shut down all the critics. In 2012-13, Steph and Klay combined to make 483 three-pointers, which was the most ever by a pair of teammates. Also, Curry set an NBA record with 272 three-pointers in a season, while Thompson added 211, at the time the 22nd best mark in league history. During the season, the Warriors coach Mark Jackson dubbed them
The greatest shooting backcourt that's ever played this game.
which was greeted with a great deal of skepticism, since they hadn't even played a full season together.
The way they practiced, the way they prepared, how serious they took their gift, it was an easy call for me. And to close that statement, after I made the statement, I said it ain't even close. If you don't believe me, call my bluff.
Around that same time, the writer for the Warriors website, Brian Witt, started calling Klay and Steph the Splash Brothers, as a wordplay from baseball players Jose Canseco and Mark McGuire, who were known as the Bash Brothers when they played for the Oakland A's. Soon enough, as the threes continued splashing through the NBA nets, the nickname spread, and the legend of the Splash Brothers was born.
Everything had been building in terms of understanding who we were, what we needed to tweak a little bit to take that next step.
But even more importantly than breaking the three-point record and getting a cool nickname, Steph and Klay pushed the Warriors to the 6th seed in the West, which was the best result for the franchise since 1994. In the first round, Golden State defeated the Nuggets, which was only the second series the Warriors had won since 1991 and the Run TMC era. But in the second round, despite a formidable effort, the Dubs fell to the Spurs 4-2. And then in the 2013-14 season, Steph and Klay continued to improve and shatter three-point records. Curry and Thompson became the first teammates to finish first and second in made three-pointers, breaking their record from the previous season by 1-3. However, despite great expectations, Golden State lost their first-round playoff series to the Clippers in Game 7, after which coach Mark Jackson got fired and was replaced by rookie head coach Steve Kerr.
My whole point was, like, if you fire Coach Jackson, you just got to get the next hire right, because we're in a position now where we can take that next
here.
but you can't mess it up.
During the offseason, the Splash Brothers teamed up for the 2014 World Cup, where they won gold for Team USA. Steph and Klay combined to make more three-pointers than any other duo in the tournament, accounting for 43 of Team USA's 77 threes.
We really didn't get to know each other until about our third year in the league. Our relationship really didn't build till our third year when we played that Team USA, and we finally hung out off the court because we had nothing else to do, so we went and played golf. But that summer of 2014 kind of glued us together, and we just became good friends after that.
But before the 2014-15 season started, the Splash Brothers were nearly separated once again. The Warriors seriously considered trading Thompson for all-star power forward Kevin Love. And if it wasn't for Jerry West, who threatened to leave the team immediately if the Warriors traded Klay, the Dubs would have made the huge mistake.
The people inside know that the trade for Klay and Kevin Love was, I don't want to say imminent, but it was a very real conversation. Look, the amount of threes that Kevin Love shoots is very similar to Klay, and now we have a big that can shoot, and and they like begged him to do not trade Klay, do not.
But because of Jerry's ultimatum and influence with the franchise, Thompson stayed, and the Splash Brothers were saved once again, quickly proving that Jerry West was one of the smartest people in basketball. Because when the season started, Golden State had the best team in the NBA.
You don't see him going in there dunking balls, jumping all over the place. He just plays the game. I mean, he's tremendous. He's going to get better, too, by the way.
The Warriors finished Kerr's first season with a league-best 67-15 record, and by far the best result in franchise history. They led the NBA in pace, assists, three-point percentage, field goal percentage, and defensive rating, and were second in offensive rating, blocks, and threes made. Curry broke his own record for three-pointers made with 286, and Thompson again finished second with 239. Their combined 525 threes surpassed their previous record by 41, and they converted 44% of their threes, an unheard of efficiency for such a high volume.
Bombing away from three like we do kind of flipped the basketball world upside down. I think we're seeing that at all levels of basketball now, which a lot of people say it's ruined the game, but I think it's kind of just been an innovative aspect of the game, to be honest.
This season was the breakout year for the Splash Brothers, marked by many great performances by both players, but none greater than Thompson's game against the Sacramento Kings on January 23, 2015. Klay scored an insane 37 points in the third quarter, going 13 for 13 from the field, including 9 for 9 on three-pointers. Those 9 threes in a quarter were an NBA record that still stands, just like his 37-point total for one quarter. I think that 37-point quarter is still the greatest basketball experience I've ever had in my life. It was like he was in a trance, and we were all there just in the trance together with him. That was an out-of-body experience for everybody who was in the building that night. Steve Kerr. Klay finished with 52 that night, and he and Steph Curry became just the 7th pair of teammates to score 50 in the same season, and the first since 1995. Steph won the 2015 MVP award, and the Splash Brothers were both named to All-NBA teams. It was the first time Warriors teammates were named All-NBA in the same season since Chris Mullin and Tim Hardaway in 1992, and they were the first backcourt teammates to make All-NBA since 1980.
And then the one time in Golden State where you went in between the whole team at the free throw, came out and turnaround shot, and then when Kerr was like, and he made it, it was probably one of the most unbelievable shots being a basketball mind. I was like, these must got next, and it's going to be next for a minute.
Steph and Klay's constant movement in Kerr's motion offense was something we've never seen before from backcourt players, and their pace and shot-making ability often left defenders dumbfounded, as they simply weren't used to running after two guys for an entire offensive possession. On top of offensive firepower, Klay established himself as a top-notch perimeter defender, able to slide his feet and contest shots with his big frame and 6'9" wingspan. However, despite Golden State being a complete team offensively and defensively, with the 7th best net rating in NBA history, many people doubted that they could win the title.
Jumpers, I always said jumpers are like pretty girls. They're really good looking when they going in, but then when you realize that pretty girl is dumb, you're in for a long beat.
And after they won their first round series, the Warriors fell behind 2-1 against the Grizzlies. and it seemed like their fairy tale season would end soon. But then Coach Kerr made an adjustment by closing out the paint and completely ignoring Tony Allen at the three-point line, which made all the difference. As Allen kept missing, the Warriors once again proved the power of the three-pointer and advanced to the conference finals, where they defeated the Rockets 4-1. The Dubs made their first finals since Rick Barry led them to the title in 1975. But still, very few people believed that they could match up with LeBron and the Cavs. But after injuries to Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving, LeBron lacked the firepower to outmuscle the Warriors by himself. After Kerr smartly inserted Andre Iguodala in the starting lineup, it changed the series, and Golden State won the finals in 6 games, with Iguodala as the finals MVP.
It's just a whole nother level of freedom after that. When you got one, like, we can get greedy now.
Curry didn't receive any votes for the finals MVP, as all the votes went to Iguodala and LeBron. And that's kind of a shame, because Steph was the engine of the Warriors, whose shooting and movement created so much space and wreaked havoc on opposing defenses. Not to mention that he also averaged 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists, compared to Iggy's 16, 6, and 4. But even after such a dominant season, the Warriors still had doubters. Many believed their season was a fluke and didn't get the memo that pace and space basketball was the future. So the Warriors just kept chucking threes and running circles around everybody. In 2016, the average team attempted 24 threes per game, while the Warriors led the NBA with 32 three-point attempts. The average pace was 95, while the Warriors had a pace of 99, which meant that in a 48-minute game, they had 4 more possessions than the average team. And the Dubs broke the record for the best offensive rating in NBA history.
We start off 24-0. That part of it alone was like,
sick.
that was...
I forgot about that part.
Yeah, that part was the craziest thing in the world, just because we had OD confidence, we had chemistry, like you said. Let's just go win every single game.
The Warriors entered the All-Star break in 2015-16 with a 48-4 record, the best start in NBA history, and they finished the season with 73 wins and just 9 losses, which surpassed the NBA record of 72-10 set by the 1996 Bulls. Steph repeated as MVP, also becoming the first unanimous MVP in league history. Curry led the NBA in scoring with 30.1 points per game, in steals with 2.1, and in free throw percentage with 91%. His 402 made threes in the season shattered his previous record of 286, and he became the first player to pass 300 threes and then 400 threes in a season. During the season, Steph tied Kobe Bryant and Daniel Marshall's record with 12 threes in a single game, and he also became just the 7th player in history to shoot 50, 40, 90 for the season. Many consider his 2016 campaign as the greatest shooting season in NBA history. Klay made 276 threes himself, and combined, they made 678 shots behind the arc, which is still the record. The Splash Brothers were also the highest scoring duo in the NBA with an average of 52.2 points per game. When the playoffs started, Golden State breezed past the Rockets and the Blazers. But in the conference finals against OKC, they found themselves on the brink of elimination with a 3-1 deficit. The Dubs won the game at home, but in Game 6 in OKC, it seemed like it was all over when the Thunder held an 8-point lead going into the 4th quarter. But then, Game 6 Klay appeared, completely erasing the deficit with an array of improbable threes. Thompson went ballistic, dropping 41 points on 11 for 18 shooting from downtown, and the Warriors escaped with a victory. His 11 threes was an NBA playoff record. In Game 7, the Splash Brothers scored 57 of the Warriors' 96 points, securing another trip to the NBA Finals. The Splash Brothers were the first NBA players to finish with at least 33 pointers in a playoff series, and their 62 combined makes exceeded the Thunder's team total of 55. And against the Cavs in the finals, after 4 games, it seemed like the Dubs had another chip in the bag with a 3-1 series lead. But then, Draymond got suspended for hitting a player in the family jewels, and in Game 5, the Warriors lost center Andrew Bogut. Without their 2 big men, and thanks to 41 from Kyrie and LeBron, the Cavs won Game 5, and then also Game 6 at home. In the deciding Game 7, the Splash Brothers struggled, scoring 14 and 17 points. But thanks to the best game of Draymond Green's career, who shot lights out and scored 32 points, the Dubs were still in play to win it all. But then LeBron's block, Kyrie's shot, and K-Love's stop on Steph helped the Cavs become the first team in NBA history to overcome a 3-1 deficit in the finals.
You know, playoff run, obviously 7-3-9. Then we get into the playoffs, I get hurt, miss like 3 weeks of the playoffs, come back. We get to Western Conference Finals, we're down 3-1. Like, people think our season's over with. Come back. So we were on both sides of a 3-1 situation. And then in the finals, obviously, I think the wheels just fell off. And Kyrie and LeBron played unbelievable. 3 straight games. Like, I don't think people talk about that part of it as much. It's always like, we all sucked. Like, we got beat. Like, we didn't lose, we got beat.
However, this loss proved to be very beneficial for the Warriors because it allowed them to add Kevin Durant.
I don't know. If we win, we might not get Kevin. So, like, it all worked out, but that one hurt.
If Golden State had won, KD likely wouldn't have wanted to join the team that had just won 2 chips without him. But because they lost, it was clear that the Warriors kinda needed him, just like he needed them.
A lot of people enjoyed seeing y'all lose in 2016. And a lot of those people were upset that we were so good, and they're still upset.
And with KD alongside the Splash Brothers, the 2017 Warriors became arguably the best team of all time. They finished the season with 67 wins, had the best offensive rating ever at the time, the 3rd best net rating ever, and led the NBA in points, blocks, steals, assists, and field goal percentage. Curry and Thompson became the first 2 players in NBA history to make at least 200 three-pointers in 5 consecutive seasons. And early in the season against the Pelicans, Steph broke the NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a single game, with 13, shooting 13 for 17 from deep.
Even like my 10 years being here, I feel like I've played for 3 different teams. Team that sucked, to the team trying to figure it out, and to the established team that we got now where we're very confident in who we are and what we all bring to the table. I like this one.
The highlight of Clay's season was on December 5th, when he scored 60 points in 29 minutes, using just 11 dribbles to score his points.
Just one of those days where everything felt great. I mean, 40 in the first half, that's hard to do. But I was getting good looks the whole night. With the gravity that KD and Steph brought to the team, I was getting wide open looks, so.
He became the first player in NBA history to score 60 points in less than 30 minutes of action, and also the first Warrior to score 60 points since Rick Barry did it in 1974. In the playoffs, the Warriors swept all 3 series in the West, with Curry leading the Dubs in scoring in each series. And for the 3rd straight time, Golden State and Cleveland squared off in the finals, in what was arguably the best offensive finals series ever. Golden State convincingly won the first 2 games at home, and just when it looked like the Cavs would win Game 3, KD showed why the Warriors badly needed him.
Durant for 3. It's good! Kevin Durant from downtown, and Golden State takes the lead.
The Cavs managed to avoid getting swept, but with so much offensive firepower and defensive versatility, there was no stopping these Warriors. And the Splash Brothers deservedly celebrated their 2nd championship.
There it is, redemption for Golden State. One of the great playoff runs of all time is complete.
While KD was crowned the Finals MVP, Steph nearly averaged a triple-double in the Finals, and Klay contributed with phenomenal defense and 42% shooting for 3. However, in 2018, the Dubs took their foot off the gas in the regular season. Steph and Klay still averaged their usual numbers, extending their record for consecutive seasons with 200 made three-pointers. But in the playoffs, the Warriors didn't walk over everybody like the previous year, and were on the brink of elimination against the Rockets in the conference finals, trailing 3-2 in the series, and then down double digits at halftime of Game 7. However, thanks to 27 consecutive missed three-pointers by the Rockets, the Dubs escaped with a victory. In the Warriors-Cavs Finals Volume 4, the only competitive game was the first one, when J.R. Smith spoiled LeBron's 49-point game by forgetting the score in the final seconds.
I look at Bron was pointing like this. Oh, what's he pointing at? I look over, oh man. And then after that, it was just like, I know this just happened. Not in the finals.
And after they won Game 1, the Dubs cruised to another title, sweeping the Cavs, with Durant repeating as the Finals MVP. When the 2019 season started, the Warriors continued to tear the competition apart with a 10-1 start. However, Klay Thompson wasn't playing to his usual standards, and over the first 7 games of the season, Thompson shot 5 for 36 from behind the arc and failed to have a single 20-point game. But then, against Chicago, Klay found his shot and got into one of those zones that most players can only dream of. Thompson made 10 threes in the first half, which tied an NBA record. And in the second half, he added 4 more three-pointers, breaking Curry's record for most threes in a game. Klay scored 52 points in 27 minutes, while making 14 of his 24 threes. And for the 7th consecutive season, the Splash Brothers made at least 200 three-pointers. And each time they did it with over 40% shooting from downtown, which is insane. However, Steph and Klay making threes wasn't news anymore, and the Warriors' 2019 season will mostly be remembered by interpersonal problems, highlighted by the KD and Draymond clash in a game against the Clippers.
Communication is key. We didn't show that, and that's what rubbed me the wrong way more than anything.
But despite everything, Golden State was still the heavy favorite to win the title.
That's the hard part. When you're at the top, it's a daily reminder. You have to come in with the right perspective. One person slips or one rumor, narrative cements itself in your head. Like, we were on spotlight all the time.
And then KD got hurt in the second round of the playoffs. Without their best player, the Warriors' season was in jeopardy. But thankfully, the Splash Brothers were still there. Steph and Klay closed out the series with the Rockets with a combined 60 points in the deciding Game 3. And then in the conference finals, they swept the Blazers, combining for 58 points per game, which was more than half of all the Warriors' points. But in the finals against the Raptors, who had a deep team, the Dubs were suddenly lacking firepower. The Splash Brothers were still a handful, but nobody else on the Warriors could provide much scoring, and the Raptors took a 3-1 series lead.
The first 4 games, the Raptors were dominant and lead 3 games to 1. But all of a sudden, Golden State has a new addition. Kevin Durant will play.
But then, KD miraculously returned, despite still nursing a calf injury, and everything was clicking again. And with KD's presence, the Raptors couldn't guard the Splash Brothers with multiple defenders anymore. Then, early in the second quarter, KD fell to the floor with the worst possible outcome, a torn Achilles. The Warriors still won Game 5, but in Game 6, they also lost Klay, who suffered a knee injury that would later be diagnosed as a torn ACL. Being the hothead and competitor that he is, Klay still tried to get back in the game and continue the best shooting series of his career. Because prior to the injury, Thompson averaged 26 points on 54% shooting from the field and an insane 59% for 3. But without 2 of their best 3 players, the Warriors couldn't fend off Kawhi and the Raptors, who won their first NBA championship. And after 5 consecutive finals, a feat that no other franchise accomplished other than the 1960s Celtics, the Warriors had the second worst season in franchise history.
So it's hard to separate yourself and really be okay with, this might not be our year. That's a really hard thing to accept.
Golden State finished with a league worst 15-50 record in the 2019-2020 season. Thompson missed the entire season rehabilitating his injury, and Curry was limited to 5 games all season after breaking his left hand. And just before the start of the 2021 season, Thompson tore his right Achilles tendon while playing a pickup game and was ruled out for a second straight year.
To get that call was a gut punch for sure. A lot of tears, you don't really know what to say because a guy like that having to go through 2 pretty serious rehabs now. But at the end of the day, we have to have his back. We hope that he's around and he's part of what we're going to do this year through his rehab and staying connected with us.
Without his backcourt mate, Curry had the best individual season of his career, playing the best defense of his life, on top of leading the NBA in scoring with 32 points per game and hitting a league-high 337 threes.
It was a special year, all things considered, and a new experience for me. Tried to make the most of it, come back, bottle this up, everybody make the right strides, take advantage of the summer, and you don't want to see us next year.
At the start of the 2022 season, in Madison Square Garden, Steph made his 2,974th career three-pointer to pass Ray Allen and become the NBA's all-time three-point scoring leader.
The all-time three-point king of the NBA!
Curry also won his first MVP at the All-Star Game after scoring 50 points in the game.
52's the record.
2 points shy of the NBA record set by Anthony Davis. But before the All-Star break, a more important thing happened. Klay Thompson finally returned to action after 2.5 years and 941 days since that Game 6 of the 2019 Finals. And while Klay's explosiveness and lateral movement weren't the same as before, he quickly regained his shooting form. finishing the season with averages of 20.4 points per game and 39% efficiency from deep, which was the first time he ever shot below 40% for three.
We all know I can still shoot. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to, move, get off the dribble stuff. Like, yeah, I'm sure that'll come. Last thing that's gonna come is, meeting people at the rim, getting a couple bodies. Like, yeah, don't press yourself. Like, just stay within yourself. Like, it took that man 9 minutes, and he was crossing over, going in the lane. And then when he dunked it, like, I lost it. I was on the bench going nuts, going crazy. He got up, and he was like, oh, I'm back.
Yeah. However, in the playoffs, the Warriors look like their old selves again, defeating the Nuggets, the Grizzlies, and the Mavericks to advance to another NBA Finals. In each of those three series, Steph and Klay led the Warriors in scoring, combining for 46 points per game on average. But in the NBA Finals against the Celtics, things looked bleak for the Warriors, as Boston took a 2-1 lead in the series. Then, in Game 4, Steph played arguably the best game of his career, putting the team on his back and leading the Dubs to victory with 43 points and 10 rebounds.
Step back, three-pointer, bang! Steph Curry drills the
Celtics never recovered from that loss, as Golden State won the next 2 games and their 4th title in the Splash Brothers era, with Curry unanimously winning the Finals MVP. During the Finals, Thompson joined Curry at the top of the all-time playoff leaders in three-pointers, and as of today, they are the only 2 players with more than 500 made threes in the postseason. They are also occupying the number 1 and number 2 spot in three-pointers made in the NBA Finals, and they share a single postseason record with 98 made threes. Combining the playoffs and the regular season, the Splash Brothers have made 7,347 three-pointers, a record that's likely never going to be broken by a pair of teammates. And even though their last 2 seasons have been disappointing for the Warriors, and especially Klay, who struggled in the 2023 playoffs and the 2024 play-in, the legacy of the Splash Brothers can't be tarnished. Even though Klay signed for the Mavs, whatever happens for the rest of their careers, Steph and Klay will always be linked together as the greatest backcourt in NBA history.
I mean, he's been a great teammate for 8 years, even a better friend. You root for guys like Steph because he doesn't take any shortcuts.
Obviously, Klay, he's just so one of a kind, man. Low-key, can blend in with anybody, knows his role, is competitive as hell.
Hopefully, we can go down as one of the greater backcourts to ever play.
Thanks for watching. And if you like this one, subscribe and keep watching nonstop. From 1970 to 2011, the LA Clippers were the laughingstock of the NBA. They made the playoffs just 7 times in 40 years, winning only 2 playoff series, and were by far the worst franchise in the NBA. But then they drafted one of the most athletic power forwards ever and traded for the best point guard in the league, and Lob City was born. However, despite all the highlights and the promise of winning a championship, they failed. So, just how good was Lob City actually? The Clippers finished the 2009 season with just 19 wins and 63 losses, and were tied for the 2nd worst record in the NBA. The Clippers had an 18% chance to get the 1st overall pick, but after years of losing, Lady Luck was finally on their side, and they won the right to pick first in the upcoming 2009 draft.
The number 1 pick in the 2009 NBA draft will be made by the Los Angeles Clippers.
And even though the 2009 draft class was filled with great guards such as Steph Curry, James Harden, DeMar DeRozan, and Drew Holiday, the Clippers' choice was easy.
With the first pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Clippers select Blake Griffin.
Blake Griffin just came off one of the most dominant seasons in NCAA history, where he averaged 22.7 points, 14.4 rebounds, and 2.3 assists per game, breaking a ton of rebounding records. Strong as an ox, with big hands, freakish athleticism, toughness, and an impeccable work ethic, Griffin was out-hustling and out-muscling every opponent that came his way. Even though his offensive game was unpolished, Blake was like a wrecking ball, and he often made other college big men look like little kids, winning all the major awards for Collegiate Player of the Year. Blake immediately proved his class in the NBA Summer League, winning the MVP, but then a disaster. In the final preseason game, Griffin landed awkwardly after a dunk, resulting in a stress fracture of his kneecap. After several weeks of hesitancy, the doctors opted for surgery, and Griffin was ruled out for the season. Without their prized first pick, LA had another losing season, with 29 wins and 53 losses. In the 2010 draft, they had the 8th overall pick, which they used on Al-Farouq Aminu, missing out on Gordon Hayward and Paul George, who got selected 9th and 10th. However, when the 2010 season started, Griffin was finally healthy and quickly showed why he was one of the most talented players to ever suit up for the Clippers. Blake scored 20 points and grabbed 14 rebounds in his NBA debut. And in his 14th career game against the Knicks, he finished with 44 points, 15 rebounds, and 7 assists. That game marked the beginning of a 27-game streak where he finished with a double-double, the longest rookie double-double streak since 1968. Griffin was selected by the coaches for the All-Star game, becoming the first rookie since Tim Duncan with that accomplishment. He also appeared in the slam dunk contest, where he absolutely dominated the competition, highlighted by his dunk over a car. Blake appeared in all 82 games, averaging 22 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 assists, becoming the first rookie to average at least 20 points and 10 rebounds since Elton Brand did it in 2000. Griffin was voted Rookie of the Month in all 6 months of the regular season, and he became just the 3rd player in NBA history to be voted Rookie of the Year unanimously. However, despite all the accolades, the Clippers barely improved, finishing with the 3rd worst record in the conference. But then, in the offseason, after the NBA commissioner famously vetoed Chris Paul's trade to the Lakers, CP3 still ended up in Los Angeles, but with the Clippers. The less successful LA team gave up Eric Gordon, Chris Kaman, Al-Farouq Aminu, and a first-round pick for Paul, which was a worse deal for New Orleans than what the Lakers offered. But still, Chris Paul became a Clipper. And this changed everything. On top of being a point god and an uber-efficient pick-and-roll savant
like
who could find
feet
teammates
catch
with his
the
eyes
ball,
closed,
boy.
CP3 was also the best defensive point guard in the NBA, who led the league in steals 3 times during his 6-year stint with New Orleans. When the 2012 season started, Paul led the Clippers' fast-paced offense. And because he had high-flying finishers at the rim, he often threw spectacular alley-oop dunks to Griffin or DeAndre Jordan, which quickly earned the Clippers a new nickname, Lob City. Both CP and Blake were named to the All-Star team and All-NBA teams, becoming the first Clipper players to be named All-NBA since the franchise moved to Los Angeles in 1984. The Clippers made the playoffs, which was only their 2nd playoff appearance in 15 years, where Paul and Griffin led the team to victory over the hard-nosed, grit-and-grind Memphis Grizzlies. It was just the 3rd series win in franchise history, but immediately in the 2nd round, LA was brought down to earth as they got swept by the Spurs. The season was still viewed as a success, considering the long playoff drought, the fact that the team was newly assembled, and the youth of Blake and Jordan. However, for the 2013 season, the expectations grew, and the Clippers looked the part. They won a franchise record 56 games, which was the first time they ever surpassed 50 wins in a season, with CP and Blake leading the charge, alongside proven vets like Chauncey Billups, Matt Barnes, Caron Butler, and Jamal Crawford. Paul led the NBA in steals and finished 4th in the MVP voting, making first-team All-NBA and All-Defense, while Blake made the All-NBA second team. And the playoffs started well for LA. They won the first 2 games at home against Memphis, and everybody believed they would defeat the Grizzlies again. But then, a collapse. Due to a lack of shooting on the team, especially from Blake, who couldn't buy a bucket outside the paint, the Clippers struggled to score, losing 4 consecutive games, and their season was over. Because of poor rotations, lack of tactical adjustments, and questionable in-game decisions, the Clippers fired coach Vinny Del Negro, who was probably the worst coach in the NBA at the time. And in his place came Doc Rivers, an NBA champion with the 2008 Celtics, who immediately brought improvement. DeAndre Jordan started playing more minutes, which solidified the team's defense and rebounding. And Blake started shooting more jump shots, becoming a pick-and-pop threat. J.J. Redick was the biggest player addition to help the Clippers spread the floor. And now, LA looked like a serious contender. They improved their franchise record to 57 wins and had the best offensive rating in the NBA. Blake and DJ destroyed rims across the league, catching lob passes from CP3. And their big 3 looked like the best trio in the NBA, outside of LeBron, Wade, and Bosh in Miami. Griffin was 3rd in MVP voting, while CP was 7th. Paul led the NBA in steals and assists, and DeAndre Jordan was the league leader in rebounds, finishing third in the Defensive Player of the Year vote. On top of everything, Jamal Crawford also won the 6th Man of the Year award, and the Clippers seemed like they were finally out of the Lakers' shadow. But amid their most successful season in franchise history, there was also a massive scandal, which had nothing to do with basketball. On April 25, 2014, TMZ Sports released a recording of a conversation between Sterling and his mistress, Vanessa Stiviano, where Sterling was saying that he didn't want Stiviano to bring black people to Clippers games.
What exactly did Donald Sterling say? I don't want my woman around black basketball players.
From the 36.
Me neither!
After his comments went public, the NBA banned Sterling for life, giving him a $2.5 million fine and forcing him to sell the team.
I am banning Mr. Sterling for life from any association with the Clippers organization or the NBA.
And despite all the turmoil and controversy surrounding their team, during which the Clippers players considered boycotting Game 4 of the first round against the Warriors, they decided to play, even though they lost the game in a blowout. However, behind 23 points and 6 rebounds on average from Blake and 17 points and 9 assists from CP, the Clippers eventually defeated Steph Curry and the Warriors in 7 games.
The fake handoff and the drive and the collision and the tie! What a play!
And their second round matchup against OKC was just as nail-biting, with the Thunder and Clippers trading punches and exchanging leads throughout the series. Both teams won 2 games, and Game 5 was another close contest, but it looked like it would go the Clippers' way.
Paul with the jumper. Yes!
As they held a 7-point lead with 49 seconds remaining. But then, Chris Paul committed 2 costly turnovers and fouled Westbrook on a 3-point attempt.
Down by 2, Westbrook for the lead.
The Thunder escaped with a 105-104 victory in what was the biggest meltdown of CP3's career. It's me. Everything that happened at the end is on me. The Clippers had their chances in Game 6, but once again they lost their cool in the clutch, and the Thunder advanced. However, despite failing to make the conference finals for the 3rd consecutive season, the Clippers' main players were still young and in their prime. Paul and JJ Redick were 29, DJ was 26, and Blake was just 25 years old. Barnes and Jamal Crawford were 34, but they were still very capable. And the Clippers believed that with continuity and a bit of luck, they could finally go all the way. For the 2015 season, Griffin further improved his shooting and all-around game. When he first came to the NBA, Blake was a brute finisher, and his main strengths were agility, explosiveness, and a soft touch around the basket. As a rookie, Blake shot just 25% on his attempts outside the paint. But in the 2015 season, this number improved to 48%. Even though his jumper was robotic and slow as hell, Griffin shot 40% on his mid-range attempts. He wasn't a mid-range assassin like Chris Paul or KD, but he was good enough to keep the defenses honest and force them to close out on him, which then opened his driving lanes and created passing opportunities that weren't there when he was a rookie. In 2015, Blake averaged a career-high 5.3 assists per game. His free throw percentage rose to a very respectable 73%, and the Clippers got another shot creator outside of Chris Paul. CP3 still led the NBA in assists that season, but Griffin's improvement allowed him to spend more time off the ball, resulting in a career-high efficiency, as Paul was very close to shooting 50, 40, 90 for the season. DeAndre Jordan also improved, averaging a league-leading 15 rebounds per game, as well as 71% shooting from the field, the second-best field goal percentage in NBA history. DJ made the first-team All-Defense, just like Chris Paul, who also got named to the All-NBA First Team, while Blake made the third team. JJ Redick also played the best basketball of his life, averaging 16 points per game and making a career-high 44% of his three-pointers. The Clippers were firing on all cylinders, once again finishing the season with the best offensive rating in the league, and it looked like this was finally going to be their year. But in the first round of the playoffs, a tall task awaited the defending champion San Antonio Spurs. And after 5 games, it seemed like the Clippers were in trouble, as the Spurs held a 3-2 lead in the series with the upcoming Game 6 in San Antonio. However, thanks to 26 and 12 from Blake and 19 points and 15 assists from Paul, the Clippers forced a Game 7. And then, in the deciding contest, a disaster. Chris Paul injured his hamstring in the first quarter, and it was a question whether he could continue the game. But Paul persevered and played through the injury in what was maybe the best game of his career. CP3 hit 9 of his 13 shots, including 5 of 6 for 3, and a game-winning floater over Tim Duncan that clinched the series. Blake was excellent too, with a 24-point triple-double, and it seemed like the Clippers had finally matured and had a championship mentality. In the second round, LA took a 3-1 lead against the Rockets, winning Game 3 by 25 and Game 4 by 33 points. However, in Game 5, the Rockets outclassed the Clippers, winning by 21 points. But in Game 6, the Clippers bounced back at home, holding a 19-point lead in the third quarter and a 12-point lead with 8 minutes to go. It looked like the Clippers would finally advance to the first conference finals in franchise history, and everybody was already getting their popcorn ready for the clash between the Clippers and the Warriors. But then, a complete meltdown, and one of the biggest choke jobs in NBA history. With James Harden on the bench, the Rockets outscored the Clippers 40-15 in the fourth quarter, led by a combined 29 points from Corey Brewer and Josh Smith, two players who came off the bench. The Clippers shot an abysmal 4 for 22 in the fourth, with just 5 rebounds and 1 assist, and it seems like they never recovered from that fiasco. In Game 7, the Rockets led the entire game, and once again, the Clippers went down in flames.
And the Houston Rockets, what an impressive win here on their own floor.
Despite their big three playing fairly well the entire series, the Clippers' role players failed them in this series, especially Jamal Crawford and Matt Barnes, who took a lot of shots but made just 34%, including a horrible 23% for three. For the 2016 season, the Clippers retained their key players, apart from Barnes, who was replaced by Jeff Green, and vets such as Paul Pierce, Josh Smith, Lance Stevenson, and Luc Ba Amute, who also joined the team to bolster the bench. However, their success was hampered by injuries and the suspension of Blake Griffin, who was out for 6 weeks because he injured his hand while punching a member of the Clippers staff. This incident was the first public sign of trouble in the locker room as the Clippers' chemistry started to deteriorate. Overall, Blake missed 47 games of the season, but he was able to come back before the start of the first round of the playoffs against Portland, even though it was painfully obvious that Blake was still nursing a quad injury and wasn't at 100%. The Clippers still comfortably won the first 2 games. Portland won Game 3, but in Game 4, the Clippers' season was over, even though they were still playing, because in the same game, Chris Paul broke his hand and Blake tore his unrecovered quad. Without their 2 best players, the writing was on the wall, and another season went down the drain. For the 2017 season, the Clippers didn't make any notable additions, keeping the same core players together for a 5th straight season. But as the league moved towards the pace and space era, the Clippers still played old-school basketball with 2 traditional big men, and it seemed like their championship window had closed. But despite Blake and CP each missing 21 games of the season, the Clippers still won 51 games, surpassing the 50-win threshold for the 5th season in a row. In the playoffs against Utah, LA narrowly lost Game 1, but bounced back to win Games 2 and 3. However, that second win came at a hefty price, as Blake Griffin went down with a toe injury and was ruled out for the remainder of the playoffs. Without Blake, LA managed to win 1 more game, but they lost the series and got knocked out of the playoffs again. It was clear that this team couldn't stay together anymore. And in the offseason, the Clippers decided to trade Chris Paul to Houston, unwilling to offer him another max deal. Desperate not to lose both superstars, the Clippers gave Blake Griffin a 5-year, $173 million contract. They even organized a fake jersey retirement for Griffin, convincing him that he'll be a Clipper for life and that they'll build a championship team around him.
It was a jersey retirement ceremony, and then Sandra Day saying "Rise Up." It was like one of the craziest things I've seen.
Even though he cringed at the jersey retirement, Blake didn't cringe at the money, so he decided to stay. But when the season started, it was clear that the plan was not working, and that the Clippers weren't even a playoff team, let alone a contender. After just 33 games, and a few months after they told him he'd be a Clipper for life, the Clippers traded Blake Griffin to Detroit, which officially marked the end of Lob City. It was a 6-year stretch, filled with memorable highlights, plenty of dunks, and unprecedented success for a franchise that had never won anything. Lob City made the Clippers relevant for the first time, and from that perspective, it can be viewed as a success. But when you have 2 perennial All-NBA players on your team, a rebounding machine, and arguably the best 6th man in NBA history, and you don't even reach the conference finals, then it's a gigantic failure. Their realistic chance of championship came in 2014 and 2015, when the team was healthy, in their prime, and had good chemistry. But thanks to Chris Paul's meltdown against the Thunder and the total abomination that unfolded against the Rockets, the Lob City Clippers never fulfilled their high-flying expectations. Thank you for watching. And if you like this video, Michael Jordan scored 50 points or more in the playoffs 8 times, more than Kobe, KD, LeBron, and Wilt combined. Jordan also had the most 40-point playoff games, more than Kareem, AI, Steph, and D-Wade put together. In fact, MJ is the only player in NBA history who had more 40-point career games than games where he scored less than 20 points. Jordan's godlike aura, brutal trash talk, and physical dominance put fear in opponents' hearts. And while they had to get a good night's sleep before facing the Bulls, Jordan could drink and smoke cigars before the game and still drop 40. His airness made it look easy, and he proved it when the games were on the line.
Game on the line, who would take the last shot? Me.
28 times Jordan scored the game-winning shot, including 7 game winners in the playoffs. And MJ wasn't just a scorer. He had the most first-team all-defense selections ever with 9. He's the all-time blocks leader by a guard and has the most seasons with over 200 steals, with 6. In 1989, when the Bulls lost their starting point guard, Coach Doug Collins made Jordan play the point, and he notched 10 triple-doubles in 11 games, averaging 30 points, 11 assists, and 9.5 rebounds per game. Between 1991 and 1996, MJ played 13 consecutive playoff series where he averaged more than 30 points per game, retiring with 6 rings, 5 MVPs, and a 6-0 record in the final. But despite his seemingly invincible legacy, Jordan did have some weaknesses. MJ led the NBA in field goal attempts 9 times during his 13 years in Chicago, and he was a bit of a ball hog, especially in his early career. Jordan also had some bad playoff games, and he certainly wasn't the most pleasant teammate. So, how good was Michael Jordan actually? And is he really the GOAT? To answer that, we'll start with his genetics and God-given talent. Michael Jordan was supposed to be short. Nobody in his family was taller than 5'9", and as a high school sophomore, Michael was famously cut from his varsity basketball team because he was only 5'11".
It sounds sad, but it's true.
However, the Jordans were blessed with supreme athleticism. Just look at Michael's older brother Larry, who could dunk at 5'8". So, when an unexpected growth spurt pushed Michael to 6'6", he became unstoppable. By the end of his high school career, Jordan was averaging 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 assists. But despite his unreal speed and athleticism, young MJ was still an unpolished gem because he really only played 2 years of high school basketball. As a freshman at UNC, MJ averaged a modest 13 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. He was the 3rd leading scorer on the team behind James Worthy and Sam Perkins, and his fundamentals, ball handling, and confidence weren't yet at a super high level. But all that changed in the 1982 NCAA Finals, when Michael hit a game-winning shot against Patrick Ewing, winning the national championship.
18. Shot. Jordan. North Carolina has won the 1982 NCAA championship.
Jordan said this was the biggest turning point of his career, because after that, his confidence was through the roof.
That turned my name from Mike to Michael Jordan. It gave me the confidence that I needed to start to excel at the game of basketball.
In the next 2 seasons, Jordan continued his basketball education under Dean Smith and became a complete player. He averaged 20 points per game, was a consensus first-team All-American, and as a junior in 1984, he was named Collegiate Player of the Year. But based on his college career alone, it was hard to predict that Jordan would reach the pinnacle of the NBA. After all, many great players who came before Michael had far better college careers, including Kareem, Magic, Bird, Bill Walton, Bill Russell, Oscar Robertson, David Thompson, Pete Maravich, and a few others. Because of his relatively modest numbers in college, and because the 80s were the era of the big men, Jordan was selected 3rd in the 1984 NBA draft, behind centers Hakeem Olajuwon and Sam Bowie.
He's only 6'6", so how much can he really do?
We're missing 7-1, but he isn't.
However, it took just 2 practices for the Bulls coach to call the general manager and say, "You didn't mess up the draft this time."
For the first day in practice, my mentality was whoever is the team leader on that team, I'm going after him. And I'm not going to do it with my voice because I had no voice. I have to do it with the way that I play.
When the season started, it took Jordan only 3 games to score over 30 and 9 games to eclipse 40. By the end of the first month, it was obvious that Jordan was supposed to be the first overall pick. While Olajuwon looked like a star, Jordan was more like a supernova because there was nobody in the league faster than him. It seemed almost unfair how he blew past opponents with just a single step who had no answer for his drives to the basket. On top of his speed, Jordan was also the most athletic player in the NBA with an unmatched vertical jump and hang time. When he drove to the cup, it looked like he was a fighter jet, and his quickness served as a runway for his vertical takeoff. When MJ raised up for a jump shot, it seemed like nobody was ever guarding him because the laws of gravity didn't seem to apply to Michael. Defenders could jump at the same time, but as they would inevitably fall down, Jordan would continue to float in the air and shoot completely unbothered.
How's the transition been from college to the NBA? Well, I think it's been pretty easy.
Thanks to his high-flying feats and insane dunks, Jordan quickly became the most popular player in the NBA. So it only made sense that in 1986, he got voted to the All-Star game, despite playing just 3 games up to that point due to an ankle injury. And that same year, in the playoffs, he set a playoff scoring record with 63 points against Boston.
But it was an incredible playoff performance. I've never seen it before, and I had never seen it after. That wasn't Michael Jordan out there. It was God disguised as Michael Jordan.
As if MJ wasn't doing enough already, in 1987, MJ led the NBA in scoring with 37 points per game, which was and remains the 5th best scoring output ever, behind only Wilt's insane scoring feats of the early 1960s.
I just want the franchise and Chicago Bulls to be respected as a team. It's very hard for something like that to happen, but it's not impossible.
Meanwhile, Jordan was miserable. Despite all the fame and individual accolades, he was always losing. In his first 3 seasons, MJ only won 1 playoff game, despite being the best player in the league. But after the Bulls GM Jerry Krause drafted Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen, his life would change forever. In 1988, MJ averaged 35 points on 54% shooting, with 6 rebounds and 6 assists, winning his first career MVP. Because he also led the NBA in steals with 3.2 plus 1.6 blocks per game, Jordan won the Defensive Player of the Year. And he is still one of only 5 players ever to win Defensive Player of the Year and MVP. And after the 1988 dunk contest against Dominique Wilkins, which is considered by many to be the best of all time, some people already started calling him the best player they have ever seen.
That's got to be a 50.
But none of that mattered, because the most important thing to Jordan was winning. And now with Pippen and Grant on the team, the Bulls had their first 50-win season since 1974. Chicago then finally advanced in the playoffs, winning the first round over the Cavaliers, with MJ averaging an insane 45 points per game. However, in the second round, a more experienced Pistons team defeated the Bulls pretty easily, 4 games to 1. It was proof that individual greatness doesn't translate to playoff wins, a lesson Jordan had yet to learn. But that didn't make him any less entertaining to watch. In the 1989 season, Jordan hit his first legendary shot in the NBA, simply known as the shot.
A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win it! They win it! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers!
In the second round, the Bulls got past the Knicks, but they again fell victim to the Pistons, who bullied Jordan with their physicality. And in 1990, it was more of the same. MJ led the NBA in scoring and steals. He was super efficient, but the team couldn't get over the hump and get past the Detroit Pistons for a 3rd consecutive year. In his first 6 years in the league, MJ had won 5 playoff series and lost 6, with an overall playoff record of 25 wins and 29 losses. So after that 3rd loss to the Pistons, the media started doubting Jordan, questioning his ability to play team basketball, and wondering if he was only concerned about himself and his numbers. And in a way, they were right. In the 80s, he was often trying to score out of double or even triple teams, ignoring his wide-open teammates. In 1989, he was a capable passer, averaging a career-high 8 dimes per game, but Jordan always looked to score first and pass second. And he wasn't like Magic, Jokic, or Doncic, who manipulate defenses with their eyes and fake defenders into wrong coverages. Jordan's passing was more reactive. He got rid of the ball only when he saw that somebody was wide open. And since Jordan was like a black hole that sucked all the defensive attention, when he did opt to pass, it was usually for an easy dunk. But despite MJ's ridiculous scoring numbers, the Bulls' offense was always average during the 80s, and they were actually at their best in 1986, when Mike missed 80% of the season due to an ankle injury. It wasn't until 1990, the arrival of Phil Jackson and the emergence of Scottie Pippen, that the Bulls' offense cracked the top 5 in the NBA. Pippen's passing and pushing the ball in the open court created lots of space for Jordan, who could finally trust someone else to make plays for him consistently. But Pippen's value was maybe even more pronounced on the defensive end. With an enormous wingspan, agility, and a motor to cover multiple players on one possession, Scottie was just what Michael was missing. Pip's presence allowed Michael to play free safety on defense, jump into passing lanes for steals, and he didn't need to waste his energy guarding the best opposing player, because Scottie usually did that. And after agonizing defeats against the Pistons, MJ decided to bulk up, which was unprecedented at the time. Players didn't spend much time in the gym, and if you look at all the players in the 80s, they looked lean, but hardly anyone was super muscular. So when MJ returned for the 1991 season, he was still super quick, athletic, and could contort his body in the air like no one else. But this time around, he was also much stronger, which allowed him to absorb contact better and bully smaller players with his size. What also helped Michael was the arrival of coaches Phil Jackson and Tex Winter, who instituted the triangle offense, which was based on cutting in open spaces and playmaking out of the post. If executed properly, the triangle was believed to be the most optimal offense to optimize spacing. MJ didn't have to bring up the ball all the time and force his shots, and he was receiving the ball closer to the basket, where he'd bully smaller defenders and dominate like never before. Even though Jordan was phenomenal from the moment he stepped into the NBA, in 1991, he was at his best, and he won his second MVP award. The 91 Bulls had the best offense in the NBA, and they crushed the opposition in the Eastern Conference. They swept the Knicks, beat the 76ers in 5, and then finally got their revenge against the Pistons. This time, it wasn't even close, as Detroit was on the decline after 3 straight NBA Finals trips, while the Bulls were ascending. MJ swept Isaiah and the Pistons, who famously left before the final buzzer of Game 4, refusing to shake the Bulls' hands.
We finally got over the hump of the loser's mentality. We were starting to become a winning franchise. And, you know, the sky was the limit.
But in the NBA Finals, another legend awaited, Magic Johnson. And it seemed like the 5-time NBA champion still had the upper hand when the Lakers defeated the Bulls at home in Game 1. That is, until Phil Jackson made the adjustment to have Pippen guard Magic, which turned the series around. And in Game 2, Jordan dazzled the world with another iconic move, switching hands mid-air to score an acrobatic layup. The Bulls won the next 4 games, and at last, the championship. Jordan's hunger for an NBA ring was finally satisfied. Throughout the playoffs, MJ averaged 31 points, 8.5 assists, 6.5 rebounds, 2.5 steals, and 1.5 blocks, shooting a career-high 56% from the field.
Jordan is the most talented player in the NBA, by far.
And the 1992 season was a continuation of peak form for Jordan and the Bulls. Another scoring title with super efficient shooting, first-team all-defense, and another MVP for his airness. The Bulls once again had the best offense in the NBA and won a franchise record 67 games. Chicago reached the finals against the Trailblazers, and the media pushed the narrative that Clyde Drexler was better than Jordan, because Jordan is not a good outside shooter. So MJ responded by nailing 6 threes and 35 points in the first half of Game 1, which was a finals record for both threes and points and a half, in what will forever be remembered as the Shrug Game. And even though Portland tied the series at 2 apiece, the Bulls were just too good, and they won the series in 6, with MJ averaging 36 points in the finals. After the second finals and the Dream Team experience in Barcelona, Pippen and Jordan came into the 93 season with an empty tank. The Bulls weren't as dominant in the regular season. But even though he was tired, MJ still led the NBA in scoring, which was his 7th scoring title in a row. And he also led the league in steals. Chicago made it to a 3rd consecutive finals, where they faced league MVP Charles Barkley and the Phoenix Suns, the best team in the regular season. Barkley was also the best player on the Dream Team, and when he won the MVP, many people believed that he could be an even better player than Michael, which pissed off Jordan. But because of the Suns' inexperience and Barkley's nasty elbow injury, the Bulls won the first 2 games on the road, and it seemed like it would be smooth sailing to the next title. However, the Suns weren't going away that easily. They won games 3 and 5 in Chicago, and they could have won game 4 too if it wasn't for Jordan.
That motherfucker would not let me win that game.
Who buried the Suns with 55 points, the second highest scoring game in NBA Finals history.
And Michael just outplayed me. That was probably the first time in my life that I felt like there was a better basketball player in the world than me, to be honest with you.
After 5 games, it was 3-2 for the Bulls, but the remaining 2 games were to be played in Arizona. In Game 6, the Suns had the lead throughout the fourth quarter, but Jordan kept the Bulls in the game, and everybody expected Jordan to take the final shot to tie the game. But MJ wasn't the same stubborn player as before, and he gave up the ball early to set up an open shot for John Paxson. That was it. A three-peat, and MJ's legacy was set. Jordan finished the '93 finals with averages of 41, 8, and 6 on 51% shooting and 40% from 3. And this wasn't even his best playoff series statistically. MJ was on the top of his game, and his basketball IQ, winning mentality, and physical dominance all synced in perfect harmony. Jordan showed his otherworldly ability to beat an opponent one-on-one, separate double teams, attack the rim, but also to find open teammates. If we compare the 1993 Jordan to his early NBA years, the growth was evident. When it was needed, he was pressing full court defensively. When nobody could score, he recognized it and carried the Bulls. And when he got doubled, he gave up the ball without trying to be a hero. In terms of basketball skills, Jordan was physically a much stronger player who became a master of footwork and post-up game. When he reached the desired position with his back to the basket, he'd turn and stay in the air for what felt like an hour longer than his opponent, only to hit a patented turnaround jumper clean as a whistle. The memories of anyone doubting him were long forgotten. Everybody knew he was the best player alive, and many believed after that three-peat, he was already the best of all time. My love for this game is strong. I'm going to be here as long as my love is strong, Jordan told reporters after the finals in a champagne-soaked locker room. However, just 1 month later, his father was killed, and Jordan retired from basketball for a year and a half. The love for basketball was put on hold.
I had him for 32 years, and he taught me a lot in 32 years. You know how many kids get that opportunity? Very few. In today's society, get the chance to spend that much time with their parents and get that type of influence.
18 months and a stint in minor league baseball later, and the itch for the game became too strong. So Jordan released arguably the most famous 2-word press release of all time.
It came in a 2-word statement which is now just begging to have a Nike campaign built around it, quote unquote, "I'm back."
And it didn't take Jordan too much time to show that he was still the god of basketball. In just the 5th game after his return, he poured in 55 points against the Knicks in the infamous double nickel game. But overall, MJ struggled with his shot, shooting a career-low 41% from the field. And it turned out that playing baseball for a year and a half took a bite out of his greatness. Even the best players need to practice. And in the second round of the playoffs against Orlando, things didn't go according to plan. Even though Michael averaged 31 points on 48% shooting, the Bulls weren't as strong inside. Horace Grant, who used to be their starting power forward, was now playing for Orlando. And together with a young Shaq, the Magic simply outmuscled the Bulls in the paint. Many people will say the Bulls lost in '95 because Jordan wasn't in peak form after his baseball hiatus. And there is some truth to that. But Jordan actually averaged his usual numbers. Really, basketball is just a team sport, and they lost because Orlando was much bigger and deeper than them. Thankfully, the Bulls management knew that too.
Last week, the Bulls announced the acquisition of a player many people consider the most controversial basketball star in the NBA.
They added Dennis Rodman to the team, the best rebounder of all time, and one of the fiercest defensive players ever.
I don't care. Whatever. What's up?
A year before, they also added Steve Kerr, the most accurate three-point shooter ever. And together with a defensive dog, Ron Harper, and Tony Kukoc, who was the most versatile power forward in the NBA, MJ had the best supporting cast in the league. In the 1996 season, the Bulls were so good that they became only the second team in NBA history to lead the NBA in offensive and defensive rating. And their plus 13.4 net rating is still the best ever. Their 72-10 record was the best of all time, and of course, Jordan won an MVP, averaging 36-4. As for the playoffs, there was no stopping the Bulls. Only the Sonics in the finals showed any kind of resistance, and Gary Payton was the first defender to have slowed down Michael, but he couldn't beat him, and Chicago won their fourth title, with Michael crying his guts out in the locker room because it was the first championship he won without his father.
I know he's watching. This is my daddy. I'm very happy for him.
He's a voice of reason that always drove and challenged me. That's the type of father I had. Yeah, like a friend.
And when the 1997 season started, the Bulls continued to rule the NBA. With 4 Hall of Famers, the most accurate three-point shooter of all time, and other excellent role players, no team could match up with Chicago. Running the triangle like a well-oiled machine, the Bulls dominated the regular season with 69 wins, and getting to the finals seemed like a walk in the park, as they only lost 2 games in 3 playoff series. But in the finals, it wasn't that easy, because they played the formidable duo of Stockton and Malone and the Utah Jazz. This series would be remembered by the infamous flu game, where Jordan suffered from food poisoning and had a fever before the pivotal Game 5 when the series was tied. But Jordan played through the illness and managed to squeeze every atom of strength to score 38 points, and the Bulls won, 90-88. In Game 6, Jordan trusted Steve Kerr with the final shot, and Kerr hit a jumper for the win in the final seconds. However, when the 1998 season started, the Bulls were running on fumes. Pippen had injury problems and disputes with management, and Rodman was more reckless than ever. But they still had Michael. Even though he wasn't as athletic as before and his efficiency decreased, Jordan was still capable of winning games by himself. The Bulls finished with 62 wins despite Pippen missing half the season, and that's why Jordan was named NBA MVP for the 5th time. In the playoffs, the Bulls survived the Indiana Pacers in the Eastern Finals, winning Game 7 by 5 points. And then, in the finals, Utah awaited again, hungrier than ever. In a tough defensive series where neither team scored 100 points, Jordan proved his clutch factor once again, hitting arguably the most famous shot in NBA history over Byron Russell.
Jordan, open, Chicago with the lead!
6 championships in 8 years, with 6 awards for the Finals MVP, and Jordan achieved basketball immortality.
And if this is the final chapter, what a way to close the book.
After 1998, Jordan retired for the 2nd time, which was the end of his prime, and we can sum up his career with the Bulls in 3 parts. The first part being between 1984 and 1990, when he was easily the most athletic player in the NBA, a scoring machine beating players with speed and leaving defenders stuck in the mud. But basketball is a team sport, and Jordan didn't have enough quality teammates around him, and those who he did have, he didn't trust. The second part was the first three-peat, when he slowed down a bit and wasn't going 100 miles per hour on every possession. MJ was then physically stronger, he became a master of all facets of the game, improved his shot, and started trusting his teammates. And then came the second three-peat, where the Bulls had the deepest and most versatile team in the NBA. The Bulls with Pippen, rookie Kukoc, and Kerr won 55 games in the 1994 season, and they played without Jordan, Rodman, and Harper, who was maybe the most underrated teammate MJ ever had. When they all got together in 1996, it was game over for the league. But having good teammates is essential to winning in the NBA, especially when you're past your physical prime. Jordan lost a chunk of his quickness during the second three-peat, but that's like when a Ferrari loses 100 horsepower. It's still faster than almost anything else on the road. And that answers the question, how good was Michael Jordan actually? Even when he wasn't at his best, Jordan was still the best player in the league. If you divide his career into 3 parts, each part would suffice for a Hall of Fame career. In his first 6 seasons, Jordan didn't win a ring, but he was the most electrifying athlete the NBA had ever seen, with unreal stats and winning all possible accolades. The first three-peat was Jordan at his best, showcasing a level of basketball that's rare and few, if any, have touched. And with his second three-peat, the Bulls won 72, 69, and 62 games in the regular season and capped it off with 3 championship rings, losing just 13 games in 12 playoff series from 1996 to 1998. The only season of his career where Jordan wasn't the best player in the league was probably just his rookie season. Jordan was the best player in the world for over a decade, something that can be said only of 3 other players: Wilt, Kareem, and LeBron. But while Kareem's individual and team accomplishments are similar to MJ's, Jabbar wasn't the best player on his team for 3 of his 6 championships, and he only has 2 Finals MVPs compared to Jordan's 6. Wilt's scoring numbers from the 60s were impossible to reach even for Jordan, but he only won 2 titles and was constantly losing to Bill Russell. And finally, there's LeBron, who might be the most complete basketball player ever, and due to his longevity, he is the statistical GOAT. But LeBron only has 4 titles and has lost 6 times in the finals, including the 2011 dud against the Mavs, where he played a catastrophic series that cost Miami the championship. And that's something that never happened to Jordan. And because of his decade of dominance, a 6-0 record in the finals, with 6 Finals MVPs, and the biggest impact on NBA popularity worldwide, it's hard to say that Jordan wasn't the greatest player to ever touch a basketball. Speaking of Jordan, we've got another video about him and Pippen you simply can't miss.
Always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
A quick slant into the hands of Cooper.
So are you saying?
And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this third quarter. So both teams trade touchdowns in that frame.
On average,
we get through the end of the third quarter. We'll return with more
Saying LeBron is better than Michael Jordan?
I would pick LeBron James.
The beef between Michael Jordan and Isaiah Thomas is one of the longest and most bitter feuds in NBA history.
There's no way you can convince me you asshole. And you call me an asshole. And then you said you hated. Apologize for it.
They last played against each other in 1993, but somehow MJ and Isaiah still find ways to talk about it 30 years later.
I don't know what happened, but I know I didn't leave the walk-off. Well, I know it's over.
This is the complete breakdown of the most famous beef in NBA history, which started back in 1985. However, the first time Isaiah Thomas played against Michael Jordan wasn't in the NBA, but during the preparations for the 1984 Olympics. Back then, the U.S. still sent collegiate athletes to the Olympics, and in 1984, Team USA prepared for the games by playing exhibition games against NBA stars. Even though nobody knew it then, the 1984 team was the best collegiate squad the Americans had sent to the Olympics up to that point. Beyond Michael Jordan, there were 2 other future Hall of Famers in Patrick Ewing and Chris Mullin, along with several other players who had long and successful careers in the NBA. But despite their talent, nobody gave college kids much of a chance against NBA All-Stars, such as Isaiah Thomas, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and several others. Even though the NBA All-Star roster changed from game to game, and they weren't in the best shape in early July after the NBA season was over, nobody could have expected what would happen next. Jordan and Team USA went on to dismantle the NBA's greats in every single game, finishing the exhibition with a perfect 8-0 record. Isaiah played in 3 of those games, averaging 13 points per game, while Jordan averaged 17.
And this dude was so fast and so quick. He was like, oh.
Jordan and Team USA would win gold at the Olympics with a 32-point margin of victory, and MJ led all U.S. scorers with 17 points per game. And when he started his NBA career, it didn't take long for Jordan to start dominating, as he scored 37 points in his 3rd career game. And a week later, in his 7th NBA game, the Bulls played against Isaiah's Pistons, a team that would later become synonymous with his career. And this first matchup against his future nemesis didn't start well for Jordan, who was plagued with foul trouble and ended up scoreless in the first half. But he came alive in the second, leading the Bulls to victory with 25 points. But despite losing, Isaiah was better than Michael individually, with 35 points and 10 assists. Isaiah finally won a game against Jordan in January 1985, but their next matchup was the first sign of problems between the 2 stars. It was during the 1985 All-Star Game when Jordan felt disrespected by Isaiah Thomas and his East teammates. MJ believed that Thomas was freezing him out and not willing to pass him the ball, and that he instructed the rest of the starters to do so as well. However, the stats don't really back up that theory. as Jordan took 9 shots in 22 minutes on the court, which wasn't low by any means. Adrian Dantley, the reigning scoring champ, only took 6 shots, while Kareem and Bernard King took 10 in the same amount of time on the court. But according to Jordan, the beef didn't start on court, but in an elevator. I got on an elevator with Isaiah Thomas to go downstairs for a league meeting. That was the first time I met him. And I said, "Hello, how you doing?" That's all I said. I was really intimidated because I didn't know him and I didn't want to get on his nerves. I didn't want to seem like a rookie and I was quiet. When I went down to the room for the meeting, I still didn't say anything. After the weekend was over, it got back to me that I was arrogant and cocky and I wouldn't even speak to Isaiah on the elevator, that I gave him the cold shoulder. And I'm saying Isaiah Thomas initiated it all. However, there are 2 sides to every story. And according to Isaiah's manager, Jordan was wearing Nike shoes in warm-ups during the Saturday workouts, which violated the NBA protocol. And that bothered Isaiah, who thought the hyped rookie was acting out. After the All-Star weekend was over, fate would have it that Jordan and Isaiah met in the very next game. And Jordan destroyed the Pistons, scoring a then career-high 49 points on 19 for 31 shooting in an overtime win. "It was a grudge game from my standpoint," said Jordan, who always took things personal. The media picked up on the freeze-out story, and after the game, the headlines read, "Jordan gets his revenge, scores 49," and the beef was officially born. In 1987, Jordan established a new career high, again against the Pistons. Jordan poured in an insane 61 points, shooting 22 for 39 from the field in a 125-120 OT victory. However, in the playoffs, MJ had to swallow many bitter pills. In his first 3 playoff appearances, the Bulls won just 1 game. And when Jordan finally won his first playoff series in 1988, he immediately got humbled by Isaiah and the Pistons, who defeated the Bulls 4-1 in the second round. In the next 2 seasons, the Bulls made the conference finals, but both times they lost to Detroit, who proved to be an unsolvable riddle for Michael. By implementing the so-called Jordan rules, the Pistons used to beat the crap out of MJ, using hard fouls to slow down the best player in the world. However, when talking about Jordan, Isaiah was always complimentary, even calling him the best player he's ever seen.
But this guy, you can't stop him. His skills are so unbelievable. You know, it's the best I've ever seen.
But in 1991, the Pistons were aging and tired from 3 straight trips to the NBA Finals. And when they met Chicago again in the conference finals, the Bulls were better than ever. With Jordan, Pippen, and Horace Grant in their athletic prime, the Bulls dominated and won the first 3 games of the series. Before Game 4, Jordan said that the Pistons were undeserving champions and that the bad boys were bad for basketball.
And then called us undeserving champions. Now, we done beat the Lakers, we done beat the Celtics, we done beat y'all several times. Ain't nobody had a harder march to the NBA Finals than the Detroit Pistons. We done got cheated, we done got beat up, we have beaten the best of the best to ever play this game.
Isaiah responded to Jordan's comments with, "People will look back at this team and say we were one of the greatest teams to play basketball. We were great champions. He should be classier than to talk like that." The Pistons were pissed and motivated to make Jordan eat his words, but the Bulls were too good, and they swept the series. However, in the final moments of Game 4, when it was clear that it was all over, the Pistons orchestrated one of the most controversial moments in playoff history. The Pistons walked off the floor before the final whistle, walking past the Bulls bench with their heads down, refusing to shake the Bulls players' hands and congratulate them.
I didn't lead the walk-off. There were several people in front of you. I don't know what happened, but I know I didn't lead the walk-off. If I'd have known that it would have caused this much stir, then I would have shook hands.
This sparked a ton of controversy and added more fuel to the beef between Jordan and Thomas. Jordan and Chicago would go on to win their first NBA title after they defeated the Lakers in the finals. And soon after that, Jordan received a phone call that would change basketball globally. The person calling him was Rod Thorne, who was part of the U.S. Olympic Selection Committee and was tasked to convince Jordan to play in the 1992 Barcelona Olympics.
Rod Thorne calls me and says, "We would love for you to be on the dream team." I said, "Oh, who's our player?" You know, he says, "Well, the guy you're talking about or you thinking about is not going to be playing."
And according to the book Dream Team, author Jack McCallum quotes Jordan saying, "Rod, I don't want to play if Isaiah Thomas is on the team." McCallum also released a podcast series with the actual recording of Jordan saying that he decided against Isaiah being on the Dream Team.
He assured me, he said, "You know what? Chuck that. So Isaiah's not going to be on the team."
In the 2020 documentary, The Last Dance, Jordan said that he indeed hated Isaiah, but denied that he had anything to do with Thomas's absence from the Dream Team.
No matter how much I hated Now, it was insinuated that I was asking about him, but I never threw his name in.
But ultimately, MJ accepted the invitation, and on September 21st, 1991, it was first announced that NBA stars would participate in the Olympics. The 10 players chosen were Charles Barkley, Larry Bird, Patrick Ewing, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Karl Malone, Chris Mullin, Scottie Pippen, David Robinson, and John Stockton. Isaiah not being among them sparked huge media backlash, because Isaiah had made the All-Star team each year from the moment he came to the NBA, and was widely considered the second-best point guard ever behind Magic Johnson.
To me, the best point guard of all time is Magic Johnson, and right behind him is Isaiah Thomas.
But while he was still playing, Jordan denied accusations that he had anything to do with Isaiah not being selected.
You want to attribute it to me, go ahead and be my guest. But it wasn't me.
And while Isaiah was certainly a bigger name, from a basketball standpoint in 1991, he wasn't better than Magic nor John Stockton, who led the NBA in assists for 4 years in a row at that point, and was a better shooter than Thomas. While he was certainly disappointed to be left off the greatest team ever, Isaiah was still complimentary of Mike. During the 1993 finals, Isaiah joined the NBC broadcast, where he kept praising Jordan and his greatness.
You know, when you're talking about this Bulls team, you're really only talking about Michael Jordan. His energy level is so much greater than ours, is performing at a level that we frankly just weren't able to reach.
In 1994, Isaiah retired from the NBA. He faced Michael a total of 65 times in the league, and Thomas has a 36-29 winning record over Jordan, including a 12-10 record in the playoffs. And for the next 25 years, the beef between him and MJ was mostly dormant, with a few cheeky comments here and there. In 2004, Michael had a conversation with Cigar Aficionado and discussed what the issues were between him and Isaiah. Isaiah was from Chicago, and he wanted to come back and show he still dominated Chicago. I was the new guy in Chicago, and people were supporting the team. It became a dogfight between us. There was some real hatred there. Former Chicago Bulls player Brad Sellers also had similar comments to what his ex-teammate said. We all heard about what happened at the 1985 All-Star Game, but the bigger issue was that Isaiah was from Chicago. He worked to be one of the top players to represent that city, and Mike came in and eviscerated that. I can't imagine what that felt like for Zeke, to have an outsider come in and have the entire city behind him. There was no love left for him in Chicago, except from family. This story was also confirmed by John Sally, who played with both Jordan and Thomas.
Isaiah goes home, and his nephew is wearing a Bulls jersey, Michael Jordan Bulls jersey. He said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm from Chicago. I'm down with the Bull movement." Isaiah was mad. In his brain, every time I play against this dude, I'm gonna try to go off so my nephew sees this is the jersey you should wear.
In 2009, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson published a book called When the Game Was Ours, in which Magic said Isaiah killed his own chances when it came to the Olympics. Nobody on that team wanted to play with him. But Magic later denied those quotes, and Isaiah touched on this during an episode of Open Court in 2015.
I got no problems with, the greatest player to ever play say he don't want to play with me, or Magic saying he don't.
During that same episode, Isaiah also boasted how he always used to beat Jordan in the 80s.
Yeah, Jordan was a great player in the 80s, but they were finishing third and fourth in the division.
Yeah, exactly.
So I know all y'all watching want to say, "Oh, Jordan was great in the 90s."
Yes.
He dominated in the 90s.
Yes.
But in the 80s, he was out in the first line.
However, nothing stirred up this rivalry like the 2020 documentary, The Last Dance, which could have been more viewed than the actual NBA basketball in 1998. In the doc, MJ talked about the Pistons' walk-off during the 1991 playoffs.
You can show me anything you want. There's no way you can convince me you were. So 2 years in a row, we shook their hands when they beat us. There was a certain respect to the game that we paid to them. That's sportsmanship.
But The Last Dance wasn't well received by many people involved with the story, most notably teammates Scottie Pippen, Luke Longley, Horace Grant, Bill Cartwright, Craig Hodges, and Ron Harper. Of course, Isaiah didn't like it either. Thomas said he knew about the rivalry, but that he didn't know that Jordan hated him so much.
I never knew this dude felt the way he felt until The Last Dance.
Thomas went on several podcasts where he talked about the topic, asking Jordan to apologize.
You got on national television and you called me a and then you said you hated me. You said that on national television. Now, if you didn't mean it, get on national television and apologize for it. Now, if you meant it, let it ride as it is.
Isaiah also explained how he helped Michael when he first got drafted by the Bulls.
When Michael Jordan got to Chicago, I made it real easy for him to walk those streets on the west side of Chicago. My family took care of him.
After The Last Dance, Isaiah was determined never to mention Jordan as the GOAT ever again. Numerous times he cited LeBron as the best ever.
So are you saying LeBron is better than Michael Jordan?
I would pick LeBron James.
And when he was asked who's the best player he played against, he put Jordan at number 4, which is quite different from what he was saying in the early 90s, while he was still an NBA player. In 2021, during the NBA's Best 75 Players celebration, Jordan and Isaiah did their best to avoid each other, proving that the beef was still very much alive. And while Isaiah has publicly buried the hatchet with Magic Johnson, during a televised interview where both legends shared hugs and tears, it's unlikely that this will happen with Jordan. MJ is not on speaking terms with Scottie Pippen anymore. He hasn't spoken to Charles Barkley in over a decade, and is known to be very petty. Because, as we know, Michael Jordan takes things personally, and he and Isaiah will probably hate each other to the grave. Thanks for watching. And hey, if you like this video, subscribe to Nonstop
comeback
and
wins
watch some more.
These last 4 games. I think we all won these last 4 games on the last drive. It's been wild.
They're the greatest villains in NBA.
It's been wild. Hold on, let me check.
Roughly 2 future Hall of Famers enter the NBA every year, so it's rare for a franchise to draft a Hall of Famer, and it's almost impossible to select 2 future Hall of Famers in 2 consecutive drafts. But then there's the Oklahoma City Thunder, who drafted 3 future Hall of Famers in a row from 2007 to 2009. Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden have all won MVPs. They've scored over 80,000 points combined, with 9 scoring titles and 27 All-NBA selections. They were supposed to dominate the league for years and become a dynasty. But just before they all entered their prime, the Thunder decided to break apart their big 3. This is the story of a trade that derailed a dynasty and the greatest team that never was.
U.S. District Judge Marcia Peckman was expected to issue her decision about whether the Sonics would have to stay in Seattle for 2 more years. Then exactly 1 hour later, the news was made public.
The NBA will be in Oklahoma City next season, playing their games.
In 2008, the Seattle Supersonics relocated to Oklahoma City and became the Thunder. But apart from inheriting Seattle's history and their 1979 championship banner, they also inherited their future. When Oklahoma got its NBA franchise, that package also contained Kevin Durant, who dominantly won the 2007 Rookie of the Year. The Thunder also held the number 4 pick in the 2008 draft, which they used to select Russell Westbrook out of UCLA. In their first season together, Russ and KD had excellent individual seasons, but the team struggled, finishing with a 23-59 record. On the other hand, that secured the Thunder another high draft pick.
With the 3rd pick in the 2009 NBA draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select James Harden of Arizona State University.
Nobody knew it back then, but that marked the greatest 3-year stretch in draft history, especially if you count that in 2008, OKC also selected a premier defensive player, Serge Ibaka, who joined the team in 2009 after completing 1 season in Europe. With their core 4 players, a defensive specialist, Thabo Sefolosha, and athletic swingman, Jeff Green, the Thunder had the most athletic team in the NBA, and they finished the 2010 season with 50 wins. KD won his first scoring title with 30 points per game, and finished 2nd in the MVP voting behind LeBron James. But in the playoffs, OKC proved to be too inexperienced, and they lost to the later champion LA Lakers in 6 games. However, with more experience and continuity, in 2011, the Thunder improved once again. With 27.7 points per game, KD won another scoring title. Westbrook averaged 22 points and 8 assists, which got him to his first All-Star game. Harden was scoring 12 off the bench and was in consideration for the 6th Man of the Year, while Ibaka patrolled the paint with 2.4 blocks per game. But midway through the season, OKC traded their 3rd leading scorer, Jeff Green.
The Celtics are about to trade Kendrick Perkins and Nate Robinson to Oklahoma City in exchange for Jeff Green and Nenad Kristich.
And brought in Kendrick Perkins from the Celtics. Now, most fans associate Perk with wild takes on ESPN.
Like I said, when I used to have to walk in the cafeteria and I had them high water pants on because I couldn't afford the long jeans, I had to be ready to clap back at people used to make fun of me.
But back in 2011, Big Perk was one of the best post defenders in the NBA, and OKC traded for him to battle Pau Gasol and Andrew Bynum, who destroyed them in the 2010 playoffs. The Thunder won 55 games in the regular season, which was the best result for the franchise since the 90s and the era of Shawn Kemp and Gary Payton. In the first round of the playoffs, OKC strolled past the Nuggets in 5 games, with 32 points per game from Durant. In the second round against the Grizzlies, the Perkins trade really showed its worth, battling the tough Memphis front line of Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph.
Yeah, like, me and him been banging a lot. Sometimes we ain't in the play, but sometimes we locking up each other. I hear you.
Offensively, Russ and KD averaged a combined 50 points per game in the series, and the Thunder advanced in 7 games. And in the conference finals, the young and athletic Thunder were the favorites against the aging Dallas Mavericks. But nobody could stop Dirk during his incredible 2011 title run. Nowitzki averaged 32 points per game with his unstoppable one-legged fadeaway.
Nowitzki, it's gone.
And OKC lost in 5 games. In the offseason, the Thunder added Reggie Jackson and veteran Derek Fisher to bolster its point guard depth. But even more importantly, they gave Kendrick Perkins a 4-year, $32 million contract. At the time, it seemed like a no-brainer to extend a newly acquired player, who was one of the best defensive centers in the league. However, this contract would soon haunt the Thunder, but more on that later. When the 2012 season started, OKC was deep at every position, and their young stars weren't inexperienced anymore. KD was entering his prime, winning another scoring title with 28 points per game. And on top of his scoring, his numbers improved across the board as he notched career highs in rebounds, assists, blocks, and field goal percentage. Durant was widely considered the second best player in the league, behind LeBron, and he once again finished behind James in the MVP voting. Westbrook averaged 23.6 points per game, which was then his career high, and he also received votes for MVP. Ibaka averaged 3.7 blocks per game, which led the NBA.
Feed to Bynum, shot clock at 2. Bynum blocked by Ibaka. Ebanks blocked again by Ibaka.
And he finished second in voting for Defensive Player of the Year. But the biggest improvement came from James Harden, who was in his 3rd season. The Beard averaged 16.8 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 3.7 assists in 31 minutes off the bench. His 49% from the field and 39% from 3 were, and still are, career highs, as no bench unit was capable of slowing him down. Harden ran away with the 6th Man of the Year, winning the award almost unanimously. With their 4 young stars all having career years and staying healthy the whole season, the Thunder had the 2nd best record in the West and the 2nd best offensive rating in the NBA. OKC avenged their loss to Dallas in the first round, sweeping the Mavericks with a combined 65 points per game from KD, Russ, and Harden. In the second round, their big 3 averaged 67 points, and OKC easily got past Kobe and the Lakers in 5 games. And then in the conference finals against the San Antonio Spurs, it was KD's show. Durant averaged 37 and 5, with nearly 2 steals and 1.5 blocks per game, shooting 53% from the field. Harden and Westbrook averaged 18 points each, and that kind of firepower was too much for the Spurs, as OKC won the series in 6 games, advancing to the NBA Finals.
They just seemed locked in, they seemed focused. They were like sharks in blood-infested waters. They smelled blood.
And there awaited the toughest possible opponent, LeBron James and the Miami Heat. In Game 1, KD continued with stellar shooting, making 60% of his shots for 36 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. Westbrook added 27, 8, and 11, and the Thunder struck the first blow, convincingly winning Game 1. Game 2 was the most controversial game of the series. With OKC down by 2 on the final possession, Durant had the ball on the left wing, guarded by LeBron James. While there was definitely contact before KD released the ball, the refs didn't blow the whistle, and Miami escaped with a win, despite 80 points from the Thunder's big 3. Games 3 and 4 were extremely close, but Miami had cooler heads in the clutch, and they won both games by 6 points. Even though KD and Russ did their thing, especially Westbrook in Game 4 when he scored 43 points, they were missing a contribution from the 6th Man of the Year. Harden shot 2 for 10 from the field in both games in Miami. And then, in Game 5, Mike Miller had the game of his career, hitting 7 threes, and the game turned into a blowout. LeBron finally won the title, while KD had to settle for second best once again. Durant led all scorers in the finals with 30 points per game on 55% shooting, while Westbrook averaged 27, 6, and 6, while Harden averaged only 12 points per game on 37% shooting and 31% from 3. Still, despite swallowing that bitter pill in the finals, OKC's 4 best players were all under 24 years of age, and they had plenty of chances to get back in the finals ahead of them. However, on October 27, 2012, just 3 days before the season started, the Thunder decided to trade James Harden, sending him to Houston in exchange for Kevin Martin, Jeremy Lamb, and 2 first-round picks.
They didn't want to give Harden the max. Their position was everyone who's re-signed here has sacrificed a little something, even Durant, even Russell Westbrook, so they were looking for Harden to be willing to take a little less than the max.
Even though some people believed that OKC made a smart move because James Harden had poor finals performance and because Kevin Martin was a proven scorer who averaged 22 points per game in the previous 5 seasons, the general consensus was that Houston robbed OKC and that the Thunder received 40 cents on the dollar. However, the truth turned out to be much different, and OKC actually received far less than anyone could have expected in what would end up being one of the worst trades in NBA history. But why did the Thunder trade Harden and break up their young core? Well, there are multiple reasons for it, and the biggest and most important reason was money. In August 2012, some 2 months after the finals, OKC gave Serge Ibaka a 4-year, $48 million extension. Given the fact that Durant and Westbrook already signed max contracts and the new deals for Perkins and Ibaka, OKC was running out of money to pay Harden. Back then, the salary cap was maxed at just $58 million, with the luxury tax set at $70 million. Any team whose salary exceeded $70 million would pay $1 extra on top of every dollar over the luxury cap. So if a team had $80 million worth of player salaries, they would end up paying $90 million. In today's NBA, this seems like pocket change when you consider that in 2025, the Suns owner Matt Ishbia will pay over $400 million for players' salaries plus the luxury tax. But back in 2012, team revenues weren't as big, especially for small market teams like OKC, who only received a small piece of the local marketing and TV revenue, much less than the biggest franchises like the Knicks or the Lakers. And with the introduction of the repeater tax for the 2013-2014 season, for every $5 million over the tax threshold, the tax rate would increase, costing the teams way more than ever before. OKC management was concerned about having a consistent luxury tax-paying team, as they believed that the salary cap would not significantly increase in the future, which was a huge mistake. So, with all that in mind, the Thunder first offered Harden a 4-year, $52 million extension, which Harden refused, as he wanted a full $60 million max deal. Then OKC increased their offer to $56 million, which further offended James, who considered himself a max player, and rightfully so. Not willing to pay Harden the full max, which would cost OKC $4 million more, the Thunder decided to trade the Beard, which was wrong on so many levels. First of all, Harden still had 1 year left on his rookie contract, which means that OKC didn't have to do anything and could have let James play out the 2012-2013 season for $5.8 million. And then, if any other team offered him a max contract in the 2013 season, OKC had the right to match it and keep Harden. So, if they just did nothing, they could have kept their big 3 and possibly won the title in 2013. Also, they could have used the amnesty clause on either Nick Collison or Kendrick Perkins in 2012 or 2013 and helped their salary cap that way. If the Thunder had given Harden the full $60 million he wanted, they would have him under contract until 2017, when the salary cap increased to $94 million and the luxury tax stood at $113 million. And Harden's contract would have been the biggest bargain in the NBA. But OKC completely misjudged the incredible rise in NBA revenue and the huge spike in the cap. And when the 2012-2013 season started, Harden immediately showed the Thunder what kind of mistake they had made. In his first game as a Rocket, the Beard scored 37 points with 6 rebounds, 12 assists, and 4 steals. In his second game, he was even better, scoring 45 points and setting the NBA record for most points in the first 2 games with a new team. Harden averaged 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists in his first year in Houston, showing incredible offensive versatility and the ability to run an entire offense basically by himself. When James played with KD and Russ, his offensive talent was somewhat tamed as a third option, and the fact that the NBA was still running old-school offensive sets with 2 traditional big men in the paint certainly didn't help. But even without Harden, OKC still had more talent than almost any other team in the NBA, and they finished the 2013 season with 60 wins, the best record in the West, and the best net rating in the entire league. And as fate would have it, the Thunder and James Harden Rockets met in the first round of the playoffs, where OKC were the heavy favorite. And the Thunder played accordingly, blowing out the Rockets in Game 1 and winning Game 2. However, that second victory came with a heavy price. After a collision with Patrick Beverley, Russell Westbrook tore his meniscus and was ruled out for the season. Thanks to KD's offense and a more talented team overall, the Thunder still managed to win the series 4-2 without Russ. But in the second round, they were easy prey to the grit and grind Grizzlies, who were in the prime of their 5-year run as a contender. In 2014, Westbrook had to undergo a second knee surgery, and he only played in 46 games. But that fully unleashed Kevin Durant, who was now the focal point of the offense, resulting in a career-high 32 points per game and the long-desired MVP award. KD had finished second to LeBron James in MVP voting 3 times, and when he finally won the Most Valuable Player, he delivered one of the most memorable speeches in NBA history.
You want to sleep hungry? You sacrifice for us? You're the real MVP.
The Thunder won 59 games in the regular season, and with Westbrook regaining full health towards the end of the season,
the injury report for the Thunder, none in the starting lineup. Russell Westbrook, his first game since Christmas Day, following the 3rd knee surgery within a year.
They were once again a title contender. In the first round of the 2014 playoffs, OKC avenged the loss to the Grizzlies from the previous season, winning the series in 7 games. In the second round, they got past the Clippers in 6, with KD and Westbrook combining for 61 points per game in the series. However, in the conference finals, the Thunder had no answer for the Spurs and their offensive versatility, losing 4 games to 2. It was the 4th time in 5 years that OKC lost against the team that won the title, proving how close they were each year. And then, in 2015, a complete disaster. The Thunder's title hopes were thrown out the window after 2 months of the season when KD got hurt.
He was hurt, holding his right ankle.
Durant played in just 27 games before a foot injury sidelined him for the rest of the season. And despite Russell Westbrook leading the NBA in scoring with 28.1 points per game, OKC missed the playoffs by 1 game. But then, in 2016, things started to improve. Not only did they get KD back, but OKC's front line was maybe better than ever, with Ibaka, Steven Adams, and the offensive talent of Enes Kanter, who finished 3rd in the 6th Man of the Year voting. And with Russ and KD both finishing top 5 and voting for MVP, it seemed like 2016 was finally going to be their year. OKC finished off Dallas in 5 games, got past the Spurs in 6, and in the conference finals against the 73-9 Warriors, they had a 3-1 lead. And it looked like a lock to make another NBA Finals.
I can't see 2 sharks in Durant and Russell Westbrook in blood-infested waters that is the Golden State Warriors. And I don't see them I can't see how they'll pass on chomping them to bits.
But Golden State won Game 5 despite 71 points from Russ and KD. Still, Game 6 was played in OKC, and in front of their home crowd, the Thunder had an 8-point lead going into the 4th quarter. Then it all fell apart. KD and Russ shot a combined 3 for 14 from the field in the 4th, with 6 turnovers and 0 assists. In fact, the whole Thunder team had 0 assists in the 4th, as they only made 5 field goals, while on the other side, Klay Thompson scored 19 points, outscoring the whole OKC team by himself, and leading the Warriors to victory. And in Game 7, it was a similar story. OKC held a 5-point lead at the half, but they completely fell apart in the 3rd quarter, and they never recovered from the double-digit deficit they faced as the Warriors proceeded to the finals while another Thunder season went down the drain. But what was even worse than blowing a 3-1 lead in the Western Conference Finals was losing one of the best players of all time. And to add insult to injury, they were losing him for free.
You know, Kevin is a guy that obviously, myself and other guys we all want back here with the Oklahoma City Thunder, but at the same time, he has to make a decision that best fits him.
I have nothing to do with this. This is Kevin's decision.
I'm confident, yeah. Of course, where are you going to go? Tell me. After what we did this year in the playoff, where? If you go somewhere, I don't know. Tell me where.
Kevin Durant was a free agent after the 2016 season, and he decided he'd had enough, signing with the Golden State Warriors, who had just defeated him in the playoffs. Just like LeBron James in 2010, KD went through media and fan torture, who called him a coward, a cupcake, and God knows what else.
How are you viewing this move from Durant?
Well, I'm viewing it as the weakest move I've ever seen from a superstar.
He weakened another team, and he's kind of gravy training on a terrific Warriors team.
It won't be the same as being the bus driver instead of being a bus rider.
It was like, all right, bro, you made your decision. Like, you got to stay over there. Hey, let's beat them. Like, now it's like, bump that. I'm glad he over there. Let's deal with this.
But all KD wanted was a change of scenery. He wanted a new challenge and to further develop his basketball talent, something he felt he could no longer do with the Thunder.
They want to win. That's the biggest thing in this league, is winning a championship. It's time to get it done.
Durant, Westbrook, and Harden, when he was there, were all players who needed the ball in their hands to be effective. KD and Harden were masters of isolation, able to score against anybody one-on-one, slowly dissecting their opponents before finding a chink in their armor. Russ was arguably the deadliest transition player in the NBA, but he was also able to create separation against his primary defender. And to have three such players on the same team is the most valuable thing in the NBA. All three players could run any offensive system, but the problem was that OKC never really had anything resembling a system. They had a few plays that they rotated every few possessions, but that was more or less it. The Thunder's offense was mostly about changing its focal point. One time the focus was on Russ, another time it was on Harden, and the next time on Durant.
Keep trusting in it. Keep trusting it. Yeah, you got to be aggressive early, all right?
Towards the end of their run, when their lackluster coach, Scott Brooks, got replaced by Billy Donovan in 2015, they tried to develop some kind of pick and roll between Russ and KD. But if the action didn't go right at the start, they would quickly revert to isolations. OKC managed to acquire the best players, but something was always off, and they couldn't ever function as a unit.
Don't try to pull us apart. We all in this together. Serge's not on a separate team. Kevin's not on a separate team. I'm not on a separate team. We on Oklahoma City Thunder.
Jordan struggled to win until the Bulls incorporated the triangle offense, and the Heat didn't win their titles until Eric Spoelstra used the positionless motion system that enabled LeBron, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh to play within their strengths. It can't be said that the Thunder weren't an efficient team, but the reason for that was that they were just more talented than everybody, and very few teams could stop their superstars one-on-one. But despite their efficiency, OKC played an ugly brand of basketball. From 2010 to 2016, the Thunder finished in the top 3 in the number of free throws made 4 times, and in the top 10 in all 7 seasons. This was largely due to their stuck-in-the-mud offense, which had no solution but to draw fouls as a main way of scoring. OKC was able to dominate against less talented teams, but when they ran into the best teams that could match their star power, they got into trouble. And that's why it's hard to blame KD for leaving. When he got to Golden State, he finally played with shooters, cutters, and ball movement, which allowed his basketball genius to truly blossom, win 2 NBA championships, and become the best player in the world. And on the Thunder side of things, after they lost KD, they also traded Serge Ibaka.
Serge Ibaka, all right, he's 26 years old, he's big, he can block shots and shoot the three. The Thunder get Victor Oladipo. And the man the Magic drafted tonight, Domantas Sabonis.
Without KD and Harden, Russ was on leaves. He had a season for the ages. Westbrook had 42 triple-doubles in 2017, leading the NBA in scoring, and averaging a triple-double for the whole season, something that was considered impossible and hadn't been done since Oscar Robertson in the 60s.
What Oscar did with the triple-double, that would never happen ever again. Never in the history of the game.
But OKC wasn't even a threat in the playoffs, losing 4-1 in the first round against James Harden's Rockets. And then GM Sam Presti made another splash, trading Oladipo and Sabonis for Paul George. And OKC had 2 of the 10 best players in the NBA once again. But Presti wasn't done dealing, also acquiring Carmelo Anthony to be their 3rd superstar. And it looked like the Thunder could bounce back from losing Harden and KD. But the whole season turned into a fiasco.
How do you feel about starting at the 4, or the concept of starting at the 4, or even coming off the bench? And the second question is...
Who, me?
Oh.
Carmelo never found his footing with the other 2 stars, and the whole team looked like an inefficient bunch of individuals rather than a true contender. The same story continued in 2019. Carmelo left, Dennis Schroeder and Jeremy Grant emerged as young stars next to Russ and Paul George, but somehow things went wrong once again. PG-13 came into the playoffs with 2 bad shoulders. Russ wasn't very efficient once again. And after another first-round playoff exit, Sam Presti realized it was time to press the reset button.
I think the world of PG. I think everybody knows that.
Paul George was gone, and so was Russ, the last member of the original Thunder Big Three. For an entire decade, OKC was a title contender, but they were always a couple of inches short of going all the way. If they were a little bit braver and gave those extra $4 million to Harden, who knows the greatness they could have achieved.
Here is Durant for the win.
Thanks for watching. And if you like this video, we have another one for you right here. When they played together, James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant had, at the time, the best offensive rating in NBA history. But due to injuries, controversy, and drama, they only played together for 16 games.
Is this the biggest failure in NBA history?
We didn't think we could beat the Nets in full power. That was a team that we thought we might not be able to get past for 3 or 4 years.
This is the story of the Brooklyn Nets Big Three, arguably the biggest super team failure in NBA history. To understand how the Nets were even able to pull this off and acquire their superstars, we need to look back to 2010, when a Russian billionaire bought the franchise and created a super team, which soon became a disaster. In the span of 3 years, Mikhail Prokhorov and the Nets general manager Billy King quickly sold out all of Brooklyn's future draft picks, which later turned into Damian Lillard, Jaylen Brown, and Jason Tatum. And all they got for it was a declining Darren Williams, Joe Johnson's overpriced contract, and the ancient Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Jason Terry, whose combined age was over 100 years old.
I think we've got pieces now that we can compete for a championship, and that's our goal.
With a team full of old stars, all the Nets managed was a 2014 second-round playoff loss to the Heat.
It didn't work out, and that's what everybody looks at, but I easily feel like it could have worked out just the same.
Soon, all their superstars left the team, and the Nets were stuck in the mud with a bad roster, 0 draft picks, and no ability to sign free agents.
Let's not forget that this Nets team was assembled to win now, but according to Jason Kidd, it's not quite that simple. Both him and Billy King have a lot to think about now in the offseason, which begins now.
But then, in February of 2016, Billy King finally got fired, and in his place came Sean Marks, a former player who won a 2005 NBA title with the Spurs, where he learned a thing or two about building a championship roster. Marks didn't have a lot of room to maneuver to acquire players, but what he had, he used brilliantly. Brooklyn became the NBA junkyard because they accepted anybody whom the league didn't want, like the basketball version of Moneyball.
If we win with this team, we'll change the game.
The Nets GM performed a miracle in less than 3 years on the job, collecting a ton of young assets like Jarrett Allen, Joe Harris, Spencer Dinwiddie, and D'Angelo Russell, who became an all-star. Out of nowhere, the Nets made the 2019 playoffs, and then Marks decided to cash in. After the 2019 finals, Kevin Durant became available, and despite his torn Achilles, he was just too good to pass on, especially because he came in a package deal with his good friend and the best ball handler of all time, Kyrie Irving. So, Marks shipped D'Angelo Russell in a sign-and-trade deal for Durant, which was another small miracle, and the only way to create cap space for both Durant and Kyrie. And despite KD missing the entire year, and Kyrie only playing 20 games due to a shoulder injury, the Nets miraculously still made the 2020 playoffs. Even though they got swept by the Raptors, Brooklyn had plenty to be happy about. because they were finally going to unwrap the best gift in basketball, a healthy Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving. Before the 2021 season, the Nets were the betting favorite to win the Larry O'Brien Trophy. Steve Nash became the new head coach, which was a debatable move, considering his lack of coaching experience and the success of his predecessor, Jacques Vaughn. But the Nets had so much talent that it almost didn't matter. However, Irving's injury at the beginning of the season showcased a lack of playmaking on the team, especially because the other point guard, Spencer Dinwiddie, tore his ACL after 3 games. So, Marks decided to do what Billy King did 8 years earlier. He made another big move, pushing all his chips to the middle of the table and going all in. The Nets traded for James Harden, but they paid a hefty price. The Beard cost Brooklyn 3 first-round picks, 4 pick swaps, Karis LeVert, Jared Allen, Taurean Prince, and Rodions Kurucs. And while Harden's trade cleared out all the depth the Nets had carefully collected for years, it's hard to say it wasn't the right move. Harden was 31 years old at the time and had been one of the 5 best players in the league for the last 5 years. With Harden on board, the Nets could constantly play with at least one superstar on the floor and were absolutely unstoppable when all 3 played together.
Oh, Blake Griffin! Razzle dazzle! Oh, next level! Kevin Durant!
With their big 3 on the floor, they were literally the greatest offense in NBA history, scoring 120 points per 100 possessions. The Nets seemed destined to ride through Brooklyn on a big bus in June, smoking cigars, drinking, and passing around the Larry O'Brien Trophy. However, injuries to all 3 stars limited their time on the court, and their big 3 played just 8 games together in the regular season. The Nets still finished second in the East, and when the playoffs started, the big 3 was finally healthy and extremely dangerous. In the first round of the playoffs against the Celtics, the superstar trio of KD, Harden, and Kyrie averaged 85 points per game, the most points by a trio in any playoff series in NBA history. The Nets steamrolled past Boston in 5 games, averaging an absurd 124 points in the series. But then against the Bucks in the second round, Brooklyn had tons of bad luck. After 43 seconds of the first game, Harden pulled a hamstring, which forced him to miss 4 games. And when he returned, he was clearly hobbled. But even without James, Kyrie and KD were still capable of winning on their own, as the Nets led the series 2-1 after 3 games. And then in Game 4, Irving sprained his ankle on Giannis's foot and was ruled out for the series. But thanks to KD's heroics and his unreal 49 points, 17 rebounds, and 10 assists triple-double, the Nets won Game 5. The Bucks countered in Game 6, but in Game 7, KD was playing out of his mind again, and Brooklyn had the final possession and a chance to win the game. Durant took a 3-pointer that would give the Nets a series win, and it looked like they did win after KD's buzzer beater went in.
He turns, he shoots, yes! With 1 second remaining!
But because KD barely stepped on the line, his shot was just a 2-pointer, and the game went into overtime. In the OT, KD and the Nets were running on fumes, and they lost the game and the series. Still, despite the loss, it was clear that the Nets were on the right track. They just needed to get healthy.
So, we get ready for next year.
When the 21-22 season started, in the NBA's traditional GM survey, 72% of general managers said that Brooklyn would win the title, and KD was the leading vote getter for MVP. When their big 3 was healthy, Coach Nash established a deadly 5-out system where all 5 players could dribble, pass, and shoot, with clear roles on the team. Harden made the biggest sacrifice in usage, taking on the role of a pure point guard, with the 2nd-best assist numbers in the league. This allowed Irving and Durant to remain in their standard roles as scorers. The Nets moved the ball really well, with only 10% of their offense ending in isolations, and 62% of their points were assisted. With all this firepower, Steve Nash looked like a damn good coach. But then the drama started. Kyrie Irving's stance on the pandemic and the mandatory vaccine meant he couldn't play games in New York. But despite Irving's status, a bunch of other injuries to the roster, and a bottom 10 defense, the Nets were still more talented than everybody, comfortably holding a top 3 place in the East. And then, more drama. This time it wasn't Kyrie, but James Harden, who couldn't come to terms that Irving was not willing to sacrifice for the better of the team and take the vaccine. James lost trust in the franchise and their ability to hold everybody accountable, so he publicly asked for a trade. On February 7th, New York lifted the vaccine mandate for municipal workers, meaning that Kyrie would finally be able to play in all games starting in late March. But the damage to the team's chemistry was irreversible, and even with Kyrie now able to play in the playoffs, James Harden was still determined to play elsewhere. And 3 days later, and just 1 year after they paid a king's ransom for his services, the Nets were forced to trade Harden to Philadelphia in exchange for Ben Simmons, Seth Curry, and 2 first-round picks.
Playoffs right around the corner, so we got to fast track into, getting used to each other. But I'm excited. I think everybody got what they wanted.
It all seemed like a reasonably fair trade at the time, because Simmons was a former All-Star and the all-defensive stopper that the Nets desperately needed. But that turned out to be the furthest thing from the truth. Even though Harden was still nursing a hamstring injury and wasn't at full strength, he still suited up and played in games, which couldn't be said for Simmons, who became the next big fiasco of the Nets' 2022 season. Towards the end of the year, Simmons was ready to play, and then he wasn't. He even told the team that he would play in the playoffs, and then decided not to play at all, in one of the most bizarre seesaw decision-making processes in NBA history. After all that drama, the Nets somehow made the playoffs as the 7th seed. In Game 1 of the first round against the Celtics, Kyrie led a miraculous comeback that gave the Nets the lead in the final seconds. But the Celtics were a resilient bunch, and on the last play of the game, Tatum was left all alone under the basket for a buzzer-beating layup. In the rest of the series, the Nets came close, but they could never get in front. Steve Nash could either deploy a lineup with shooters and no defense, or a better defensive unit that had bad spacing offensively. Durant was tormented by the Celtics defenders, who all took turns guarding him and tiring him out. And the result was a sweep. A 4-0 loss was a slap in the face, and a big wake-up call for the team everybody believed was going to win the championship.
This was a season that had so much promise. One of the preseason favorites to start the year, the Brooklyn Nets, and it all fell apart at multiple iterations during the season.
Well, it's a disappointment. They lost in the first round of playoffs. They didn't lose in the second round of the conference finals.
Got swept in the first.
They got swept, so that means things are not good.
But before the dust settled, the Nets became a hot topic again. But this time it wasn't Kyrie, but Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant has requested a trade from the Brooklyn Nets.
Durant then went a step further and demanded from the owner that he either fired coach Steve Nash and GM Sean Marks or let him go. It was arguably the most aggressive trade demand by any player in NBA history.
Kevin Durant, I'm sad for you, bro. You're all alone. You have no help. And more importantly than anything else, you made the wrong decision by going to Brooklyn.
Thankfully, owner Joe Tsai held his ground, refused KD's ultimatum, and didn't succumb to the pressure to trade him. Against all odds, both Kyrie and KD started the 2023 season for the Nets, and they were joined by Ben Simmons, who finally made his debut for the team. But when the season started, the Nets were an abomination. With a defense that couldn't stop some college teams, the Nets started the season with 6 losses in 8 games. Simmons looked like a shell of his former self, and the Nets couldn't defend nor rebound. And even though Kevin Durant averaged over 30 points per game, the Nets' offense was still barely average. After such a horrible start to the season, the Nets fired Steve Nash, who clearly lost the locker room and the players' trust. However, on-court problems were soon overshadowed by another off-court controversy, again produced by Kyrie Irving. Kyrie tweeted an anti-Semitic message due to a documentary he watched and refused to apologize for it. So the Nets suspended him for 8 games, and it seemed like the team would sink even further in the standings. But somehow they didn't.
For the last 2 weeks, the Brooklyn Nets have been in the middle of a firestorm of controversy.
Well, today they hired a new head coach. They chose a candidate who checks a lot of boxes.
Under Jacques Vaughn, who returned as the head coach, Brooklyn started winning games. And at the midpoint of the season, they had a 27-14 record, 1 win shy of the best record in the conference. But this team couldn't last more than a month without some kind of scandal. And of course, it was Kyrie Irving again. Kyrie was in the last year of his contract, and even though he was still a top NBA talent on the court, he presented a huge risk for any team brave enough to sign him. At that point, he was a loose cannon, and you just didn't know what he was going to say next that could sideline him from the court indefinitely. Sean Marks had had enough of his antics, and he refused to give Kyrie the long-term extension he desired. So Kyrie asked for a trade before the deadline, and the Nets agreed to trade him, because if they didn't, Kyrie would leave the team for free the following summer. On February 6, 2023, the Nets traded Irving and Markieff Morris to the Dallas Mavericks in exchange for Dorian Finney-Smith, Spencer Dinwiddie, an unprotected 2029 first-round pick, and 2 second-round picks.
Brooklyn Nets GM Sean Marks is working with Kevin Durant and his business manager Rich Kleiman on finding a trade for the franchise star. Apparently Durant requested a trade from the Nets.
And on February 9th, Durant was gone too. KD was traded to the Suns, along with TJ Warren, in exchange for Mikal Bridges, Cameron Johnson, Jay Crowder, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a 2028 first-round pick swap.
There was a lot of ups and downs, but I love the grind.
everybody in Brooklyn loved the grind too. So I built a family over there. They're going to always be a part of my journey. We didn't accomplish what we wanted to accomplish as far as winning a championship, just like I told him, but I enjoy the grind. And everybody there, we tried our hardest every day, regardless of what was going on in the media, what was going on with our teammates.
And just like that, the Nets super team was done and dusted. In the 4 years on the team, Kyrie Irving played just 143 games, about 40% of all possible games. Durant played 129 games for Brooklyn, and Harden just 80. They won only one playoff series together, just like the 2014 Nets super team. But at least this time, they had a bunch of draft picks after all the superstars were gone. Thank you for watching. And if you like this one, subscribe to Nonstop. And check out some of our other videos.
And it's a nice game, but still not enough for the first. And the Bills bringing out an extra defensive back, third down coming up. Goff back to throw. Pass complete to Gibbs. It's a pickup of 11. And that'll be first down, Detroit.
This dude's just simply got a nose for the marker no matter how they get him the ball, Kate. Hand it to him, and he sniffs out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
Goff on first and 10. He keeps those feet in and makes the catch.
There's no negatives ever on a grade sheet for a completion, but that's one of those situations. If you're going to take a risk and throw an out route, you'd sure like to see a little bit more yardage gained.
Raymond there to grab it. And he'll cross the 50 and start pushing onto the opposing side of the field. 3rd and 4 coming up now. Now Goff. Gets it to him on the screen. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
Not terribly complicated on this one, just not the third down screen you wanted to run. Little chance they were getting the first, and apparently, little chance they were going to even gain a positive yard at all.
The Lions readying for the punt. And he wants to hit his second effort just as well as he hit his first. Absolutely crushed his first punch, and here's another huge one. So this one sails over the sideline, and they'll spot it where a touchback would go at the 20-yard line. The Bills headed back out on offense. Their quarterback returning to the field now. And our team in the truck putting these highlights together, well, they certainly had plenty of touchdowns to choose from. 4 of them, actually. Though the way he's been playing, Brock, you cannot count on him being done reaching that end zone just yet. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Allen. Finds him over the middle. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Tackled by Jack Campbell.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, just find a way to get him the ball.
And that's incomplete, and he's happy to have that one fall compared to, well, the alternative. Looked like it was going to be picked there. So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Now Allen. He has the first over the middle. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. And that one goes for a gain of 11. And that's good for a Bills first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of 3rd downs just like that.
First down, ball at the 36. Allen gonna throw again. This will be caught by Cooper. He's corralled after a modest 4-yard gain. That was a Fatu Melifonwu there to make the play. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Cook trying this one up the gut. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. Brian Branch getting there for the tackle.
You know, this is an offense that will emphasize the ground game at different points of each and every contest. And as long as they can reliably get gains like this, it's not going to change anytime soon.
That one is incomplete. Come hang on through the contact. No look on his first look of the game. And that brings up 4th and short. The Bills with the punt team out there. And he's getting the call for the second time this game. This is away, and once again, he's caught all of it. He put too much juice into that one. It lands in the end zone. We're bringing things out to the 20-yard line. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Goff setting to throw. Into the hands of Gibbs. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. They go play action with Goff. Porter with the grab. This one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. Shotgun snap here to Goff. And the 1st down pass sent away by a defender, incomplete.
You know, that is so hard to do. That's called body control. Great positioning to swat the ball away, not go through the receiver, no penalty flag. He's got the body control and, more importantly, the timing to knock that ball away.
That's 16 on the pickup. And that gives the Lions the 1st.
Kate, I know you can see that smile on my face as we stand next to each other. Sure, I love that run. But I'm thinking about some great running backs. In fact, Corey Dillon, who created a lot of negative grades on my play sheet because I didn't want to carry out no fake.
Right.
She orchestrated a hit while her 2 young children were present.
We're in a damn. That's crazy, bro.
She created an alibi for herself, trusted alongside her secret lover.
Goofy.
Was also her co-worker, insinuating that once her baby father Quentin was gone, they can be together. Then the plan,
bro, hell no,
was for Nasia to have her 2 kids in a room and be home when someone would come through their house and shoot her baby father. Don't rob him and just leave. Deputies found Quentin Gray lying shot to death in his living room.
You got your boyfriend backdoored by your work boyfriend? She got on Facebook the same day and said, "Watch over me. I'll never forget what you taught me. Rest in peace." Boy, these bitches is evil.
What about this? Have you ever seen someone killed or help kill another person, then go to social media days later to express their sadness about the person they harmed? Well, today we have...
No, I ain't seen that. Now, we have seen on this channel many a times somebody go catch a body and go social media and brag about it. Aha, man down, pick your homie up, aha. We seen that. But I ain't never seen nobody catch a body and then go online and be sad about it. You know what I'm saying? That's the first time.
Buying all these animals. It's about a young mother of 2 who almost got away with murder.
And you said he was shot and is he breathing?
No, I don't think so.
All right, when did this happen?
Like 5 minutes ago.
All right. And how many is injured? Is it just him?
Yes, it's just him.
She don't sound calm as hell to you, folks. That's your baby daddy that got hit up? That's your man, your whoever. It's somebody to you because you called enough for you to call the police. Call the ambulance. You sound super calm. I don't hear no crying. I don't hear no concern. I don't hear no ruffling. You calm, collected, cool. I don't hear no bone dropping. I don't hear no, oh my God. I don't hear no, help me. I don't hear none of that, fool. I hear yes. 5 minutes ago, it's just him. Stern, like, it sound like she backdoored him.
I don't know, sir. I was there with my bed and I just heard gunshots. I put him under the bed.
Where is that suspect at now? Do you know?
No, sir.
Fam, that clip you just heard is the 911 audio of a mother from North Carolina.
Right.
She orchestrated a hit while her 2 young children were present.
We're in a damn, that's crazy, bro.
She created an alibi for herself.
So she orchestrated a hit with your babies in the car? In the house?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
FBI, open up!
Y'all be low down, nasty, bogus, and some motion.
Of course, she didn't think this one through. She believed she had everything figured out for
bogus
her
as
until
hell,
she was
man.
arrested alongside her secret lover,
Goofy.
who was also her co-worker. Today we explore how this happened.
I bet you she. I bet. Oh, bro. Of course. So you got your baby daddy backdoored. You got your boyfriend backdoored by your work boyfriend. I want to put y'all on to some of the easiest money you'll ever make in your life. Freecash.com is a website that allows or go in the description.
Greenville, North Carolina.
Okay.
This is a place where some would call the country, with the population of a little more than 90,000. The cost of living in Greenville, North Carolina is generally lower than the national average.
Right.
With a large gap in the economy compared to other states, the average cost of a home in Greenville is a little more than $194,000, which is lower than the national average of a little more than $280,000.
Right.
Housing in Greenville is 21.5% less expensive than the national average.
Right.
Also living in Greenville, North Carolina, was a man who went by the name of Quentin Gray, an aspiring rapper who went by the rap stage name Hood Rich Montana. But ironically, one of his last tracks he made before losing his life was a track titled Backdoor.
That's crazy.
Gotta watch that back door. Why? Cause they ain't playing fair no more.
That's crazy.
Quentin lived in a mobile home on a 900 block of Sweet Amy Lane, along with his 2 boys and his baby mother, a 26-year-old woman who go by the name of Nasia Perkins. Despite having 2 young toddlers, it seemed the couple had got into an altercation that led Quentin putting his hands on his baby mother. And from that day on, Nasia seek revenge, orchestrating the plan.
So now you want me to believe that he's the crazy one because somehow, some way he put his hands on you, but you got him unalive. He didn't get you unalive. So how do I know now? Me personally, I'm gonna think you the crazy one. And if he did put his hands on you, it's probably because you put your hands on him first.
Take her baby father.
That's Dr. Mako knowing, boy. Do your homework.
Of his life. The next day, Nasia went to a job at a local warehouse and put that plan together with the man
at a local warehouse
to be with her, putting the battery in his back, insinuating that once her baby father Quentin was gone, they can be together. Then the plan.
Bro, hell no. Man, what y'all think this is? Law and order? Y'all think this is damn? What y'all think this is for Bonnie and Clyde? Oh yeah, we gonna set up my boyfriend, my baby daddy at home, and then once you unalive him and smoke him, then we could be together. How you gonna be together and the girl jail and the male jail is in 2 different spots, ma'am? How you gonna be together? Do your homework on men and women not in the same jail, the same part of the jail. Do your homework.
According to authorities, it was for Nasia to have her 2 kids in a room and be home when someone would come through their house and shoot her baby father. Don't rob him and just leave.
Don't rob him and leave.
The intruder didn't harm Nasia or the kids.
Sounds weird.
The first red flag.
Right.
And that day would come just after midnight on Sunday, December 8th, 2024.
Damn.
Detectives were sent to the 900 block of Sweet
What
Amy
the
Lane
hell,
in
bro?
reference to a report of a subject being shot during a reported break-in and entering. At the scene, deputies found Quentin Gray lying shot to death in his living room. The death was determined a homicide after the initial investigation.
The East say they are investigating after a man died in a shooting overnight.
No, that's insane, bro. I'm sorry.
In Lenore County with details. Elise?
I'm sorry.
They gray out, but they're
do believe
happened. Nasia made sorry for the cutout. She was saying police believe it was a targeted hit.
Right.
The day it happened, Nasia made a post on Facebook saying to follow. Never going to forget the things you taught me and the things.
That's crazy.
Cross fingers emoji. Always watch the ball.
Then she got on Facebook, y'all. She got on Facebook the same day and said, "Watch over me. I'll never forget what you taught me. Rest in peace." Boy, these bitches is evil. Just evil.
You taught me and the things you told me. Cross fingers.
You gonna try to tell me that he was the crazy one?
Now that post was interesting to say the least, but she ain't stopped there. 2 days later she wrote, everybody that think they gonna be at Hood Rich Montana service, y'all not. He only F with a few, and they know who they are. And the people he didn't F with, y'all know who y'all are. 100 emoji. He already told me, don't want none of y'all fake MFers at his stuff. Sorry, but not sorry. And
no, now she planning the...
Because people were starting to question her and her motive, especially after the news had released the 911 call. Until January the 1st, she would stop reposting pictures of her baby father. And for a month straight, she would only repost memes and cooking pictures, not once making a statement on Facebook.
So she made a few posts to make it look real, then you went right back to your regular life. Bogus as hell, bro.
Her comments. With their last
and disabled your comments.
Quote, I just want me a good ass year, financially, mentally, and emotionally. And that was just 4 days ago. But 24 hours after her making that post, she would get arrested.
Yep.
Alongside her secret lover.
I never wanted somebody to go to jail more than this right here. Never. I'm not gonna say never, but never. This is great news.
Calvin Cooley, 29.
Look at him looking stupid as hell.
Was arrested Wednesday following several weeks of investigation by the local county sheriff's office. Calvin and Nasia was arrested at their place of employment in Kingston. The search for Calvin went on for hours as he hid behind piles of inventory. And according to authorities, in their investigation, they concluded that Nasia had set this up to a clueless man because she was physically harmed by her baby father.
Talk about clueless man, nigga. He wasn't clueless. He knew what he was doing. She told him to come in the house and unalive him. That nigga knew what he was doing.
Woman who deputies say made a 911 call last month, charged with her boyfriend's murder. The Lenore County Sheriff's Office says Nyasia Perkins and Calvin Colley were arrested Wednesday and charged with first-degree murder and felony conspiracy.
Girl, you just told me all of this. Why are you telling me the same thing twice?
As we wrap this video up, I want to say rest in peace to Quentin Gray.
For sure. Rest in peace to him, man.
But especially to your two young boys who possibly had to witness all this and now have to
literally with no parents.
His parents,
Dang.
their parents rather. This is a very unfortunate situation. No ifs and buts about it.
Neither one of their parents gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Neither one of their parents, because one of them going, she ain't getting out. She not getting out. She's never getting out. Them little boys will be 40-some years old before she get out. Do you hear what I'm telling you? And you got her look, bro. That's bogus as hell, man. I ain't gonna lie. And to the stupid, goofy side nigga from the job who was willing to unalive her baby daddy so he can get some ass? Both of y'all sick.
According to the police, shooters fired more than 50 times with an automatic weapon. Damon Taylor was shot multiple times throughout his body and head, police said. The 17-year-old from the Fern Rock neighborhood died a short time later at the hospital. A girl at the scene can be heard in shock saying, "Oh my God, his face is gone."
What?
Let's talk about the op. They talking about switches and drakes and don't even got them.
End up getting unalived by him and his guys. Went to that school, so he ain't even playing the game. Smooth gang, y'all know Noah Scurry, the 17-year-old Tariq St. Patrick Jr. Do your homework. He was hooping in the mornings, and at nighttime he was sliding on ops. Do your homework. They got the full breakdown, the full documentary right here. We finna watch it. Everything this little boy was doing, and every reason why his ops wanted to chase him down and stalk him outside of his house.
They tripping. Fuck it, give us some time then. They gonna run it down.
We finna get into it, man. No time wasted.
2:11 to go win this game with 3 timeouts.
He was a 17-year-old high school basketball star and a standout
Let's stay undefeated, baby.
Who was killed earlier
Let's stay
this
undefeated,
week.
baby. Let's go.
It was reported by the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Let's go. Let's
And
go.
if you
Let's
can't
go. We've been
tell,
doing
this
it the
person
last 4
is
games
from
in a
Philly
row.
telling us
Keeping it
this. So we
alive.
got
Let's go.
real
Let's keep it
Philly
alive right now.
insiders. Do your
Let's
homework.
go,
Only
team.
on Mac Moolah. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to American Confidential.
He had the highest
Good job.
score in his entire school when he took
One
it.
player.
A student at Samuel Fells High
First
School.
down. Let's try to get
His
another
principal
first down.
described him as
To
gifted.
the 2-minute warning.
In a letter
and
to the
work
school's
this bitch
family,
down
they
without
confirmed
timeouts.
that he was a talented
71
student
yards
athlete. It was
to the
around
win.
7:15 a.m. on January 14th.
Let's go.
The 17-year-old
Coleman in motion. Then
7:15.
Throw it underneath because it's
Philadelphia
open.
police, as reported by Fox 29.
Philadelphia police say a
Good
17-year-old
read,
was
Josh.
shot and
Look,
killed
2nd and
along
5.
Brewer Street
Clock
in the
stopped
city's
because we got out
Feltonville
of bounds.
section.
Look at
Damn.
that.
Backpack on, hoodie on. Like, that's really crazy, bro.
They found at the scene. It was reported by the news
Good
that he
job.
was
Come
with
back
his
to the
mother when he was
left.
shot,
You got hella room.
as if they
Run
were
to
about to
the
get into the
left.
car for her to drop him off across
on,
town
Jay.
at school.
Mm-hmm. This younger
Big
generation
fucking
are
play
idiots.
right
Sorry
there.
he lost his life. Could have
Cut the
easily
fuck
been
back.
avoided.
Cut back, man.
If it could have easily been avoided, why wasn't it? Like, niggas just be making comments here, one part of a story, and run with it. It could have easily been avoided, bro. First thing, let's not diss at my dead homies on
Good
Instagram
catch.
songs and
Good
YouTube
catch,
songs.
Shakir. Good
First thing,
catch.
that's just the first thing.
Let's go. Why?
That's just the first thing. Second of all, y'all be making shit
We'll
harder
take
than
that.
what
That's
it
a
gotta be.
timeout.
How about
Second
you
down.
stop,
We'll take
put
that.
the gun down and
That's
stop
not a
blinking,
bad drop, cool.
shooting at people.
It's okay.
Stop hanging out with people who commit
It's okay.
murders on the weekends, gang. How about that? It's very easy for you to avoid it. If it's not, how come most high school students,
Third down.
go
Let's get
their
the
whole
first down
high school,
and get
they
out of
graduate, and don't get killed? How come it's so many other people, and he one of the very few, the very, very small percentage in the world of high school kids who end up getting unalived before school, with they ops stalking them outside their house?
Oh, throw it up, Josh. Throw it.
You're not
up.
gonna tell me he was.
Throw
Come
it
on, bro.
up.
He stated at his song he was already shot, so he had already got shot, and that's why he was going about the way he was. Not everybody want to be what y'all failed to be. What? Some niggas do to appease their parents until they can live on their own. I don't know what he just tried to say. I don't know who said that either. Keep it a bean, Noah really CC Parkside, but they had internal beef and he split with the Parkside, but I don't know. So he claiming gangs. That's another way it's easily avoided.
If people like myself and THF Philly weren't around, this would have been the end of the story.
Uh-oh.
By the day of Noah's death, as is all too clear by now, 17-year-old star student athletes aren't just executed in front of their moms.
Exactly.
Let's go, D. Let's go, D. And they gonna call a timeout. Let's go, D.
Political or social reasons.
And empty,
You just got
empty,
your
empty.
news from the Philadelphia Inquirer or NBC, and the story is almost always missing context.
Right.
Come on.
Due to social media, traditional.
They don't tell you on the news.
Forced to double back the next
Good
day
stop.
and say, hey, there's a
What they
little more
gonna
to the
call?
story here. 30 years ago, this would have never happened, and the story would have been left
Oh,
dead.
no, that was some bullshit. He did not pass interference.
Built a body,
to make
long
it.
live Harley. It's people
That
talking
is
about
some
long live
bullshit.
Harley. They talking about
Oh
long live
gosh,
cheese.
They trying to sell this
I want to
game
put y'all
for
on
my
to some of the easiest, $70 easy. How many murders off then, bro, for your ops to stalk you outside your crib at 7 in the morning and blick you down 50, 20 some times. And then skirt off, leave the car, and go on about their
Overtime.
business. That mean they was waiting
they gonna get the
outside
ball
at
first.
6
Come on,
something in
defense.
the morning.
Come on, defense.
Do your homework.
All right, come on, defense.
Do your homework on having to wake up at 5 o'clock so you can get in the car and get to his hood so you can wait for him to leave because you don't know what time he leaves. Do your homework. That don't happen to student athletes, bro. I'm sorry, gang.
With a little more context.
Shout out to them boys. Long live PD.
They believe Noah Scurry appeared in a rap video with guns that was posted to social media the day before he was killed. New tonight, law enforcement sources
Let's go. We get the
confirmed
ball
there was a rap
first.
video
Let's go.
uploaded to social
Let's
media
go put the ball in
the
the
day
box, Josh.
before
Let's go.
17-year-old Noah Scurry was shot to death behind his home.
taking it. He try to run, he needs to be chasing him. Leg truck, and we all got drinks in it. Facing school, you know that I'm facing them. She want from me, sit here, and I'm dangerous. On TV, all the blocks can't hang with us. And you gotta catch a body to gang with us.
And you gotta catch a body to gang with us, like.
In front of his mother.
Got hit with the button, like.
Samuel Fells High School. A screenshot of the video shows a man in a Joker mask, at times appearing to hold a gun. Sources tell Fox 29
Talking about appearing.
To be scurry. In the video, he dances along other individuals who are also holding and showing off guns throughout it.
So he was a savage. He was a gangster, and y'all trying to make me feel bad for a gangster dying.
Don't even got him. She told me his face is going A-Wake. That shit out of pocket. Just ran into 2 ops for these bet the bank, and both of them niggas was copping. If I'm on a hit, then I'm getting up close to shit, so you know ain't nobody.
If I'm on a hit, I'm getting up close to shit, so you know ain't nobody surviving. And you got the nerve to say it wasn't easily avoidable, nigga. If you gonna be in the streets, take your ass on the block then. How you gonna come to school? This is why people in the streets drop out of school, dickhead. Because I'm in the streets. What the fuck, I'm gonna go to school every day? So everybody just know exactly where I'm at every day. How the hell, you can't do that? You on the news for hooping on Tuesday. And then you think you gonna catch a body on Thursday and go back to school Friday like everything just gonna be peaches and cream. He thought he was Tariq St. Patrick.
Ladies and gentlemen.
He thought he was Tariq St. Patrick, gang. No, that's a TV show. What's wrong with y'all?
66-year-old man is
Come on,
dead.
man.
3 teens are hurt following a shooting last night.
This one he got shot the first time.
Just before 9:30 on the 4600 block of Mulberry Street. The man who died has been identified as Ivan Hall from Philadelphia.
And somebody died.
15-year-old boys are in stable condition after being shot. Police have not given any more details on what may have led to the gunfire. As of yet, no arrests have been made.
And this was years ago. You didn't get scared and be like, hey, I'm not really with all that street stuff no more. I damn near died. And somebody died next to me, I'm good. You didn't say that. You said, I'm gonna turn it up. I'm gonna get on the rap songs now.
Police sources confirmed Noah Scurry was one of 4 people shot in an unsolved May 2023 murder case on the 4600 block
Frankfurt.
of Mulberry Street in Frankfurt. According to police, 66-year-old Ivan Hall was shot and killed on Sunday, May 28, 2023, and 3 then 15-year-olds were shot.
15, so it's 2 years ago.
Police sources said that Noah Scurry was one of the teens. This shooting places Noah smack dab in the middle of Frankfurt, a section of the city that hosts sets like the Double C's or Certified Clappers.
Right.
Parkside. Noah is said to be.
And that's where Young Cheese died. I'm seeing it on this little map right here. You see this, Young Cheese? This is where Cheese died. Mass shooting. Certified Clappers right here. Like they giving us like a little breakdown.
Affiliated with Parkside. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not a Philly gangologist like some people like to believe, nor do I want to be.
Right.
From what I can gather, we got a few groups relevant to this story. According to the person who made this map, this is Parkside or Double C territory.
Right.
Up here is a group of young boys who call themselves the Whackers. And over
the Whackers. The Whackers.
This is where YNG Cheese was killed.
Right.
Noah, or Baby Joker, his street nickname, was very active out here, and his life had a part that may not have been known to his coaches and family. A month after Noah was shot and the 66-year-old man was killed, another tragedy struck near the area. 25-year-old Devin Spady was killed.
A triple shooting in Philadelphia's Olney section claimed the life of an up-and-coming musician. The 25-year-old rap artist was known as Young Cheese, and he's the son of well-known influencer Gilly the King.
Gilly the King has amassed millions of followers, and a lot of them are planning to come here next week for Gilly Fest. It's a big concert. He uses his platform to speak out against violence, and now violence has claimed a life.
That's crazy, though.
Let's go when the Buffalo Bills stay undefeated.
Better known as Young Cheese was one of 3 people shot in the 5800 block of Masher Street in Olney Thursday night. Shot in the back, the 25-year-old rapper
shot in the back.
Star and the son of one of Philadelphia's biggest stars, Gilly the King. Gilly the King is a rapper turned podcaster turned philanthropist. He and his $1 million worth of game podcast partner Wallow also helped give away millions of dollars to support local businesses, and both were awarded the key to the city.
Gilly and Wallow have become the unofficial mayors of the city of Philadelphia. How about that, right? They are the voice of the youth.
Talent agent Walt Reeder Jr. has known Gilly the King for years and knows he wanted more for his son. The other 2 people who were shot with Young Cheese both survived. Police have not made any arrests in the case. In Spring Garden, Taronda Thomas, Channel 6 Action News. Shari?
Yeah, very shocking story to learn of.
As is well known, Spady, or Cheese, is the son of comedian and Philly rap legend Gilly. Cheese's death came after him and a group of friends were apparently standing on a corner when shots rang out on the 5800 block of North Master Street near Nedrow. Around the corner, police also found a 28-year-old man shot twice in the leg and drove him to Einstein. A third victim, a 31-year-old shot in the hip, arrived at the hospital in a private car. Video from the scene shows that a group of men were having a conversation on the corner of Nedrow and Masher when they heard gunshots and started running.
Right.
No arrests were ever made in this case.
No arrest ever.
He got
that was a year ago,
50 touchdowns.
Obviously, that will open up a huge can of worms. 2 years earlier, AJ, or Ajon Jackson, was killed coming home from work. This murder is mentioned heavily by fellow Double C members Hardy and others in their raps. In fact, Hardy has a music video with over 1 million views with lyrics heavily mocking the death of AJ and another M24 affiliate, Twin 5, or Jay, who was killed in March of 2021.
Me after doggy from taking shit and selling bulls. And you either get some money or you clap, just play your role. They ain't dying just for nothing. That's what happened when you troll. Murder gang, you drop a diss and get exposed. Niggas spoke on Brucey name, we took his life, that's what he owed.
Damn. Damn.
A teenager is shot and killed on the streets of Philadelphia. I'm Yuki Washington.
I'm Jessica Cartalia. 16-year-old Ajon A.J. Jackson was shot outside his Oak Lane home when police say he was ambushed. He and his twin sister.
I remember this story, right? Oh, so they saying the little boy Noah did this? They saying the Hooper had something to do with that body?
Them Cowboys down bad. What the fuck happened?
This the Joker, nigga? No, that ain't him.
All I have in this world is my thoughts and my words.
42 touchdowns. Between passing and rushing, I'm sure he got over 50 total.
That was say.
Don't speak on bodies in them trenches. I can rap because I did it. Got 2 shooters and 1 driver and his squatter and his tenant. That's a man down on the scene. Record like 5 shots to his biscuit. We most active in the city.
49-39, 42 touchdowns, 5 picks.
Just bring it head back. Ain't no passes if he lack it. Cause we beat for messes. When the niggas telling on what happened. You either get down or you lay down. Cause the tech is running city. Exotic glossy. We got sticks and big ass choppers. Double titties. Tapped it twice and fried his ass. He can't react cause this is switchy. All he heard was we hit his back like he ripped.
Oh. Keep up, keep score, y'all. Young Cheese got shot in his back when he died. Listen to what he said.
Twice and fried his ass, he can't react cause this is switchy. All he heard was we hit his back like he ripped.
I thought we hit his back like something. I think he said Ricky.
Some soldiers in that war, they wish they bros come back to life. I lost my dog and brought their head back for my team to make it right. We gon' treat your brothers cause they dead and you ain't dead. Been a year without no get back. Why they acting like they did, son?
Been a year without no get back.
Because them feds coming. Yeah, double C.
Y'all little boy slow, boy. Why do y'all want to die?
He was dumb, I heard little 5, they caught a 9, they have a gun. Now he bum, and we did the dance, fucked off like Kendrick Nunn. He was dissing on Lil Wani, happy birthday, he got gift wrap. I know you heard the news, we made him snooze, come get your lick back. Them niggas ain't on shit, not claim a wreck, you know who did that. Treat that switchy on my glizzy like my bitch, so she gon' get that. Heard he living out the way, but we still lamping on the spot. Where them bullets hit him, got him dancing, watch him diddy bop.
Oh no.
He just be spinning, duck your top. And we never selling ranches, catch them bodies, then we swap. We matched the lazy with the fast food, and I just did a drill, switch out the Glock, get this bitch brand new.
A 16-year-old boy, he had just finished a shift at McDonald's where he worked.
Oh.
Lift here home. It was when they got out of that car.
Yeah, I remember this. And the goddamn burger is on the damn street squad now. I remember reacting to this. He had got off work and they took like an Uber to the crib. Somebody followed his Uber or like stayed outside his crib, wet him up, and he dropped his food from work.
Firing at them. You can see there on the ground a
Damn.
McDonald's bag and a wrapper right in front of their home. Police tell us this happened before 11 p.m. on.
So is YBC Duel from this same area? So I think I used to see him doing a little double C shit.
Philly and Montgo board.
I don't know though. I ain't from out there, goddamn it. I don't know what the fuck going on.
A mile away. They finished work at 10 p.m. Ordered a lift, which dropped them off right in front of their home. When they got out, police say it was two males who came toward them, opened fire, hitting the boy in the torso, the back, and in the head. They fired at least 15 shots. Police say he was clearly the target. The sister was not hit. She was able to run home. They talked to other employees at that McDonald's who say that they hadn't seen any fights, no altercations, especially involving the 16-year-old. So police are continuing their investigation. They did find a weapon here on the street, a semi-automatic gun.
Oh, they found a gun.
This brings us to the present day. Shooting between the Northeast sets, which continued.
Right.
Chris Dowling was shot and killed last February. Fast Break members and now Bugs and LR or Lil Ryan were arrested and charged.
Oh, damn.
M24.
They got charged for that.
Brody was the first to alert the public of the shooting with an IG post. Bugs
y'all stupid.
Were also charged with the bus stop shooting that injured 8 students heading home from school.
Y'all is some stupid ass little boys. Then get in jail smiling. Nigga, you know you in there going through it, boy. Stop playing. Y'all slow, gang. Y'all got the nerve to go catch a body and literally, like, the fact that this is such a regular thing blow my mind to this day because I just didn't think people in general was this slow. Like, y'all don't even know what 1 + 1 is slow. Like, y'all bad, gang. I ain't gonna lie to you. So you went and caught a body and then got on the story and got your dumb ass locked up, then you on a jail picture smiling? Like, y'all slow, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I remember this too. This was crazy. He got hit at the bus stop and they ran off.
New surveillance video tonight of the dramatic moments that sent teenagers running for their lives when 3 masked gunmen suddenly opened fire. 8 teens were shot and wounded, 2 of them critically.
3 days earlier, the carnage.
3 days earlier, damn.
Continued to shock Philadelphia as 17-year-old Damon Taylor was killed.
It's cracking out there, boy. God damn.
Was gunned down after school during a shooting.
Y'all don't take a break?
That left 4 other people injured, including 2 women who were on the bus and 2 other teens. The horrific shooting took place just before 3:45 p.m. at Ogontz and Godfrey Avenue, when 2 people, at least one, with an automatic weapon, fired at a group of
probably a switch.
At the bus stop. Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel said multiple rounds.
Damn.
Said, according to the police, shooters fired more than 50 times with an automatic weapon. Damon Taylor was shot multiple times throughout his body and head, police said. The 17-year-old from the Fern Rock neighborhood died a short time later at the hospital. A girl at the scene can be heard in shock saying, "Oh my God, his face is gone."
Oh! What? And y'all got on Instagram live, you got on your story right after this and said man down, I repeat man down with laughing emojis. Y'all sick, gang. And I be saying motherfuckers sick because it's the internet, bro. It's driving these motherfuckers crazy. The internet is worse than crack. Like, you gotta be a different type of slow to get on and do this on camera, and then get on Instagram live and snitch on yourself right after. And then you wet up a whole bus stop to the point where it's cracking like this, bro. You blicking up crowds like this, bro. Then y'all weird ass running up talking about, oh my God, my face is gone. What the fuck? They was just shooting. Did you not hear that? How y'all even sitting right here for long enough to even see it. Y'all coming back to see it and look at it and somebody recording like y'all head fried, gang. Motherfucker head fried. Do your homework. You gotta be slow. It's something wrong with everybody. Y'all all slow, bro. This is bad, gang. This is bad. This is bad. It ain't even about being tough, gangster, street nigga, none of that. Y'all just slow.
All of these murders are mentioned because leading up to the death of Noah, him and his friends can all be heard rapping about these incidents. And after his death, Noah was linked to several homicides through street rumors. The ones that seemed to gain the most traction were Fat Dame and Cheese.
Let's talk about the ops. They talking about switches and drinks and don't even got them. The bitch, he talking about his face is going A-whack. That shit out of pocket.
Ooh, he just told on himself. Listen again.
Switches and drinks and don't even got them. The bitch, he talking about his face is going A-whack. That shit out of pocket. His face is going.
Oh, he's popping people at the bus stop. He switched cheesing people with a switch at the bus stop, blinking his whole face off, snitching on himself in a rap song, and then going to hoop on Saturday, balling, dropping 30 points in a high school game. With the highest SAT score in the school, taking AP classes. Hey, bro, you just died to prove a point to some niggas that you grew up with? He not coming back no more? Why do y'all wanna lose y'all life, gang? Don't y'all like it over here, for? I like it. You feel me? We got some loud, you know what I'm saying? Boats, water, TV, you feel me? Kids, dogs, jewels, you feel me? Good, nice clothes, you know what I'm saying? You can do a lot of shit on this side of earth. I don't understand why y'all want to go to the other side so bad, gang. And then y'all catching bodies. Bro, you not going to heaven. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you. I don't think that's how that works. I don't think you get to do evil shit all your life on earth, and then you go get. I don't think it worked like that. I might be wrong, but I mean shit.
Two ops to these back to back, and both of them niggas was caught. If I'm on a hit, then I'm getting up close to shit. So you know ain't nobody survive.
He said I just ran into 2 ops 2 days back to back, and they both gone. If I see an op, you know I stand over him to make sure he
The time the nigga ain't supposed to cut back, he cut back. Look at the
with a damn Joker mask on.
Bro said when he got to the drop, he was coming out the crib, so we gon' call that perfect time. Nigga thought he was my man, he gave me his gun, he must have ain't know I was slimy. He loafing in his phone, what I say last song. Watch how I creep up behind him.
He said, watch how I creep up behind him. He said we caught bro coming to his house. He thought he was safe. He talking about that dude that they followed. They stayed outside his crib while he was on his way home from work. And the crazy part about it, your ops did the same thing to you while you was on the way to school. Do your homework. I don't know why niggas think that it won't happen to them, bro. These rap songs sound real cool. The beats is real nice. The guns look real cool. Look like y'all in a video game or something.
We need
but
them
I ain't gonna lie though, gang. It didn't make you bulletproof, bro.
Get back, how about come catch you a body? Catch a nigga out on the floor and I like my door was the bet. I hop out Ryan. Nigga can't talk about Chris if you ain't gonna talk about how fat damn soul left his body. Bitch, do you fuck with the ops or not? Cut that little act. We already know you lying. Out on my block, I don't do the hiding. These the reasons them niggas is dying. Crack a 4 ain't meet the 10. No, we ain't playing defiant. They got a fully behind it. Give me a drop, I'ma bomb it. Pop with a cut, it's surprising. He don't see me, but I see him. Left and right, let's buy.
Bro, he just, and the fact, the crazy part is he going crazy. But he just dissed every op that he's claiming to have unalived himself. All while he was playing basketball with the highest SAT scores on the weekend. I can't believe it. This is absolutely ridiculous to me.
Unsubstantiated sources, he is linked to the death of Izzy Stanley and 18-year-old Tin Millie, who both died in June of 2024, a week apart. Now, I'm not trying to go around putting murders on people, so please take all of this with a grain of salt. I'm delivering the info that was sent my way, and these seem to be persistent rumors through people who would know. like people close to him.
Damn.
Damon, or Fat Dame as he was called, went to Imhotep High School. The alleged retaliation shootings a few days later by Fast Break members is referenced by Noah, or
right.
Where he says,
Like damn, free Lil Ryan. We the reason why they throwing fives and then they end up dying. They keep asking why you couldn't get up. I mean he wasn't trying. Any nigga we call cracking forest on the guys we fried him. Power right out there.
On the guys we fried him.
referencing Jamal Tucker, or Molly, the first person arrested when the 8 students were shot at the bus stop. The first one to start talking.
So it don't even matter. I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. It don't even matter if he caught the body, because you hanging out with everybody who catching these bodies. So it really don't matter. And you dissing them, and you rapping about it, and you getting clout off of it. Of course they was gonna come catch you, bro. You wasn't gonna make it to C21, gang, even if they didn't catch you that day. And the crazy part about it, bro, I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't the one catching them bodies, bro. I would not be surprised, gang. I would not be surprised if it was just his homies and he just wanted to be cool and fit in around these lame ass, broke ass homies that he got. He just want to fit into the street image. And like that's what I be saying too. Like if you ain't getting no money, gang, you just throwing rocks at the cemetery and you throwing rocks at the penitentiary. Like, hey, come get me. Come get me.
Ladies and gentlemen,
like,
we got him.
If you in the streets and you serving, or you could be scamming, you could be robbing, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is you doing, even robbing dangerous, I ain't gonna lie, but you could be doing something that's getting you some bread, bro. And then to me, if other stuff come behind that, okay, that makes some sense to me, to a nigga like me. You see what I'm saying? But if you just outside whacking people and dissing ops and getting on songs and talking about it on the gram and talking about it on the lives and talk, gang, you just want to die or go to jail. You just want to be able to say, yeah, I was in the streets. Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. You gonna say that from your grave, or you gonna say that from your cell, gang? It ain't really no in between. So I don't know what's just young, slow, stupid, broke, and some more shit, gang. They got a GoFundMe for his funeral. He don't even got enough money to bury himself, gang. Like that's not okay.
And apparently the first one to start talking and gave up his friends. Joker is heard sarcastically saying, "Free Lil Ryan."
Free Lil Ryan. We the reason why they throwing fives and
G12 Zai, One Brody, Lil Moot, and other M24 members are known to be cool with Blumberg through mutual friends and family members, and also because of the Zoo Gang Blumberg War. All the smaller factions under them aligned accordingly. M24 and Fast Break are kind of the same in terms of lost homies and members. They have been aligned with the Blum for years.
So that's double C ops, I guess.
The backing of Pentown and Zoo Gang members. The day before you
like, and how do y'all be talking all this Muslim shit in Philly and y'all be killing people? I don't get that one.
He dropped a song with a rapper named Drink Season.
He got a Muslim outfit on with a Draco.
The song, which had zero attention at first, went to over 100,000 views after the news of
And that's this little boy, this stupid ass little boy, is on video playing with switches. When he could easily go get $1 million out of some basketball.
1,000 views after the news of Noah's passing. The week before Noah died, his basketball team played Imhotep, the school which Fat Dame went to. There was obvious tension about what happened, and the school didn't want an incident. Noah didn't play in the game, and Imhotep blew out, fell.
So right before he died, he played on his high school team against another school who he was one of the ones who basically he played his op school. He played his op school, and one of his ops who ended up getting unalived by him and his guys went to that school. So he didn't even play in the game. He didn't even play. He didn't even go. that means his mama knew something, that school knew something, them coaches knew something. This wasn't no secret. And if all them motherfuckers know something, that means for sure your ops know something. And I know they was waiting on you. They was probably upset, disappointed, there's some more shit that you ain't playing that game. I'm learning shit, and it's all making sense. I'm not surprised at all. You feel me? I'm not surprised by nothing he's saying right now.
No students were allowed to attend the game.
No students allowed, bro.
I got word that there was a summer league game between the two schools, and they were going to try to pack Noah out after the game. After Noah was killed, speculation, as always, ran wild.
It was no students allowed at the goddamn game because they knew that this little boy who was on the other school team was catching bodies, and one of the bodies he caught went to the other school that he was finna play in basketball. So they said no students allowed, family and friends only. And they didn't even let him play in the game, gang.
The long and short of it was,
that's crazy.
Noah had numerous ops due to his street activities, many of which were not included in this video. And he was killed.
You should have, and I'm not laughing, but you should have stayed on the court, bro. Ain't no, all y'all laugh. Whoever this nigga is laughing, you should have stayed your ass on that field. I know you played football, basketball growing up. You should have stayed your ass in school, stayed your ass in the books. You feel me? But y'all be wanting to be tough and street and looked at. I don't know what come out of that, bro. Cause the pretty girls that I know, the nice pretty girls that wear little mini skirts with the heels, they don't like street niggas. Y'all ain't getting no money. Y'all got dead homies and homies in jail. So you ain't getting no money, no girls that you want. You getting the ugly little hood thoughts. You ain't getting no money, no girls, and you going to jail and dying? This is stupid.
His brother Noah was enough for his op to sit on his house and wait for him to leave for school with his mom and get their form of revenge.
Oh! 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 No! Y'all too quick with it.
Path in life we go depends on the choices in front of us. A lot of the time, people with high intellect go on to be star performers in society. Doctors, engineers, scientists.
Right, bro. You was smart, bro. You was smart, bro. You was smart, bro. And a lot of y'all niggas that be in the streets, bro, be smart, bro. Niggas don't be slow. They be smart. I don't get it, folks. I don't get it. And then y'all motherfucker turn around and call me a lame because I want to go get rich on YouTube and have some kids and with a pretty girl live in Miami and shit. Be a millionaire. Y'all call me lame? I'm lame? But you dying over a block that you don't even own. When you could have made $1 million, but I'm the lame one though. I'm the loser. Okay.
With higher than average think they can beat the system, but they are smart enough to beat the streets.
And he really in the streets. He got watches on, pounds allowed, guns, switches.
And be a high school top performer by day, and Baby Joker, the street demon, at night. But as evidence,
same watch.
Story, it never ends up the
same way, same hand.
The streets are alive, and Noah fell right into the trap of brilliant future.
Streets are alive, bro. It's a lie. They lying to you.
I'm gonna leave it there for now.
They lying to you, bro. They lying to you. All them rappers, when you see them rap niggas in the videos, and they got all the thoughts with them, and they all fine. Most of them bitches was paid to be in there, so it's not real. They was casted. It's a lie. When the rappers go to the club and they pop bottles and they throw money, they're getting paid. It's not their money. They didn't buy the bottle. So you going to the club trying to be like the rap niggas, you ain't getting paid though. You spending money. When you see these street niggas on Instagram, on YouTube, on movies, when you watch Power, it's a lie, bro. It's not real. Y'all be getting warped around. Y'all hypnotized, folks. In real life, though, gang. Y'all ever seen Get Out, folks? These niggas is really like gang. I'm sorry, but
Okay. I encourage our deputies to go out there and arrest anyone who wants to victimize our criminals.
Am I fucked up?
What did you just say?
Is that a new saying that I just not on yet? Because how
encourage them to do that.
This nigga been sniffing the coke out the evidence locker or something, squad. Cause how the fuck you gonna arrest somebody that victimized the criminals?
That victimized the criminals. What?
That when we have those that are going to come into our community and try to victimize them, whether it's porch pirates, whether it's people looking to smash and grab, we're going to chase them to the end of the earth.
These individuals have an extensive criminal history, very violent, lots of narcotic sales. They know that they've been doing wrong, breaking the law for quite some time. They just don't know when they're going to get caught again. So just our mere presence, a lot of these individuals take flight.
This don't stop Johnny G hood vlogs. I want this nigga coming to my hood no more.
All units 10-30 in pursuit.
Look at this shit. They gave Tommy G the footage.
Going around the house. Doors right there, make a left. Yeah, I got it. We just came to check a house that we've done multiple sales of cocaine at.
If they get in the vehicle and they decide to run, our deputies not only have the training, they have the policies to back them up to stop them in their tracks.
Do you guys use pit maneuvers?
100%. We're at the brink of society running rampant.
That wasn't
What do you see as the biggest challenge in your way for fighting crime right now?
Soft on crime ideology. Those that want to hand out ice cream cones to felons instead of handcuffs. But we know January 20th, a lot of that's going to change. The handcuffs are going to be coming off the federal law enforcement and going back on the criminals where they belong. Yeah, I'm St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson, Franklin Sanders, and the juvenile.
What? I don't like this old fucking baby face looking ass fool, bro. And I could bet any kind of Tommy G didn't put this Dangerous Minds, bro. Have y'all ever seen that movie? Dangerous Minds. Black teens fucking up the high school, yada yada. This gang banging, shooting, selling drugs, having sex, yada yada. This sheriff put that instrumental behind this, squad.
Why is Buddy sitting on the ground?
Oh no. Oh no. I do not like this nigga. And I told y'all this before. Y'all was like, Ghost, that's weird as fuck. How you can not meet somebody and not know somebody and not like them? Point, nigga. Point. I don't know if y'all gotta grow up a little more, but I can look at it. I don't like this nigga. Straight up. The aura, the energy, just the way you look, the way you dress, the way you walk. I run into people like that all the time. And it's this fool. Don't like him. I don't like them.
Going back on the criminals where they belong. Yeah, I'm St. Lucie County Sheriff Keith Pearson. Franklin Sanders and his juvenile companion thought they were going to come through St. Lucie County with the stolen vehicle, with the Broward Task Force on their tail. Ain't happening.
Part of me.
My nigga, you act like you just caught somebody that killed 30 people. You did this over at GTA, bro. A young nigga joyriding, having fun. You really decided to go ahead and make a video off this shit?
These things in the prison system, we should
Tommy G, call this fool out, please.
Could be more of an attribute.
Well, hopefully individuals who hadn't crossed that line to victimize our citizens see these videos and they understand that there's consequences to actions.
Oh, you got some warrants there, Michael.
I got warrants?
Yeah.
For what?
Sale and delivery cocaine.
Oh yeah, that's dope money.
I got 4 sale charges. I got 4 sale charges. Who I sold and delivered to?
You have agencies, and mainly in our northerner states, that have woke ideology. You can't hold a criminal accountable if you can't catch them. So if they know you're going to get behind them and turn the lights on, they're going to flee, well, what are they going to do? They're criminals. They don't want to be caught. So of course they're going to stop. But if they get behind and they know a deputy's behind them or a Florida trooper's behind them.
It's not making no sense to me at all.
Time out. The fuck? That was
It
dumb.
ain't making no sense to me at
Whatever.
all. I don't know if y'all catching this shit. But when I react to videos, I see it and I almost catch everything. And what did this fool say?
Can't catch them. So if they know you're going to get behind them and turn the lights on, they're going to flee. Well, what are they going to do? They're criminals. They don't want to be caught. So of course they're going to stop. But if they get behind and they know
they're criminals, they don't want to be caught. So of course they're going to stop. You mean of course they're going to run, my nigga? Of course they're going to stop.
you have agencies, and mainly in our northerner states, that have woke ideology. You can't hold the criminal accountable if you can't catch them. So if they know you're going to get behind them and turn the lights on, they're going to flee. Well, what are they going to do? They're criminals. They don't want to be caught. So of course they're going to stop. But if they get behind and they know a deputy...
But of course they gonna stop. You mean so? Of course they gonna run, squad. Oh, nervous bitch. They gonna run, bro. Of course they gonna run, bro. I ain't never been that nervous in front of no man, in front of no camera. This nigga is fucking up too much, and we just started. I mean, we just started. Damn.
He's behind him or a Florida trooper's behind him, and they put the lights on. They know I've got about 5 seconds to make a decision before they put me in a ditch. So they had enough balls to come here and victimize our citizens. Our deputies are going to put them through the ringer, and we're going to let them. They're going to end up landing in Pearson's penthouse where they belong.
Pearson's penthouse.
He think he funny. He think he cool. He corny.
From social media.
Pearson's penthouse. He's so corny, y'all can't tell a corny nigga when y'all see one. It's just me, bro. I thought we was squad. I thought we was. Y'all can't tell a corny nigga when y'all see one. Bro, I swear to God, I could tell when a black nigga is trying to act black. That makes 0 sense, right? Yeah, I could tell when a black nigga trying to prove his blackness, squad. I don't like. Y'all can't tell a corny nigga when y'all see one. Damn. He's gonna come to Pearson's penthouse. Bitch.
But you lean into it.
That's what the people want. When you communicate with the public, they want to see transparency.
Yes.
But the media is fake. We all know that. The future is YouTube channels. The future is connecting with the community directly, cutting the middleman out who's going to change it to fit their agenda. What do the traditional media folks do?
They take your video, your story, they put their own words over it and package it.
There you have it.
The Real plays music with what he called racially insensitive references. In a response, Pearson said, quote, that he wholeheartedly disagrees with your statement and that, quote, we will continue to highlight criminals and crimes in an effort to dissuade those thinking about breaking our laws.
And again, the woke ideology, Florida is where snowflakes come to melt, and I hope it stays that way.
You want to give us a tour?
Yeah, we'll give you a tour.
This nigga is so whack. Florida's where snowflakes come to melt, and I hope it stays that way. What the fuck is that?
What's the difference between a sheriff and a chief of police?
So the sheriff is constitutionally elected.
Okay.
So we're elected, just how the president is elected. The chief of police works for a city, municipality.
Police chiefs get appointed by city leaders like the mayor or city council, and sheriffs get elected by the people of a county every 4 years. The other big thing is jurisdiction. Police chiefs typically run a town or city, while sheriffs run the entire county.
How many people do you oversee?
So right now we're at about 750. We have deputies in every single school in St. Lucie County.
Damn, 750 people gotta look up to this square ass nigga. It's just something about him. It's like to the city of Florida. Y'all see this fool clout chasing arrest, and y'all keep on re-electing him. That shit don't make no sense. I can see straight through this fool. He fake. And his dick little. No, I'm playing, but for real, bro. I can see straight through this nigga, man. I can see straight through him, bro. He's so
Our
fake.
kids stay safe. So we have 18 years of these kids seeing our deputies every single day in a positive light. They're not only there to make sure that our kids engage with law enforcement, they're there to protect our kids. Major Steve Sigmund, he's in charge of law enforcement.
My nigga, there's not 750,000 officers out there, bro. He meant 750 officers, not 750,000. Wait, man, we gotta rewind this because y'all talking about 750,000. Let's go.
Police chiefs,
just how the president is elected. The chief of police works for a city, municipality.
Police chiefs get appointed by city leaders like the mayor or city council, and sheriffs get elected by the people of a county every 4 years. The other big thing is jurisdiction. Police chiefs typically run a town or city, while sheriffs run the entire county.
How many people do you oversee?
Oh, my bad. I didn't catch that. He did say people. My fault.
So right now we're about 750. We have deputies in every single school in St. Lucie County to ensure our kids. And when you go here, the county commissioners approve the budget.
The sheriff's office is largely taxpayer funded?
It's 100% taxpayer funded.
No civil forfeiture?
No civil forfeiture.
Okay.
So this is our real-time crime center. So we have our analysts here that throughout the day monitor radio channels. If our deputies respond to a bank call, a stolen vehicle, we have the display up here to where we can see what's happening. The ladies inside this room right here is literally the heartbeat of the agency. You know, they're funneling out information. When our deputies are responding to a bank robbery, when our deputies are responding to a missing child, and they're sorting through all the background stuff, we want our deputies focused on driving, getting there as fast as they can. So this is a portion of our traffic unit. This is Sergeant Evans, who's in charge of the traffic unit.
Who's the best at pit maneuvers in this room?
Probably me, because I'm an instructor on it.
Some of you actually some.
Oh shit, you right, I forgot to say that. Yeah, this the new merch. The Reveal Squad. I forgot to say that shit. We on 28 minutes. I've been wearing this shit all day, so damn, man. It's not like I've been like, just put it on, like let me tell them about it. Whoop. It's gonna be on the site tomorrow. It's so new, I ain't even thought of the color. What color is this? I'm gonna be like, it's this color and then powder blue. You know what I'm saying? What color is this? No, it's not just a sweater, it's a sweatsuit, man. It's a sweatsuit. Shit, I forgot. What color is this, bro? Y'all give me a color. And then I'm gonna put that shit on the site.
Really rough things. They see, you know, kid neglect. They see abuse. They see shootings. They see dead people. I mean, they see a lot of really rough things.
Either make contact or entry at the residence that the two suspected homicide suspects are hiding in.
Moments later, a man fitting the description of the suspect exits the home.
It ain't gray at all. It's like
It's the shooting suspect.
How do you guys work through that?
We'll have our peer support group reach out to them, and it's an app that we put on their work phone so that they hit the button, whether it's alcoholism, whether it's financial issues, whether it's seeing something terrible, decompressing. We have that availability to them. If they want to step up and they think that they need the help, we have those resources for them and their families.
What is your take on civil forfeiture?
Oh, I use it all the time. So this Mustang here was seized. This Mustang was seized.
He seemed like one of the niggas that'd do that, bro. If it's anybody in that whole, like, in all of Florida, every county in Florida, nigga, we going from the cities, Jacksonville, fucking Miami, we going all across that shit, bro. If it's any officers, fuck sirs, fuck officers. If it's any officer that's going to use seized anything, nigga, where the prostitutes at? He probably fucked them. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be this nigga. It's gonna be him for sure, bro. I just don't like him. I just don't like this nigga, man.
He's from a chop shop. Mainly it's vehicles. We'll have a drug dealer in a vehicle use a vehicle, while they're committing drug deals. Or we'll have these street takeovers. We had a motorcycle, BMW S1000.
S1000 RR. They call that an S1K. That bike right there do 206 miles an hour, squad. Eating up any car on the road, man. 2021, as a matter of fact. That shit is fire. And it got the carbon on there. Nigga, brand new exhaust. Damn.
1000 was seized from an individual who makes videos on TikTok, taunting the police, doing street takeovers, driving 191 miles an hour.
Told y'all. He said 191 hours. Nigga, them motherfuckers go 206. I'm telling you, they go by you. If somebody went by you on one of them bikes at 206 miles an hour, you wouldn't even see it. Y'all think I'm bullshitting. Y'all ain't never seen a motorcycle go by you in real life at that fast, bro. You wouldn't even see the shit. Your eyes you wouldn't even see the shit, bro. It'd be like, phew. That's it. I'm telling y'all niggas, man.
Or, you know, just in and out of traffic, you know, just causing chaos, you know, running from the police. I think his quote was he's happy that law enforcement agency is putting it to use that has the balls to drive it, or something along those lines.
We were talking earlier about
yeah.
property theft. That almost seems like legalized property theft, but under the badge doing it.
Well, if the forfeiture comes into when things are used as an instrumentality of a crime.
But doesn't that sound like a little bit of a reach?
No, not at all. I don't think so. A lot of the stories that people hear about is person driving down the road, they had a whole bunch of money on them, they stopped and they said, I think this is drug money.
Yes.
And they would pay, those days are gone.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah, that was ridiculous.
Are you having any trouble recruiting?
No, we've got lines around we're not the highest paid agency either, but I think being able to connect with the community, being able for the younger generation, the newer generation to see that we want them to be cops. As long as our deputies use their judgment and do it for the right reasons, I got their back 100%. But if they mess up and they do the wrong thing, I'm also going to slam them just as hard.
Yeah.
And folks, just
So
a
who
reminder,
slams
you
you?
want to get the big dog, got to eat sweatshirts, RIP Mainstream Media t-shirts, TommyGMcGee.com.
Man, I'm gonna start doing this shit every video like Tommy G do. Tommy G promo his merch every video. Smart man. I just learned something. Shit. Go get it. Go get it. You said what? He don't know how to.
Man, he was
Man,
down.
he had a
Sean
phone,
challenged
all
that
that
shit, bro.
Y'all
He
gotta
was
put
down,
yourself in
Slime.
their shoes, man. I mean, I be doing the same thing. I just don't like this nigga doing it. You know what I mean? I just don't. He just seems so flawed, like fake, bro. He do. Somebody need to beat his ass.
What's the most bizarre arrest encounter you've had on the job?
People being in a car naked, you know, getting pulled over. To you know, I was in narcotics and
They in
vice
a
for the longest
Hellcat?
time, and this is going back about 10 years ago. I go make a drug purchase. I think it was oxycodone at the time. Bought trafficking him out from an individual. He ends up getting arrested. Goes through the process. Gets in trouble. You know, gets sentenced to prison. Goes to prison for a year or two. Gets out. The day that he gets out, I'm still in my undercover mode, you know, just different places. We cross paths at a gathering at another event, and he's there selling again. Well, he recognizes me, and he goes, hey, you're that motherfucker that put me away. So there's no backup. There's no, you know, if you're really undercover, you're really undercover. So I said, hey, man, you know, my bad. The cops pulled me over on the way here, and I didn't know you at the time, so I figured if I gave him somebody, they'd let off me, and they did. So my shit.
Oh yeah, so what's up with the name? Ash Gray, Coco. Hey squad, look, I'm on my site right now. You see this shit say question mark, right? Right. So I need y'all to give me a color to name this motherfucker sweatsuit so I can put it on the site. I'm gonna tell y'all now, this shit, I'm gonna put this shit at, what time is it? 1 o'clock. If y'all gonna order it, y'all better order y'all shit tonight, cause tomorrow they gonna be gone. They gonna be gone. I'm telling you now. What fucking color should I put this? You said what? Yeah. It ain't brown though. It ain't gray and it ain't brown, squad. He said fall gray, smoke gray. This bitch said brown green. The fuck is brown green?
Brown green. What?
Moon gray. Stone gray. Yeah, alright, you bum. We gonna roll with Stone Gray.
This one's fielded at the 40-yard line. Coverage team gets
Put
him
Stone
down at the
Gray, man. That's
26-yard
exactly
line.
what it look like. Good looking out.
Ready once again on offense. They're
Yeah.
down 21 now after that last score and in need of a comeback as we work through this game. First down throw for May.
Hey, alright, you bum. You got an Instagram?
Around 6 there. Quan Jones with the tackle on that play. after a good pickup. They've got 2nd and 4. They'll send him over right. A give up the middle to Stevenson. And it's a 3-yard gain through the traffic.
Post your Instagram and then so I know it's you. DM me your shit, you know. Your address and your shit, you just
And he's tackled with a first down yardage.
Well, a sweatsuit.
I love third down runs. I really do. I know the receivers don't always like it because money down, they want the ball. But a third down run for a first down could be so demoralizing to that defense.
And he's tackled after getting this to the opposing 46. They'll get 14 yards and a new set of downs.
And those are the completions they rely on from your passing game.
How are you?
This is SWAT week this week.
What are you guys training for in particular now?
Nothing.
The basics of this training is from Source Cadre Consultants. They're out of Broward. Ultimately, this is going to lead into CQC training.
Close quarter combat.
Yeah.
Now he's in charge of the SWAT team. He makes sure that every one of our deputies are dead accurate shots.
Just because I don't like this nigga, I'm not finishing that video.
He's on the move. He takes it himself.
Sue me, call the police on me. I mean, just because of that nigga, we just gonna